Defiant, an Alaskan apocalypse. Written by Craig Martell. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. The upbringing. Who takes their 13-year-old to Rhodesia to fight the Cubans? My dad, that's who. And a damn good thing he did, too. PTSD, trauma, psychotherapy, whatever. I didn't have any of that because Dad wouldn't allow it. I can see him now, standing on the porch at our home outside Fairbanks. Look out there, Cory. The enemy is there, not in here. He tapped his head. I thought he was a fanatic, but he was planting seeds and teaching me for the future. Always with his ideas. Sometimes it was exhausting, but it mattered to him. The older I got, the smarter the old man became. Dad, you're not going to make trouble with the borough assembly, are you? I could see in his expression that he wasn't happy. The old man looked at me like I had potatoes growing out of my forehead. He didn't dignify what he considered stupid questions with answers. Come on. He made clear statements that weren't open for interpretation or refusal. I was older, much older, but I had returned home to take care of Mom while Dad worked, which included fishing and hunting, since he considered those his second jobs. He didn't buy food if he could provide it through a bullet, hook, or hoe. Sure, Dad. I'm with you. How much do you want me to hold you back? Can I tackle you? I had to needle him. It kept him honest. He grunted a reply that I couldn't understand, and then climbed into the passenger seat of my F-250. I had a big truck that burned too much gas, but it would take me anywhere and haul anything we needed. Dad had his big boy toys, although he said they were for hunting. The radio came on, blaring the heavy metal station. Sorry, that was last night me, who was a total wild man. Today me is far more sedate. He changed the station to KFDX, the Fairbanks News station. 24 hours of news, talk, and opinions. Nothing like spinning up the old man before going to see the assembly. Did you hear that? He nearly shouted. His hearing was going. Despite my enjoyment of heavy metal, my hearing was fine. The world sounded as it should to me. To the old man, it sounded like a heavy bass played at a low volume. But he could magically hear every talk show host. They're increasing the tariff on foreign oil, but they're not allowing our good people here to produce anymore. It's criminal. It's not criminal. I'd like to think that I provided balance. It's politics, and Alaska is at the end of the priority chain for favors. You know that. Don't act surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm outraged. There's a difference. I laughed. It was the same with all our conversations. Downtown Fairbanks on the second Monday of the month, and instead of doing something constructive, we were going to the Juanita Helms Administration Center, the JHAC, to attend the assembly meeting. I didn't know what was on the agenda, but that didn't matter. They were going to talk about something that was more important to my father than usual, that demanded he attend in person. I had no idea what it was. He quieted and stared out the window. I reached over to change the station, but his hand caught my wrist. Even half deaf, he wasn't willing to listen to my music. My ride, my music, I declared. Try it and see how that works out for you. He rubbed the stubble on his chin. He hadn't shaved in a few days, enough for the gray to stand out. The short autumn was in its final throes. The leaves had fallen, and the trees were bare. The ground was covered and ready for the inevitable snowfall. This was the in-between time, the jungle-like growth from 24 hours of summer daylight to the beauty of extreme cold when everything was blanketed in snow. Snow made every yard look clean, every tree look majestic, and every road a challenge. I slowed before the light changed and stopped the second it turned yellow. I didn't want to push it since the city's budget was suffering and traffic tickets were a quick and easy revenue source. Aren't you grumpy? I'm not letting you into the assembly meeting like this. You won't keep a civil tongue in your head. The more you rant unhinged, the less they'll listen to you. By your leave and as you please hasn't gotten anyone very far in this world. You should take more lessons from your gruff old man. He gets things done. Dad was less than amused. If that were the case, then all the things would already be done, and you wouldn't have to roust the assembly representatives. Did you not get things done before they should have been done? I was trying to get under his skin, get the worst of his anger out. Don't get snotty, the old man replied. We going out tomorrow? We've got one more moose tag. Never let a moose tag go to waste, especially after we've bowed and scraped before our betters to beg for a piece of the action, which we should have by right. Then all the moose would get shot and they become extinct. It's better that fewer moose get shot and the supply remains solid. You know how people are. They'd be killing them for sport. Outsiders coming to Alaska looking for a big rack. We can't have that. I like some things about Big Brother, but not a whole lot. I like that I get a moose every year. I like trading it for salmon because I don't like fishing. What? That was the first I'd ever heard him say that. Are you losing your mind? You love fishing. I love the result of fishing. I can do without the fishing part if someone simply delivered fish into my freezer. That's what the second moose is for. We're going to trade moose for salmon. Dad's fishing buddies weren't big hunters. They were old, too. I'll go with that. We've done it before, but when we had too much. Why now? He held his hand up and looked at it. It was gnarled, arthritis twisting at his knuckles, with skin like leather that had spent too much time under a scorching sun. I'm feeling old. I didn't have a comeback to that. He smelled of musk and burnt birch. It was normal this time of year. It was normal most times of the year. The old man ran the wood-burning stove longer into the spring and started earlier in the fall once he hit 80. The last 2 years suggested he was right. Age was more than just a number. It was wearing him down and taking him from me, piece by piece. At least he still had his mind and was more than happy to speak it. The voice on KFDX droned on about the current election's threat to democracy. It was all or nothing. The future of America depended on our vote. Our vote, as long as we voted the way the voice on the radio wanted. What would happen if their preferred candidate was buried under an avalanche of votes for their opponent? I didn't trust anything a talking head said from the national media. Everyone had an agenda, and none of their big city agendas matched my old man's, or mine for that matter. I got you, Dad. We'll do them nasty in their own chambers. They'll be reeling from the body blows you deliver. You'll slap them in the side of their bureaucratic heads with a bologna loaf. I don't have a bologna loaf, he replied matter-of-factly. I have my desire to excel. That'll have to be good enough. I nodded and kept my eyes on the road. I appreciated my dad's humor. I think he learned it from me. He missed my ill-advised innuendos, which was probably a good thing. It wouldn't do to get in an accident. My truck was pristine, although we used the heck out of it to hunt and, until this year, fish. We took it off-road to gather berries and mushrooms, but I have been successful over the years in not bouncing off trees or rocks. I washed it every Sunday. I called it worshiping on the altar of cleanliness through the weekly purification ritual. In most circles, I'd be considered sacrilegious. So be it. The old man laughed at what others thought of him. Everyone except me. He didn't need my approval, but he sought it in a circuitous way. The borough assembly meetings were little-attended affairs. Few citizens showed up to hold the assembly accountable and make them say publicly what they preferred to keep private. The world needed more people like my old man. Unfortunately, I wasn't him. I wouldn't make waves. I found it exhausting to constantly fight. Confrontation wasn't my forte. It sucked the life out of me. The downtown was quiet. The usual array of drunks and homeless milled about aimlessly. We ignored them as they ignored us. They were little more than zombies, marking time until the worst of winter arrived, when they died of exposure or found a warm place to survive. There was no in-between. Yet the borough assembly would meet in their midst, see them, and do nothing for them, nothing about them. It was the way of things in the great land where survival of the fittest was more than a game show slogan. We parked in the JHAC lot in the area marked for visitors. There were no meters here. This was Fairbanks, Alaska, 65 degrees north latitude, the subarctic. People don't live here because it was easy. They weren't milked for every dime either. Life was hard enough without having to pay taxes to the state. We didn't have state income tax or retail sales tax where we lived. Property tax was enough, and even that wasn't too high. But whenever the old man received his bill, you'd think it was the end of days. I smiled at him, but he only glowered as he put himself into the right mindset to see the assembly. "Don't," I warned him. He tipped his chin at me. There would be no stopping him. "What's the issue that's chapping your ass this week?" "Building codes," he said in a low voice. "Some people need to be protected from themselves. Have you seen how people build stuff around here? We have a shed that you and I put up about 30 years ago. I don't go in there because I don't want my head crushed." "You and I build stuff much better now. Put it on the list for first thing in the spring. We'll shore up the supports and re-roof it. We'll knock it out in 2 days if we put our backs into it." That meant me doing the heavy lifting. I wasn't young either. Many my age were retired. I was, but decades earlier, when I retired from the Marines. It was hard to remember any of my service time. Semper Fi. I remembered that, but everything else was a blur of images and the muscle memory of training. So much training. The building's front door was open, but the lights were off in offices that were closed for the day. We headed to the meeting room and helped ourselves to seats around the outside. 2 of the members saw us and whispered some quip where they both laughed. I nodded to them to show that I saw their mirth at our expense, and they hadn't gained a friend. They nodded back. My dad wasn't so subtle. When I looked over, I found him giving them the finger. I covered his finger with my hand and lowered it. "Dad, making friends and influencing people. You'll be lucky if they let you talk." He held his hands in his lap. "Don't you see what you're saying?" he whispered. "It starts with silencing opposing voices, no matter how small the venue, how minor the topic. The slippery slope of concession. If we let them, then they'll keep pushing until we completely submit in each and every forum. I won't allow that, no matter if I agree with them on a topic or not. Damn it, Dad. I hate it when you make too much sense." I draped my arm over his shoulders and hugged him to me. "Don't get all emotional. It screws up your reasoning. Your mother operated on pure emotion. Drove me nuts." "I miss her too, Dad." I knew he was lost without her. Balance in everything. Our lives depended on it, else we suffer the river's rapids in a boat with no ability to steer. The meeting started with the usual pronouncements and minutes and order of business. They droned on with their statements declaring victories where none existed and insisting on sacrifice or contributions from the community on projects of personal import and political leverage. Not a single thing they talked about mattered to me or the old man, but to those who dwelled in the city, some projects would influence their lives. Roundabouts, which never made sense to me because of our weather, but drew in federal dollars because they were supposedly a safety issue. 10 federal dollars for every state and local dollar. Who could deny that kind of return on investment when the city sourced all construction from local companies? The economics made sense to me, even though with the hard pack and ice that was common in a subarctic winter, the roundabouts became hazards. Every single one of them. They reached the topic that Dad was here to address. He waited for his opportunity. Building codes for private residents in and around the borough. Every property with a building would be subject to internal and external inspection. It was critical to help the residents avoid fires that could threaten the entire community. My old man requested to speak. They scanned the room hoping for another, but no one else raised their hand. They beckoned him to approach and use the microphone. "My name is Robert Beringer," he started, speaking slowly and clearly. He looked from assembly member to member as they sat around the head table. Only half of them would look at him. "I'd like to reference the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution and our reasonable expectation of privacy. To enter property, the government requires probable cause. Simply having a building is insufficient because, as you'll find, the criteria is overly broad. Every single person with property and a structure thereupon falls under your expanded criteria. You've already discussed how little you can afford with this year's budget and the projects that would have to be kicked to future fiscal years, yet you risk a major lawsuit with this. I respectfully request that you table this overreach of an ordinance. Get a legal review from someone who's not a lackey, and you'll find that you can't afford a bad policy like this one. That's all. I just wanted to be on the record injecting common sense into your nonsense." "You are doing so well, too," I mumbled. The assembly members were unimpressed. "I'll challenge this in court if you ever show up at my house without a warrant," Dad continued. I had no doubt Dad would be standing on the porch with his rifle in hand if anyone appeared on his lawn. "Your input is noted," the head of the assembly said. "If there are no other respondents, we will vote on the ordinance. All in favor?" A series of ayes sounded. "Against?" One representative said, "Nay." My old man nodded to the one dissenting soul. I hurried to the microphone where Dad stood. "The motion carries. The ordinance will go into effect on January 1st. She banged her gavel, and that was it. "You're going to regret that," my dad said ominously. I spun him toward the door, and we hurried out before they could arrest us. The resistance. On the way home, I pulled into a station to get gas. My truck was a pig. Dad stopped me from paying with my credit card. "I got it." He headed inside. Sometimes he was fanatical about the oddest things when it came to modern society. I watched him as he pointed at the truck and handed cash to the attendant. The pump hummed to life. When the old man returned, I looked at him and shook my head. He said, "Be part of the resistance. Pay with cash. They know where I live. Does it matter if anyone knows when and where I buy gas? Are there people with nothing better to do than follow my credit card receipts? Everyone uses them. Over 300 million people paying with cards. I'm telling you, we're lost in the noise. We're nobody." "You're not the resistance," he grumbled and climbed into the truck. It made me smile. Dad was predictable, and his attitude was cut and dry. In the digital era, he would be considered as binary, either all on or all off. The pump cut off at $40. It wouldn't fill the truck. I'd top it off on a different day, but it would buy me a week, maybe more if we didn't go far. "Thanks, Dad, for the fill-up," I told him. My dad liked being appreciated. "Thanks for coming with me tonight." He knew that he wasn't in it alone. It seemed odd, but he'd slowed down so much in the past year that it made me wonder if he thought he was dying. I wasn't about to ask. He never shared his pain. Not with anyone. Not ever. And that was the end of the conversation. There was nothing else to talk about. I didn't want to spin him up before bedtime. Then he'd toss and turn. As he got older, he needed his rest. We had moose tacos once home. He wasn't a fan, but he'd eat anything if he didn't have to cook it or clean up afterward. I took care of that. With Mom gone, it fell to me to take care of Dad. Good thing I was retired and had my own income. I never asked Dad for money. That was a step too far. I was 60 years old, and I was living at home and didn't have a job. Maybe I should have asked for money, just to keep him on his toes. He went to bed after dinner, avoiding the television. I had coerced him into allowing me to put an internet satellite dish on the roof, so we were able to stream any and all shows. The old man believed the dish brought unwanted scrutiny. To be fair, everything brought unwanted scrutiny in Dad's mind. I watched a science fiction movie before going to bed. It was just something to fill the time. I'd still get up before the old man. He was sleeping more. For me, my life was on hold. I didn't know how much time I had left with him, but it wouldn't be as much as I'd like. I should have rejoiced in the more than 60 years we had together. It was more than most. I stood next to the old man's door and listened. I could hear a faint snore. He didn't saw lumber. He didn't need a CPAP or anything like that. He had been in good health his whole life. Until now. But he wouldn't say anything if he wasn't. I'd be there when he finally admitted he felt poorly. I was sad before I had reason to be. Why waste today worrying about tomorrow? Dad embraced that feeling, but he also thought ahead. Would they demand access to our property to ostensibly conduct a health and welfare check? The old man was right. That ordinance was wrong. The authorities had best not show up, or the old man would be chasing them off, waving his Remington semi-automatic 12-gauge shotgun. That weapon was a beast. No one would escape its wrath if he unleashed its full fury. No sense wasting time. Tomorrow would be a new day. The new year was when the new law would take effect. I was wasting time. Damn it, the old man was right. Again. The presidential election gave us the Honorable J. Wesley Willoughby, who promised to deliver us from evil while securing our democracy. I thought he was projecting his own torrid relationship with the residents from Hades, but he was a politician, so I loathed him without him having to say anything. We were a constitutional republic. The claims of restoring democracy sounded ominously like the Democratic People's Republic of... you fill in the rest. Any nation with democracy in its name was anything but. The benefit we had was distance. We were 4 time zones from the brain drain inside Washington, D.C.'s Beltway. By the time laws reached us, they were already outdated. It was like the Pony Express was alive and well. Whatever they had planned to wreak havoc wouldn't catch up with us until well into next year, or even later. Nothing happened quickly. Up here, nothing needed to happen quickly. In the spring, it would be about planting, tapping birch trees for syrup, and fishing. Then it would be about hunting. There was always something to do to get ready for the next winter. Work, work, work. It was our way of life. The only time we didn't spend preparing for next winter was during the current winter, when we burned wood and tried to stay warm. Laying in wood, that was a summer activity, intermixed with the work that put food on the table, with a rush toward the end of the growing season to can tomatoes, beans, potatoes, and other fresh vegetables. That was a long way off, although it started with planting the seeds under a sun lamp in the spare bedroom. I called it the nursery. The old man didn't like the name, but it suited the place. From the outside, it probably looked like we were sourcing our own weed shop. Marijuana was legal, but growing more than 3 plants was not. Everyone could grow their own for personal use, but only 3. For the record, we didn't grow weed. If we couldn't eat it, it wasn't in the garden or the greenhouse, although some would argue chewing on a bud was calming for agitated folks in their old age. The old man would have calmly killed me if I tried to drug him. He thought people were grossly overmedicated as it was. He was good with natural remedies, but didn't consider marijuana to fit in that category. We had all kinds of plants outside that Dad tended during the summer. January 21st. Dad's head hung low while sitting at the table. I thought he might have fallen asleep. It's the beginning of the end, Cory. This will be the last administration I ever see. We're in Alaska. We have the pleasure of not seeing any of them. Turn off the TV. You know it upsets you. I tossed his cold coffee and replaced it with a fresh cup. January 21st was the 9 to 5 day. Civil twilight began at 9 in the morning and ended at 5 in the afternoon. 6 hours of the sun and 8 hours of light. We had added 2 hours of daylight since the solstice in December. The sun's return didn't mark the return of the sun's warmth. Temperatures ranged from a brisk 20 below zero Fahrenheit to 40 below. The great equalizer temperature where Celsius and Fahrenheit were equally devastating. One would think the world would stop at such temperatures. But where we lived, nothing changed. Stores and restaurants were open. The kids went to school on time. Even dog mushers went out, but they limited how long they kept their dogs on the trail. It was better to stay out of the weather until it warmed up. The oddity of it all was that for the coldest temperatures, the skies had to be crystal clear. It warmed with the clouds, and warmed greatly to snow. "Did you see?" The old man droned his fait accompli. "See what?" "Keep in mind, I avoid the news." "You need the intel to know what the enemy is doing. Did you learn nothing in Rhodesia?" He perked up enough to take a sip of his coffee. He scowled into the cup. "Watching the news isn't quite the same as collecting intelligence on an armed enemy coming for you. We controlled the collection processes. We didn't get fed a constant diet of bile." "It is intel, if you know what you're looking for. The first law has already been pushed through Congress. They're coming for our guns, Cory." "They're not coming for our guns, Dad. This is Alaska. No one up here would enforce such a law. It'd be a good way to get shot. Do you even know anyone who's not armed?" His lip curled at my logic. Everyone we knew, those we traded meat with, produce, and stories, his fishing buddies, none of them went anywhere without carrying a firearm. Dad looked at me. His eyes looked old, the color muted, but the mind behind them remained sharp. "Hide your guns, son." "You think it's that bad?" I asked. "I know it is, and this is just the start." If I had been reading a book, I would have considered the old man's words to be foreshadowing, starting a terrible story where the worst was yet to come. But we didn't have it bad. We had everything we needed. The freezers were chocked full from last year's hunts. It had been a good year. Hell, they were all good years for hunting when the old man was involved. Doll sheep, caribou, ptarmigan, you name it. We had it dressed and in the freezer. Things were pretty good. I couldn't believe anyone would upset the apple cart, no matter how evil the present party in power turned out to be. "I'll do that," I agreed because I didn't want to argue. There was no hope of burying them outside, which would have been best, but would have taken a jackhammer and a concerted effort to cut through the first 4 feet of frozen ground. No one would find something buried in the woods, but then again, we wouldn't be able to get to them. Until then, we'd hide them under the floorboards, where we put extra cash left over after bills and stashed gold that the old man had found prospecting. The floorboards wouldn't hold up as a hiding place under rigorous inspection, but anyone walking through, peeking in closets, would be none the wiser. There was one problem. The space under the floorboards that we could remove was already full. I squeezed in 2 pistols, but my Marlin 1895 45-70 Moose rifle wasn't going to fit. I put it back in the closet without telling my dad. I preferred iron sights and shooting at close range. Long-range, high-powered rifles didn't give the moose a chance. The old man used whatever worked best to secure the meat. That was what mattered, although he was old school, preferring a Springfield 1903 A3, a 30-06 bolt-action with a hunter's stock and scoped with a loopholed plainsman. Dad considered hunting as far from sport as going to the grocery store. I looked at it differently, but neither of us were wrong. I'm sure if the freezers were empty, I'd be more businesslike about filling them. Mercenary, even. I'd seen what hungry people could devolve into. It wasn't pretty. I couldn't imagine such a situation here, so I didn't waste time telling myself stories of an apocalypse. America had been around for too long for it to come apart with a single administration. I wasn't buying it. I think it was the old man's health that was getting him down. His world was coming apart, and he was projecting it onto the outside world. It put him into a dark funk. It was cold, and we stayed home, kept the wood-burning stove fired up. It wasn't enough. 1 week later, the sheriff pulled up outside. "See?" the old man shouted, stabbing his finger at the figure walking toward us in the gray of our winter day. At least he came at this time instead of at night. That might not have turned out well. We never had casual visitors since we lived at the end of a lane where only our house stood. Dad bundled himself up as if he'd been outside all day. I threw on a zip-up sweatshirt and my stocking cap. The old man opened the door before I could get there. "What do you want, Sheriff?" he called, gesturing for the sheriff not to come any closer. "You were at the meeting. You know the new law, and now with the feds supporting it, I'm here for a health and safety check." "We're fine. You are not allowed to come inside my house," Dad argued. I shrugged. "I'm here to check your registered guns, Bob." He knew Dad's name when we didn't know him. Research was easy when you held all the cards. "Don't have none of those," Dad replied. He wasn't lying. None of them were registered. "I know, and that is what's suspicious. I know you hunt every year, and successfully. We know you do since you get your meat processed at Kerber's. I'm going to have to come in and search." The old man bristled. I put my hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. "I'll get our rifle," I told the sheriff. Dad whirled so fast I thought his head had disconnected from his neck. I ignored him and went inside. I took the .45-70 out of my closet and brought it out. I cycled it and left the bolt open to show the sheriff that it was safe. He thanked me with a tip of his hat. "That wasn't so hard, was it, Bob?" The old man glared daggers. Our elected law enforcement official checked the weapon, closed the bolt, and then slung it over his shoulder. "I'm sorry, but this weapon exceeds the allowed parameters for hunting weapons. This rifle will fire rounds that are more than 400 grains. That is illegal." He tipped his hat and backed away. "You're taking my rifle?" I stared, dumbfounded. They weren't supposed to take our weapons. I scratched my head. "You're really taking our guns? You know that someone's going to shoot you, and then I'll pay them $20 to get my rifle back." "Is that a threat?" the sheriff asked. The old man stepped in front of me, protectively, as if I were a child. "Think about what you're doing, Sheriff. You're violating the Second and Fourth Amendments with one short visit. I expect to see you in court. Even if the government tries to tie it up, he'll get his rifle back." The sheriff looked disinterested in the old man's words. Dad launched a profanity-laden tirade at the elected official. To his credit, he only nodded to acknowledge my dad's distress. He tossed the rifle in the trunk. I winced at the crunch when it landed on another weapon. He hadn't labeled my rifle. He hadn't given me a receipt for it. He hadn't shown any respect for its operation. Such treatment portended that he wouldn't be returning it. The sheriff climbed into his car and drove down the road. He stopped at the next house. "I can't believe he took my gun." I was still in disbelief. This stuff didn't happen. Why was no one fighting back? Why hadn't we heard? I watched down the road, hoping our neighbor would shoot him so I could hurry down there and collect my rifle. But no shot came. I didn't feel guilty about wishing death upon the sheriff. Was I so sheltered that I needed other people to act to protect me? It made me feel weak. An old finger tapped me on the shoulder. "Here, have mine." Dad stood there with a .45-70. It had a blued barrel, where mine had been stainless steel, but it sported an 18-inch barrel and took 5+1 in the chamber. "Maybe that will keep them away from us. Good job, son. Get us off their list and out of their line of sight." "You were good with me giving him the rifle?" I was getting angrier by the minute. They took my moose rifle. All part of the plan. If you're not part of the resistance, they won't waste their time on you. You pay for almost everything in cash. They have to have you on their radar. They used to be watching me, and that's why we were one of the first ones on their list. But they exerted their control over me. They're the big dog peeing higher on the fence post. We're not a priority anymore. You bought us time. I didn't feel like I had bought anything. I grabbed my phone and tried to post to the local social media group that the sheriff was confiscating rifles, but it wouldn't go through. Isn't that nice? I groused. Let me guess, the old man said with a smirk. You can't tell anyone about the little thing the sheriff is doing. Right out of Goebbels' playbook. You know what, son? Sometimes I hate being right. Veterans of Foreign Wars. Last time we had a moose processed, did you pay with a credit card? Dad asked. Well, yeah. I don't carry that kind of cash on me. He tapped his nose with the tip of his index finger. That's how they figured out we had a rifle? It's Alaska. They can assume every house has a thunderstick inside. That's no secret. Probable cause. We get a moose, but we don't have any registered weapons. We weren't required to register them, but then they can use their authority to check buildings for safety issues, to dig out the undesirables in their nasty weaponses, the old man said mockingly. That makes sense, I agreed. No, it doesn't. I'm explaining their logic, not what makes sense or how liberty and freedom work. Their logic. Think like the enemy, and you'll stay one step ahead of them. I groaned my discontent. They're our people. They aren't the enemy. Once again, I got the look like I had a second head growing from my neck. When they act like the enemy, they're the enemy. Don't give the enemy a second chance to do you wrong. It could turn out much worse than losing one rifle. I wasn't sure how to feel. My new old 45-70 was under the floorboards. We had no weapons visible. We had a token box of 45-70 ammunition sitting out in case they came back. We'd lie and tell them we were waiting to get our rifle back and see if they took the ammunition too, since it was too big to be legal. Give them what they expect, and they won't look further. I'm going into town, I told my dad. He parked himself in front of the television. I dressed for the weather and left. I started the truck and let it run for a while to warm up. I unplugged the engine block heater and let the blue Arctic cord dangle off our fence. I had a travel cord under the seat so I could plug into a headbolt heater while in town. I didn't want to risk the engine freezing up or the battery dying. There was only one place to go where the enemy hadn't infiltrated, the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars. I served my time and carried the card showing that I'd earned the right to be a member. The vets wouldn't take confiscation lying down. I drove slowly on the ice-covered roads. I wasn't in a hurry to get into an accident. The streets seemed quiet, and the city existed within a cloud of bad air known as ice fog. The inversion layer held the pollution inside, a combination of vehicle exhaust and particulates from wood-burning stoves. It created one of the most toxic environments in the nation, but only during the winter. I rolled through the old downtown to a side road that dead-ended at the VFW. There was one car in the parking lot. I didn't think anything about it, but found the front door to be locked. The windows were dark. I checked the hours. They should have been open. Another truck pulled in next to mine. I stiffened. I hadn't brought a pistol, just a Schrade lockback that I carried on my belt. An old-timer climbed out of his truck, but kept the door open, as if readying for a quick escape. Paranoia. Nothing subdued a population better. Lieutenant Colonel Cory Beringer, I announced. The sheriff came to my house and took my moose rifle. I wanted someone to know, even a relative stranger. They got me for 2 long rifles, a shotgun, and 2 pistols. They didn't get the .357 I had in my truck. I can still defend myself." The man was much older than me and overweight. I didn't spend as much time at the VFW as I should have. He looked familiar, but only in a passing way. "Why would they take your shotgun? They told me my .45-70 fired a 500-grain bullet, and that was illegal." "Shotgun slug, but that doesn't matter. They're looking for anything that might kill a man." He deflated and stood there looking like he had surrendered. "Is this going to blow over?" I asked, trying to reduce the man's immediate fear as well as my own. "I hope so. Maybe the JAG types will take them to court and get our guns back." Judge Advocate General, the military's legal branch. I gestured toward the VFW's front door. "Do you know why it's closed?" He shook his head. "They probably got old Tom and he couldn't come in. I'm going to go home. Get ready to bug out." He saluted and left. I returned his salute, nowhere near as sharp as I had once done. I watched him go. Who would follow those laws? The sheriff, an elected position. Was he doing it all by himself? There was no way the entire police force was complying with those orders, or had been harassing aging vets to keep them from coming in to open the VFW. There was too much confusion because there was no information. It was just like combat after first contact shredded the plan. On the way home, I topped off my gas tank. The Circle K accepted my cash. "Be part of the resistance," Dad had said. It felt better after realizing they were sure we had a rifle because of getting a moose processed. Couldn't give them any casual links. Think like them. Use cash. Avoid a paper trail. This was still America. At least I hoped it was. If we couldn't say what was going on, no one else would know. There would be no intel. We'd have to figure it out. Maybe the old and broken veteran had the right idea. Check the go bag and be ready to bug out to greener pastures. Our fields would be white because they were covered in snow. I thought about the fields of Gettysburg, where brothers lined up against each other and bathed the ground with their blood for a principle that we were seeing torn down. Freedom was never free. I didn't believe a modern society needed to save us from ourselves. I believed in free will and the consequences of making bad decisions. There was no reason for them to take my moose rifle, and there was no reason for me to cooperate with them anymore. They were on the wrong side in a modern battle for freedom. But like I had done with the sheriff, I had given in instead of fighting back. It seemed like everyone else had too. Maybe old Tom had argued and gotten himself tossed in jail. Or worse. Could the elective sheriff shoot a gun? Probably. This was Alaska. Everyone could shoot. And the authorities had best remember that. They may have won the first battle, and I hoped that gave them false confidence. The second wouldn't be so easy. I had to agree with the old man. We were at war. The enemy were those who acted like the enemy. I went to the grocery store and picked up extra coffee. It was the one thing we couldn't produce ourselves that we both relied on. If we didn't have it, we'd make do. I didn't want to make do. I wanted my coffee. I also picked up extra toilet paper. That was the way of things. Judging by the depleted supplies in the store, I wasn't the only one doing extra shopping. No word of anything anywhere, but the people were cowed and afraid. I smiled at the cashier. She glanced left and right as if making sure we were alone. I followed where she looked. It was a grocery store. There were people, but no one was close. "Have you heard?" she whispered conspiratorially. Before I could answer, a manager walked up. "Isn't it time for your break?" "Can I check out first?" I asked. We were talking about the weather. "What do you think? Are we going to have an early spring or not?" She relaxed. "Early is never early enough to get my tomato plants started." I laughed lightly. Ain't that the truth? The cashier checked me out, skipping over a few jars of coffee to shove them down the belt to the bagging area. I winked at her. "See, I told you." The manager walked away. "Take care of yourself and don't trust that lady. She's on the wrong side," the cashier whispered. I waved, took my bags, and rolled my cart out. I found myself checking over my shoulder to see if anyone followed me. How could we go from a normal place to a police state? It surely didn't happen overnight. They had been preparing for their time to be ruthlessly in charge, and once the floodgates opened, every dictator wannabe unleashed their version of democracy on the unwitting masses. Total control to protect people from themselves. I didn't need protecting, but there were many out there who did. I hadn't bought any vegetables. I should have. We were running low on the balance in our diets. If I didn't cook them, Dad wouldn't think to add them. He'd be happy with meat and potatoes. We had canned green beans in the pantry and quart bags of frozen beans in the freezer. That was it for the greens. We'd never had success with long-term storage of other types, probably because the old man didn't care. If he had, then he would have figured it out. He made his own vinegar, which wasn't an easy process, but he wanted it, so it happened. He learned how to make beer without hops, too, but stopped drinking a long time ago. It used too much sugar for him to be comfortable with the result. I don't think he liked beer. I'd drink a bottle on occasion, dark beer that I learned to enjoy during a deployment to Germany, but I could do without it, unlike coffee. When I returned home, the old man was still in front of the television. It looked like he hadn't moved. I picked up extra coffee, just because. The BFW is closed when it's supposed to be open. I don't know what happened to old Tom, the one who opens the doors during the week. An old guy showed up, probably your age. He said they took rifles and pistols away from him. I put the coffee in the empty space in the cupboard. It was halfway through the winter, so shelf space was opening up. We'd used less than half of our supplies. We were in good shape to make it the rest of the way without issue. "Dad?" I checked on him. His eyes were closed, but he was stiffly upright. I patted his hand. He still didn't move. I pressed my forefingers against his neck and found no pulse. I pulled him to the floor and dialed 911. I put it on speaker and set it beside the old man's head. I started chest compressions as they taught us in the Marines. Push hard. Use my body weight. Ribs cracked with the force. The operator answered. I gave her my address and talked through what I was doing. 1,000. 1,000. Remain calm and continue the compressions while I dispatch the ambulance. I knew that Dad hadn't felt well, but never figured he'd just die. I continued compressions for another 5 minutes and rechecked his pulse. Nothing. I was tired, but I could have continued. It wasn't that I was giving up. I was frustrated and emotionally exhausted. They'd killed him with their new laws and complete upheaval to his way of life. I sat on the floor and leaned my back against the couch, watching the old man's still form. The image of him lying there would be forever burned into my mind. It was 30 minutes before the ambulance arrived. It should have been less than 10. I opened the door for them, but my body language told them what they needed to know. "Sorry, there are a lot of issues today," was the most the paramedic would explain. It took them 5 minutes to decide they wouldn't attempt resuscitation. They put him on the gurney and covered him up. "I'll follow you," I told them. "We won't be running with lights and siren," he replied, looking sympathetic. I was sure they hated dealing with dead people, and worst, distraught survivors. There was nothing you could do. There was nothing any of us could do. He called his own shots. They stayed for a moment, and then left for the ambulance. My truck was still warm when I climbed inside. The old man had left a used tissue in the cup holder on his side of the console. It was hard not to cry, but the roads were icy and I needed to keep my wits about me. I knew what the old man would say. Real men don't cry. I didn't buy into it. People with no love in their hearts didn't cry. I didn't feel well, but now wasn't the time to come unglued. I had to take care of Dad. One last time. I'd never been to this part of the hospital because the morgue wasn't in the hospital. It was in the parking lot. Its sole purpose seemed to be to process the bodies for transfer to a funeral home. That meant confirming the person was dead, doing the paperwork, and turning them over. The process didn't take long before the Fairbanks Funeral Home and Crematory showed up to take Dad's body to their facility where the cremation would take place. I was under no illusion regarding disposition. Cremation and scatter the ashes. He was done with this life and didn't want anyone lamenting his passing. Bury your nightmares and whatever grates on your soul, then take it to the grave, he had said. No one wants to hear about your problems. He wasn't about to share any of his. Modern psychologists would line up to tell me how unhealthy that was, if I had let them. Another one of Dad's sayings was that they got paid to treat you, not to cure you. I was comfortable knowing the doctors around here had plenty of patients without having to see the same ones over and over. I think they were interested in curing folks. Some of the locals could be trying, even on their best days, and seeing them over and over would drive a therapist batty. Like Dad down the home stretch. I never had a clue he was this close to death. He modeled what he expected from others, and in this case, he took it to his grave. I never knew what bothered him beside his personal war with the government. The paperwork was quick enough. I paid the funeral home with my credit card because I wanted the enemy to know that Dad had passed away. They'd find out no matter what, but I wanted it to be in their face obvious. When do you wish to have a memorial service and funeral? The undertaker's pleasant assistant asked. Neither. Just give me the ashes when you're finished. There won't be an event. Dad didn't want one, I replied. Dad was adamant about it. He'd be giving me a hard time about not collecting more intelligence about the enemy. He'd probably say they were in the house right now going through our stuff. They. It was always they, a nameless, faceless enemy. But we'd seen his face, and he looked like a toad lackey wearing a smartly fitting sheriff's uniform. But I had capitulated as the old man had expected me to. I felt bad about that, but I'd keep it to myself. It wasn't anything anyone else needed to know. Thank you, I told the nice lady. She had my number to call when the ashes were ready. You'll need to select an urn, she told me as I was trying to leave. I'm not good with that kind of stuff. Pick one for me and put it on my bill. I walked out before she could stop me again. Hidden treasure. At home, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I cleaned. I cleaned up the last of our dirty dishes. I cleaned off the table and put Dad's crossword puzzles into the fire bin. I wasn't big on mementos. I had my memories, and they would suffice. I sat in front of the television with a bowl of microwaved soup. It was tasteless and brought little comfort. I ate half of it and set it aside. I thought better of it and took it to the kitchen. I covered the bowl and put it in the refrigerator. Dad didn't condone wasting food. I went to the old man's room and stood in the doorway, knowing that the familiar lump wouldn't be there. Grief. It had me in its ugly grip. I was already past the numbness and mired myself in his loss. I grabbed a small pry tool we kept in the overflowing junk drawer and pried up one of the floorboards in Dad's room. I hadn't seen what he stashed in here. These weren't the communal storage places. Dad had his foibles. I didn't encroach on his space. I had never thought to get into his stuff, just like he didn't get into mine. I didn't have secrets, but I had things that were important to me. My area was filled, just like the spaces in the hallway and the living room. The board popped free. Underneath was stacks of cash. In the subfloor space between the joists. It served as extra insulation. No wonder his room stayed warmer. He had 6-inch stacks of $100 bills. I counted one bundle. $12,000. I counted the stacks. There were 30 of them in this area. Under another board, I found 20 more stacks. He had Mom's jewelry in another area. Guns were scattered throughout, many that I hadn't seen before. They were dusty, suggesting he hadn't touched them since before I moved back in. Another area had more cash, another 20 stacks. About $750,000 in cash. I didn't want to know where he got it from. Maybe he'd socked away all the money from our time in Rhodesia. If he'd laundered it properly, it would have earned 5% to 10% interest for almost 50 years. That could have been some real money. But that was me talking. The old man would have never done that. No, he did exactly what he did. Hid it from the government and left it for me. Now I had the quandary of what to do with it. Nothing at present. I didn't need it. I replaced the floorboards, double-checking to make sure they didn't look like they'd been disturbed. A gentle knock sounded from the front door. I rubbed my eyes. It wouldn't do to have anyone think I'd been crying. I checked the window to find a beat-up old truck on the road. I committed to opening the door. Outside was one of Dad's fishing buddies. "I just heard," he said, looking uncomfortable and not knowing what else to say. I nodded. It came quickly. I didn't know either, but I had to say something. "How did you find out? I didn't tell anyone." "Granddaughter is the assistant at the funeral home." I thought for a moment. She was nice and calming, a professional. "I figure when she calls you, it's probably not to tell you good news." He smiled. "You're right more often than not. I just wanted to stop by and give my regards." He looked at his feet while not making any move to leave. I understood. "If you have anything from my dad, you can consider it his gift to you. I don't need anything back. Do you want any of his poles? I won't be going fishing anymore. That was something we did together." "No, I couldn't do that. Thanks. I have one of his poles. He gave it to me the last time we went out because my reel fell apart. Bob was a good man." He gripped my arm briefly before walking slowly to his old truck. I returned inside. It was cold out. It wasn't late, but it was pitch black. I closed the door and shoved a rolled-up towel in front of the gap between the door and the floor. I added a log to the wood-burning stove. I poked around the ashes to make sure the log caught fire. I was impatient with it. It was a pain in the butt to use, but it had never failed us as long as we fed it properly with dried wood and cleaned out the ash when called for. The old man had been the one to tend to the fire. I'd pick up the slack. I had no choice, and we needed the heat. We had a Toyo stove that heated the house quickly. It was more efficient than the wood-burning stove, but it had overhead. One had to buy propane. We never paid anything for our wood. To the old man's credit, we weren't beholden to anyone for our heat. That was important in a place like Fairbanks. I turned on the news. I had to collect the intel. It was Dad's last task for me. My dad was gone, but the threat to our way of life was still here. The enemy had shown themselves. What was their next move? That's why I needed to pay attention. Dad's money? Starting tomorrow, I'd donate cash to and volunteer at the homeless kitchen. The homeless and the poor, the unseen. They'd be my eyes and ears. The news anchor for KTVS, the mainstream television station for our small town, appeared, perky as ever. "This evening's report is from the sheriff's office." They cut to the sheriff standing beside a dumpster filled with weapons. A reporter held a microphone in the sheriff's face. He smiled at the camera before turning his attention to the reporter. "We have successfully removed over 1,000 illegal weapons today, which will make Fairbanks a far safer place to live, raise your family, and excel as members of a modern American society. No one needed the people killers you see here." He looked directly into the camera. "No one needs a weapon that can kill people." The reporter's face twitched with discomfort. He glanced at the pistol on the sheriff's hip, but looked up quickly. He pointed to the weapons in the dumpster. "Many of those look like hunting rifles. I have to ask, if you've taken people's hunting rifles, how will they get their meat for the year?" He nodded at the question he'd prepared for. "The mayor will have an announcement on that shortly. Your safety is guaranteed, and there will be food on your tables. Everyone wins. We've paused our effort at present as we move to a voluntary buyback that will be held at the sheriff's office downtown. Please break down your weapons before arriving, for everyone's personal security." "But subsistence lifestyles," the reporter started. At the sheriff's sharp stare, he stopped. "I look forward to hearing from our new mayor on his project to feed the community. Back to you, Alice." The anchor took the short interview in stride. "There you have it. The new administration is serving you to make our community safer. They're not just talking about it. They're actually doing something. Fairbanks is one of the leading murder capitals in the world per capita, and action has been demanded for some time. Now, finally, we have an administration serving us, the peace-loving citizens of our small town." She changed gears. "We have more good news for you tonight, and this time on the weather." I stared at the television. I used the modern technology to replay the broadcast so I could pause it when they showed the dumpster. There were a few stainless steel barrels inside. I couldn't tell which one was mine, but I was never getting it back. They'd be destroyed before any lawsuit could confirm the unconstitutionality of the grab. The Second Amendment mentioned the militia. I had retired, but had never surrendered my commission. I was still a commissioned officer. They took a commissioned officer's weapon, and there wasn't anything I could do about it besides turn the situation into a firefight. No one else had shot the sheriff. We all laid down and took it. I was disgusted with myself. My old man's last thoughts of me were how I gave up my gun to avoid confrontation. He taught me better than that. Tomorrow would be a new day. I knew that I wouldn't sleep well, so I poured myself 2 fingers of scotch, something we kept around for no reason. It had been an 18-year-old bottle when I bought it, but that was 20 years ago. 38-year-old scotch was smooth and hit the spot. Too bad it hadn't aged the entire time in the cask. "Here's to you, Dad. I'll be a better man, I promise." I walked into the homeless kitchen carrying 10 $100 bills. I gave the stack to a nice older lady at the front, earning myself a receipt for my tax-deductible donation. "This couldn't come at a better time. We're busier than usual today." The area was bustling. "I'm also here to volunteer for a couple of hours, if that's okay. I want to make myself useful." "We start all volunteers in the kitchen. You'll work your way up to the serving line," she said, gesturing for me to follow. In the back, there were 2 men, one my age and one much younger, maybe high school. "Meet..." The lady looked at me. "Sorry, I'm Cory Beringer. My dad passed away, and I need to do something productive." "I'm sure your dad would be proud. Helping others is a great way to heal," the lady said. She had no idea whether Dad would be proud or not. No one would be sure, except for me. I was certain that he would like the idea of collecting intel, but I wasn't going to share that with anyone. No one needed to know that I had declared war. I didn't even know. I needed the intelligence first. Before there was a next time, I'd see what they were up to before they asserted dominance over the population. I hoped they wouldn't implement other plans before I could start moving some of our stash. There was a remote cabin northeast of us. I could get there in the winter on a snow machine, but the only way to get there in the summer was on foot with a week-long hike, or using one of our 2 all-terrain vehicles and being willing to winch them through the toughest spots. It was a challenging ride. It would be tough to take guns and enough ammunition to make it worthwhile. Dad preferred walking to it in his younger years. That meant I'd be making a trip soon on my Arctic Cat ZR RXC, especially if it warmed up and didn't snow. I didn't like riding the snow machine when it was snowing. I couldn't see a damn thing except what one saw at light speed, long tendrils of white blocking out everything beyond. Getting in an accident that far off the trails was a death sentence. "Nice to meet you, Cory. Sorry, man, but you have the scullery," the older man said. He could tell I was former military, possibly by my haircut, but more so from the USMC patch on my jacket. It never hurt to wear it because many places in town gave discounts to military, both active duty and veterans. It saved me from asking or having to remember. "Scullery duty is just fine, my man. I see the rubber gloves. I'll get to it. You'll want to wear the rubber apron, too. There's a splatter radius the size of a grenade's blast." The nice lady excused herself. "I'll be out front. If you need anything to eat, help yourself. We feed everyone here, including our volunteers." I nodded to her, but my job was to establish a presence, then ask subtle questions. After a week, I could have a real conversation with people. After I got into the serving line, I could find the homeless who were down on their luck but still had their wits about them. There were too many who were homeless and needed mental health treatment. I'd stay away from them if I could figure out who they were. Tread softly, I warned myself. I turned to cleaning pots, pans, and trays, prepping them for the dishwasher, which had a constantly running conveyor, in one side and out the other, to be stacked with the clean dishes. I made short work of the big stuff, but the dishes from the dining area seemed to come in an endless flow. 2 hours evaporated before I knew it, but the initial rush had died down. The cook, his assistant, and I stood around on what would have been a smoke break in a previous life. "That was a lot of people," the cook said. "My name is Eldon. I've worked here for 3 years, ever since my wife passed. I get you, needing to do something. I like cooking. What can I say?" "Nice to meet you, Eldon. And you?" I turned toward the high schooler. "Call me Dash," he replied with a smile. "Is that because it's your name, or just what you want to be called?" I asked. Older people tended to give their name. Younger folks said what they wanted to be called. Maybe that was my generation's fault for telling them they could be whatever they wanted to be. I'm not sure we were wrong, but it took a lot of brain space to remember it all. He shrugged. He was playing the game. "Dash it is." Silence followed. They were tired. I didn't know how long they'd been there before I arrived. "What do you guys think of the new sheriff? Where did that guy come from?" "He's a tenderfoot, transplant from California. I try not to think anything about him," Eldon said. "I got no time for politicians. He personally came to my house and took my moose rifle yesterday. Good thing we have 2 cut up and in the freezer, but I'll have to go without this year until I can get my rifle back." "I wouldn't hold my breath," Eldon said. "I don't hunt," Dash added. "We don't have any guns in the house. Too many little kids. My mom runs a daycare in there. I'd rather be here." I laughed at his defeatist tone. He wasn't a fan of toddlers and the chaos that surrounded them. "Makes sense to me." Eldon and I shared a look. Eldon shook his head slightly, not enough for anyone else to notice. "Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year?" I blurted. "My money is on the Steelers." "You couldn't find any better causes to throw your money away? I hope you don't mind losing." Eldon pulled his apron aside to show his Cleveland Browns shirt. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. "At least you didn't say you put money on them." "I don't bet more than I can afford to lose, which at the moment is 0. I clapped Eldon on the shoulder, shook Dash's hand, and returned to my work cleaning pots, pans, and dishes. The nice lady out front showed up with 2 more people. "Your replacements are here," she announced cheerfully. Eldon and Dash immediately removed their aprons. Eldon motioned to me, too. I took off my rubber apron and big gloves. We try to rotate often to keep from burning anyone out. Will we see you tomorrow? She looked hopeful. Yeah, I'll be here. Thank you for the very kind donation. That'll keep us running for a week. That little, I thought. We had pushed a ton of food to the serving line. I would have thought it cost more. I'd donate $1,000 a week to start, and then reduce it to $300, just until I learned what I wanted to know. This morning had already been educational. A simple head shake from Eldon was enough. I needed to get him alone so us fellow veterans could have a real conversation. Maybe tomorrow we'd catch dinner after cooking and cleaning. Tomorrow. I hoped the world wouldn't implode between now and then. Things were moving faster than I was comfortable with. I needed to catch my breath. Much of nothing. I took the long way home so I could see if anything was going on. There weren't any riots, no breadlines, no angry mobs out for revenge. I even cruised past the FNSB administration building and City Hall, where nothing out of the ordinary was happening. The lack of anything surprised me, but the first battle had been fought, and I hadn't known that we were at war. Eat the elephant one bite at a time. Incremental encroachment, like the frog in a pot of water slowly brought to a boil. The frog never realizes what's happening until it's too late. There had to be like minds out there of people who weren't irreparably broken, like the old man at the VFW. They would become the army, the uprising, or as the old man had put it, they would be the resistance. Thanks to Dad, I had enough cash to not pay for anything with a credit card for quite some time. I decided to go to the bank and withdraw my retirement check each month, while canceling any recurring payments that went to my card. Be the resistance. I wanted to distance myself from the modern world, the place where we lined up to let the authorities do what they wanted. The sheriff. I hadn't voted for him. I went with who I'd heard of, a person who was in the position and who hadn't made the news or social media his platform. He quietly did his job. The new sheriff was on the news right away, touting himself as the lone savior of the Golden Heart, a term the locals used for Fairbanks. This sheriff had never received the Marine Corps treatment for being a jerk. My Marines would have made him suffer for his entire tour of duty. But now he was large and in charge, along with a sympathetic borough assembly, mayor, and who knew who else. Everyone in charge was on a different program than the unwashed masses, the unsuspecting, like me. I found home to be a cold and empty place, until I called it the command center. It was where I'd planned the next phase of the operation, the counterstrike. They wouldn't know what hit them, euphemistically speaking. Lawsuit was the first order of business, but that would put me on the skyline. I'd find someone else to file the suit, and I'd bankroll it. We'd take them to court. Although we may not get our guns back, they wouldn't succeed in taking more, and we'd keep them out of our houses. That would be a blow to their agenda. What was their agenda? Disarm law-abiding citizens because of violent crime? Or was it about obedience? The first step in exerting control was to remove the population's ability to fight back, with weapons or words. Social media had failed me already. Did they control that too? Fairbanks wasn't rolling in cash. There would be little, if any, personal enrichment if that was their game. I needed more intelligence, more insight into this revolutionary leadership change. KXDF reports. Peace and well-being will be the new mantra in Fairbanks. The leadership team is marching in step toward a new city, one where hunger, homelessness, and crime are a thing of the past, through initiatives that are fresh and unique. The second day in the homeless kitchen was busier than my first. It was the third day before things slowed down. "What do you say, my man?" I shouted through the noise of a busy kitchen. Only Eldon and I were working. Dash had school. I was right. He was a junior in high school, attending Lathrop near the downtown. He was a Malamute, as they called themselves. I washed like a fiend. I found my rhythm and grew more efficient with each passing hour. No wasted movements. It was about getting the job done, even though I wasn't getting paid. As a volunteer, I was in the job for more altruistic reasons. Helping the homeless was one small part. Helping the rest of us was the rest. "You set 'em up, and I'll knock 'em down," Eldon shouted back. When it was time to take a break, we headed to the back door. It was too cold to stand around outside, so we mimicked going out. "I used to smoke," Eldon said. "Who didn't?" I asked, even though I never had. No time for it in the Corps or later. "I like breathing way too much." "I decided that I did too." "What do you think about the sheriff?" He stared into the distance, his eyes unfocused. "I don't know anyone who voted for him, but there he is, large and in charge. We're screwed." "Maybe you don't know the wrong people, the ones who vote out of fear." "Why didn't you want me talking about him in front of Dash?" I had my back to the cold outside door so I could watch for anyone entering the kitchen. "His aunt is on the borough assembly. She's one of those to keep your eye on. She strikes me as evil." He put his fingers to his lips as if holding a cigarette. He looked at the betrayal of the emptiness. "What are we going to do about it?" It was the direct approach, but I needed allies. I hoped Eldon would be the first. He shrugged. "What can we do? We can complain and play oh, woe is me, or we can file a suit against the new ordinance. I'm willing to fund a lawsuit." Eldon looked at me through narrowed eyes, measuring me to see if I fit into the truth of my words. He came to a decision. "What would that look like?" "We'll talk to a lawyer, maybe even file a class action suit. I studied law for a while before I decided I didn't want to be a lawyer. Who wants to sit in front of a computer all day? It's not like you see on TV." "I'm sure it's not. I have no beef with the new politicians besides disliking them, but I have friends who lost their weapons. They might be interested. They're angry, like spitting mad angry. If we can redirect the anger, we can keep them from doing anything precipitous. I don't think it'll need to get as far as open warfare." I caught and held Eldon's glance. The last thing we want is a shooting war with our own people. I've seen a civil war, and there's nothing civil about it. Only people with nothing to lose are cheerleaders for military action. "We're private citizens. Why are you talking about military action?" Eldon pressed. "Why are they disarming the population?" I asked. "Maybe they're planning something that requires us to be a little more passive, remove our ability to fight back. I can only think the worst of them because of their first move. This is a chess match, and we're on our heels playing defense." "You can play defense in chess?" Eldon laughed. "I never played it. I was a poker man." There's a lot to be said for the poker face, which is what we need to maintain. No one can know of our dissatisfaction. The first they'll hear about it is when they get served in court. Maybe we can get an injunction to stop them from taking anything else. "I'd like to see that," Eldon said with a growing smile. The nice lady from the front appeared in the kitchen. "Dorothy, what can we do you out of?" I called. "It's me who will do you out of something. Another 2 hours, if you don't mind. Your relief never showed up. We'll have to catch the next shift, if possible." She tried to sound hopeful, but it didn't work. I didn't get the feeling anyone else was coming in today. I wanted to see a lawyer, pay a retainer, and set the wheels in motion. Every day's delay gave the local officials more time to become entrenched. Another military term that implied they'd be that much harder to dig out of their holes. "We got it. Don't sweat the load." "What do the numbers look like?" I wondered. "Still up 50% from last week, but that's on the slow days. We've doubled our numbers on the big days," she replied. She waved over her shoulder and hurried back to the front. I'm never getting to the serving line, am I? Eldon snorted. I've been here 3 years, and do you know what I learned? Good work gets you the opportunity to do more of the same. Dinner tomorrow, my friend, I told him. Pizza, on me. Bring your apron, Eldon quipped. We might be able to work for food. Spring is coming early. I can feel it in my bones, Eldon said. That might be arthritis. We both laughed. There were too many who would have loved to reach our age. Not old by any means, but older than those who died in their 50s. Time was a constant. It moved forward whether we wanted to move with it or not. One couldn't exit the chronograph. The benefits of age were experience and wisdom. If we didn't learn from our experiences, then we'd never be wise. I wanted to think that I had learned from both my and my dad's lives. Although I was learning far more since he passed, not even a week earlier. What he said made more and more sense when I had time to think about it. The detriments of age were many. We couldn't do what we used to. Our bodies weren't up to the rigors of a challenging life. A younger me could have gone days with minimal sleep. Now, I needed a solid block, or I was useless the whole next day. There was the dichotomy of change. Could we change with the times, agreeing to abandon what we learned? Or were we building on our experiences? I couldn't wrap my head around the latter. Age lessened one's tolerance for change. It irked me when they changed the grocery store layout, which happened every 5 years or so. I was already bracing myself for the next inevitable realignment. It's not that bad, Eldon said, as if hearing my thoughts. Besides that initial grab, they've left people alone. Did you see that they've also increased the number of plows on the road? We won't be driving through snow and ice for as long as we usually do. That's interesting. Where did you hear that? An announcement from the mayor's office played on the television. I had to remain skeptical. Have you seen any additional plows or road crews? It hasn't snowed recently. Been too cold, Eldon replied. 3 of a kind beats 2 pair, I said, conceding to his logic. We wouldn't know for sure until after the next snowfalls, and then I'd wonder if every neighborhood received the same treatment. Both of us would be right until one of us was proved wrong. Where are they going to get additional plows in the middle of winter? I'm sure they have old ones that they'll fix up. I would hope that they sold the old ones to add some money to the city's coffers. But then again, I'm pragmatic and not a politician. I don't understand their thought process. Can't we just do what's right and avoid the grandstanding? The political positions in this town don't pay that much for people to want them that badly. Eldon stared out the window at the taxiways on the private side of Fairbanks International Airport. A dark cloud descended over him. What if we're a test bed for what they want to do? That's why outside interests put their chosen people into the top spots. This election was bought and paid for by dark money. The dark side of politics, as if there was a bright side. I didn't question Eldon's premise. Someone paid for those ads, and I doubted it was the locals. We were buried under an avalanche of negative ads and fear-mongering, bought and paid for with secret donor money. The locals couldn't keep up with the spend until the voters didn't remember other candidates existed. Grassroots campaigns rarely succeeded, and never without money. I'd like to think we're better than that, I said, but I was forlorn, standing in a field, shouting to myself. The decision-makers were in a warm home, drinking hot chocolate with little marshmallows while making decisions that affected the lives of people like me. We'll vote them out next time and put in people who aren't going to treat us like children. If we last that long, Eldon groused. We aren't getting any younger. Surrendering to the inevitability of our demise wasn't an engrossing topic. I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Eldon had been without his wife for 3 years. That was a long time. The old man barely lasted a year after Mom passed. That left me unencumbered. A single divorce long ago where we cut ties completely. I had no idea where she was or what she was doing. I was better off not knowing. Why did I want to make waves? The better question was, why wouldn't I? I didn't serve 20 years in the Corps to see our freedoms taken. My dad figured I'd cave, and I would never live that down. He taught me a hard lesson about myself. I didn't think of it as the speck of sand in the oyster that then turns into a pearl. I saw it as grit in the machinery, burning up the gears and stopping progress. Progress. The inexorable slide away from everything I'd known, everything I liked. One person's progress was another's race to failure. We had already learned those lessons. They didn't work, I thought. "This is good pizza," I stated when our meal arrived. We had ordered one large to split between us. I wasn't sure we'd eat it all. That was another thing that came with age. I both couldn't and shouldn't eat how I used to. For 60 years old, I didn't carry much extra body fat, just enough to keep me warm in the winter. I stayed busy and worked out. I earned the odd half pizza every now and then. Maybe I'd join a gym so I could work out more extensively, but then I'd have to drive into town. I could stop on my way home from the homeless kitchen. I'd do that tomorrow. I needed to convince Dorothy that I could commit 2 hours every day, but that was it. I wouldn't stay over, and I planned on missing next week. The weather looked favorable to run a sled load of supplies to the cabin. I intended on making 2 trips over 4 days. "What's your next move?" Eldon asked. "Stock a cabin that's deep in the woods, just in case. Without my old man, I don't have anything tying me down." "Do you take refugees?" He smiled weakly. I didn't answer right away. This was the issue, wasn't it? The grasshopper and the ants. The ants stored food for the winter, while the grasshopper played. But when the weather turned bad and there was no food, the grasshopper was on the outside looking in. How many people could our prepping support? One person for years, or multiple people for a much shorter period of time? How many, and for how long? And then how many more would come by looking for a handout, people who hadn't prepared? I wanted to feel sorry for them, since everyone had the same chance to prepare, even though they didn't. Families with small children, both parents worked, scraping to make ends meet. They didn't have extra time or money to prep for an extended time without water or electricity. I wasn't heartless, but right then, it wasn't my problem. I hoped it never became a problem that I had to address. Hope wasn't the best planning tool. I needed to stock the cabin for an extended stay. "Not quite yet, but don't count yourself out. Do you have a snow machine?" It's what Alaskans called the snowmobile. He nodded. "Skidoo, it's a nice ride. I don't get out enough." "Keep it in good running order. You may need it soon, or not at all. I can't tell you which." Eldon stared out the window. "I'm tired, Cory. Bone tired. I see people's pain every day, even from the kitchen. I don't think I could work the line. The downtrodden and hopeless come through. The kitchen might be their only meal in the day. What we do is important, but the fact that we have to do it is wearing me down. The government's new plan to feed everyone. We'll see how that turns out, but I expect we'll only get busier. I can't trust anything they say. I'll take care of myself, thank you very much. I don't need the master planners to determine my needs and to fill them as they see fit." Something wasn't right about any of those promises. The government didn't have food. It came from commercial suppliers and local farms and ranches. The only way they'd gain food to distribute was by taking it from someone else. I dropped a $20 bill on the table and stood. The pizza was gone, and we were both stuffed. It was time to go. I needed to pack, but surreptitiously, loading at the last minute. How much cash to take? How many weapons? And food that could survive the cold of winter and the heat of summer. That was everything dehydrated, including jerkies of all kind. When spring came, I'd bury the food deep, below the freeze depth of 4 feet. I'd add jars of canned foodstuffs to the mix. It meant clearing out the cupboards, more than we'd done in years. I'd start afresh with the summer harvest, growing what I could, but this year, with just me and a stack of cash, I'd pay local farmers for their goods. They'd grow it and I'd can it. They'd get cash and I'd get food that I didn't have to work for. Dad wouldn't have been surprised. I wasn't a farmer or a fisherman, but I could hunt. The drive home from the pizza place was sedate. Few people were out and about. Even the police weren't visible. It made me wonder if they'd encountered resistance to the gun grab that hadn't gone well, and the media wasn't able to report it. More conspiracy theories. Without facts, I'd tell myself whatever fantastic story I could that painted the government in the worst light possible. I wanted to believe that people were generally good. I had to believe that, or else, what were we living for? "See you tomorrow, my friend," I told Eldon. He tipped his chin at me. "Thanks for being you." Serenity. Eldon didn't come into the homeless kitchen the next day. Dash did. He didn't want to cook, so he turned that over to me and went back to washing dishes. I had watched Eldon. He made things look easy, but they weren't. The food was simple, but there were recipes to follow, spices to add at the right times, and all of it to manage across a 4-burner stovetop. What was the right pan for each dish? I'd figure it out. Anything served to the homeless and the hungry was better than nothing, but that was too low of a standard. I wanted them to eat well. I wanted Eldon to cook. Dorothy whipped into the kitchen to share something, but stopped and looked around, surprised to not see Eldon there. "He didn't come in," I told her. "Do you have Eldon's address? I'll stop by and check on him." She hurried out front, returning a minute later with a slip of paper. "It happens," she said. "Volunteers stop showing up. It's easy for me to grow complacent when someone is as stalwart as Eldon has been. Maybe he's just sick. Take some soup to him, if you would." I laughed, and she looked at me oddly. "This is soup that I'm cooking. I'm not so sure it'll make him better." She smiled at my joke. We were in it together, feeding the hungry, investing our time in others. It had been a while since I'd done anything like this. There was always the question of freeloaders taking everything given to them, but looking at the faces of those I could see, no one was getting over. The people coming to the homeless kitchen were miserable, about as far down on their luck as a person could ever be. Poor, broken, homeless. Living where few cared about them, and even fewer did something about it. I was glad not to be them. The least I could do was give them a couple hours of my time each day. I'd work out for an hour or two, and the rest of the day was mine to do with as I pleased. I didn't plan on having a big garden, which meant I didn't need to fill every nook of the house with starter plants. We had a greenhouse where I'd plant a few things once the sun returned enough to keep it above freezing inside without me having to put a kerosene heater inside or, heaven forbid, an electric heater. I realized that I didn't have to live cheaply, but I felt like I'd be betraying everything my father had worked for if I was wasteful. Spending money to support local farmers, that was sound. But running a heater when it wasn't absolutely necessary, that could have been considered a crime against all humanity. Like I said, Dad was binary, all on or all off. I couldn't waste anything. I finished my shift and headed out. Thank goodness Eldon's relief showed up, otherwise there would have been no cook. That happened on occasion, and there were provisions for cold meals, peanut butter and jelly or lunch meat. No one who came to the homeless kitchen went hungry. I slipped Dorothy an extra $500 on the way out. She hugged me and started to cry. "Are you leaving?" "Going to check on Eldon." I held up the sack with a quart-sized container filled with chicken noodle, mostly canned, but with embellishments. "I'll see you tomorrow." She wiped her face on a sleeve and turned her attention back to the serving line. "Hey, clean off your table before you leave," she shouted at someone walking out without emptying their tray and returning it to the scullery. The others sitting around shouted down the offender. who returned and cleaned up while not making eye contact with the others. Dorothy shook her head. There's always somebody. Outside, a raven stood on the roof of my truck. It was puffed up to keep the heat inside its feathers. It still looked cold. I had a piece of moose jerky in my pocket. I bit half of it and tossed the rest to the bird. Its feathers looked dull, the winter effect. In the summer, they'd be so black they'd appear to be tinted blue. It took the jerky and flew off. Ravens preferred meat over grains. I climbed in and turned the truck on. It coughed to life and settled into a high idle. I got out to recover my power cord that went from the plug-in to the head bolt heater and trickle charger. I tossed it in the back seat, pulled up Eldon's address on my phone's GPS app, and drove off. It took 10 minutes to get to Eldon's modest home near the Chena River that flowed through the center of town. 10 minutes. In 15, I could have driven anywhere within the city limits. Fairbanks was spread out, but it wasn't big and didn't have traffic like bigger cities. Midday was easy driving. No one rushed anywhere, not on the ice-covered city streets. It made me wonder about those extra plowing crews. I pulled into his driveway behind his Subaru, the second most popular vehicle in Fairbanks, right behind the Ford F-150. He'd worn a path from his car to his front door. He parked in the same place every day and walked the same way. Routine. He hadn't shoveled, but it was smooth, almost as if he had. It was hardpack, just like the type that formed on the roads from vehicles passing before plows could get there. It got pounded down hard, like a cap for the roadway, or in this case, a sidewalk. I knocked on the front door, but there was no answer. I went to the first window along the side of the house, but the curtain was pulled and there were no lights inside. The entire house was dark. I shined my pen light through a crack in the curtains, but saw no sign of Eldon. Around the outside of the house, through the snow, I went from window to window. The small kitchen window had no curtain. I leaned up to get a good look inside. Eldon wasn't big on doing his dishes, as evidenced by the pile on the counter and in the sink. Between a center island and the door to the dining area, I could see a foot. Someone was lying there. It had to be Eldon. I pulled my phone out and dialed 911. They said they'd send a fire rescue crew. I hurried out front and moved my truck to the street to give the crew room to get closer to the house. The wait grew, like the ambulance for my father. It had taken 30 minutes. How long would it take today? And they were adding plow services when they needed to improve emergency response. I waited in the truck, playing the radio. I returned to the house every 15 minutes to pound on the door and return to the window. I didn't hold out hope. It had been hours since Eldon was supposed to be at the kitchen. The last time I'd seen him was after lunch yesterday. That was a long time to be without help. After an hour and 15 minutes, the fire rescue showed up. They hadn't been running with lights and sirens, but once they parked, they were all business. They brought a sledgehammer to break the front door down. I pointed toward the kitchen. "In here," the first one called. I moved aside to let his partner pass. I followed them to where they found Eldon on the floor. His skin was gray, almost translucent. The side of his head was splattered across the floor beside the center island. A pistol lay nearby where it had skittered from his hand after it fired. He made it 3 years after his wife passed away. "Did you know him?" the firefighter asked. "His name was Eldon. I confess that I don't know his last name. I only started working with him this week." "Do you know a next of kin?" "None of that. I can look if you want." "No, you'd best not if you were a casual acquaintance. We'll dispatch someone." I left Eldon's house. It was the first time I'd been there, and I was sure it would be the last. Eldon had finished his shift and called it quits. I had wondered about starting over after Dad passed away. Eldon had no intention of starting fresh, not after this much time. He'd run out of willpower. I couldn't let that happen to me, but people around me were making it hard to care. It was time to go home and prepare for my trip to the cabin. I needed time alone, time to think. I'd leave tomorrow for the cabin and wouldn't come back until I was ready. I called Dorothy before I left to let her know about Eldon. It was going to be cold food tomorrow, but that couldn't be helped. I had things I needed to do for me. I loaded a couple $100,000 into the truck, along with the old man's M1 Garand, a .30-06 relic from World War II that fired like a dream. It was a Marine's weapon, lethal and sturdy. I loaded the ammunition for it in the 8-round clips designed for a rapid combat reload. The old man used an .3A3 for his deer rifle, also .30-06, which was best from a logistics standpoint. One type of ammunition for multiple weapons, in case something happened to one of them, so the extra rounds wouldn't be wasted. I took 2 pistols, a Desert Eagle, based off the M1911 frame, but modern. It was a big pistol, but it fired a man-stopping round and had a high-capacity magazine. Dad had stockpiled 45 ACP ammunition. There were thousands of rounds, but that was overkill. I opted to take 20 boxes of 50 rounds each. There were numerous other pistols, but one and a backup would be reasonable. I selected a 9mm Glock 17 with 500 rounds of ammunition. I added a Remington semi-auto 12-gauge and 10 boxes of rounds with a mix of buckshot and birdshot. Then, of course, I needed to stockpile fuel for the snow machine and food for myself. There was a little food out there, but that was in case of a dire emergency. It was just enough to survive for a few weeks. I wanted enough to last years, get me past the worst changes in the city, just in case. I doubted I could completely bury my head, but if I had to, I could. I stacked what I would take in the entryway. In the morning, I'd load the sled and snow machine into the back of the truck along with the supplies, and I'd drive to the trailhead. I'd stay on the established trail for 10 miles, and then I'd peel off and take a meandering course through the mountains. The only security I had that someone wouldn't follow me was the fact that I'd travel another 80 miles through the rough and scrub. I'd cross other snow machine trails and follow them far enough to confuse anyone behind me. Then I'd perform a few bat cave maneuvers through the lower branches of oversized spruce trees, disappear underneath, and come back out front as if turning around, but then go back under and out the other side. The morning came. I ate well, but took it easy on the coffee. I didn't want to have to stop every 30 minutes. On the Steese Highway, the road north out of town, I saw brake lights ahead and eased to the shoulder. I carried a small telescope and extended it to see why the people were stopping. Their headlights showed what appeared to be a roadblock. It was far more than the way station there for the semi-truck traffic. "What the hell is a roadblock doing out here?" I groused. The big corporations used this road to get to the oil fields on the north slope of Alaska. If this were a local roadblock, the oil companies would pitch a fit to the state government, who would show up in force to rein in the upstart locals. Maybe all I needed to do was wait out the local politicians and their overreach. I could do that from the cabin, where I would be alone with my thoughts. I didn't need to keep worrying about things outside of my control. From where I sat on a lonely road in the early morning in late January, I realized there wasn't a damn thing in my control. Even something as simple as going to the cabin was a trial. I pulled a U-turn across the highway and took a side road. There was a way around the checkpoint by roads, but it was a circuitous, tough route. That's why the officials put it where they did, but I could easily skip past it on the snow machine. I parked at a pullout and unloaded my sled and the 2 behind. I loaded the sled from the supplies in the back seat, wrapped a tarp over top, strapped it down, and slowly drove away. I took it easy through the woods, picking and choosing the least risky path. I needed to drive about 7 more miles through the wooded area before I could catch the trail. I didn't need the checkpoint to hear the whine of my motor and come after me, whoever they were. I guessed it was something from the burrow. Why would they set up a checkpoint? They hadn't asserted complete control over the city, not yet anyway. There had to be a different explanation. Maybe it had been a DUI checkpoint. They couldn't simply check everyone driving out of the city, could they? This was more than a random stop. I figured they'd be gone by the time I got back. 7 miles, through the trees, around steep cliffs, and across private property. I whispered my apology to the owners and hurried across as fast as I could, which wasn't saying much. I stayed to the trees. No one needed to see me bugging out. It took nearly an hour because I never hit a stretch where I could open it up. But once I reached the trail, it was smooth sailing at 25 to 30 miles an hour. I was happy to have the checkpoint in my rearview mirror. I dove off the track at the big tree by the steep hillside. That's how I navigated. The old man gave everything a name and recited it as we passed. I repeated them each time on my own. I knew the way. There were a lot of twists and turns. Go round the hill, cross the valley, across the stream, and into the woods on the far side at the Twin Spruce. We'd pioneered the track over the course of 2 decades. It was our getaway, 80 miles from anywhere, so we could hunt to our heart's content. No one could hear the gunfire in the off-season. We may have abused that privilege, but we always ate what we shot. Nothing went to waste. An hour passed, then a second. I stopped in a wind-swept section where the snow wasn't so deep. I turned the snow machine off and stood so I could stretch. I was almost 2/3 of the way there, but I'd been on the trail for 3 hours. It would be another hour, 2 at the most. At least it was daylight, and would be when I arrived at the cabin. That gave me time to bring in wood and get the fire started before darkness rolled in. That far from the civilized world, there was no ambient light. The darkness was absolute. But the stars were incredible. Nothing to interfere with watching them. It was as peaceful as a place could be. I climbed back on the snow machine and fired it up. Left at the rock that looked like a hunched-over bear, and right at the next rock that looked like a coffee pot. 90 minutes of dedicated driving, and I was close, but there were tracks, fresh tracks. Grizzly, judging from the size. I carried the Desert Eagle in a Warden chest holster. I loosened it while idling, scanning the area for where my friend might have been. Bears hibernated in the winter, but they came out of their dens for brief periods. They didn't sleep solidly for 4 to 5 months. They moved around their den while in a state of torpor, where their muscle mass remained constant, burning only fat for fuel. But they didn't soil their den or fully wake up. Finding one outside in the winter was rare, but not unheard of. That also meant the den was close. That was something I didn't want, since it put the cabin in the bear's claimed territory. We'd end up fighting for dominance. I'd have to kill it. Now was as good a time as any, because the bear would be less aggressive. And grizzly was good eating, since they were omnivores. We'd had it before, but only once. Dad didn't hunt them on purpose, but one decided that it wanted our moose while we were cleaning it. There had been no posturing, no negotiation. The old man raised his rifle and fired freehand, hitting the bear right between its beady eyes. And then he shot it 4 more times with his .383. He wasn't messing around. I thought about taking its claws, but Dad gave me a hard side-eye. We had too much work to do cleaning 2 large animals. With the bear added to the moose, it took us all day and all night. That's when the old man showed me how to tan a hide. Grizzly was better than moose when it came to a rug or a blanket. It took 3 trips to get that meat out of there, and it wasn't the old man who had to walk the perimeter as security for our kills. Bears could smell blood for miles. Speed was critical to clean the animals and get it out before the scavengers showed up. Wolves, bears, even eagles. They looked for those choice morsels that they didn't have to kill themselves. I had never seen a wolverine, but they would eat anything too. This was Alaska. Survival meant surviving, as hard as it was or as easy as it could be. The grizzly needed to go. I took off my helmet and left it on the seat of the snow machine. I dug in the sled for the Garand. It was a little heavy for offhand snapshots, but it had the rounds that would take the bear down. I loaded the weapon, taking care to hold the bolt open with my forefinger while I pushed the 8-round clip into place. I let the bolt snap home once my thumb was clear. I flipped the safety forward and stalked through the snow along the trail the bear had left. The snow crunched under my feet. There wasn't a lot of it here. Either it was cold or there was snow. We usually didn't get both. This year, it was the cold. Next year, it probably wouldn't be as cold, but we'd get more snow. There was no reason to beg for one over the other. They both had their benefits, and they both had their drawbacks. I circled around a tree to find the tracks leading into a den. I could see the bear's fur as the dim sunlight shone through the hole in the snow to a small rocky overhang. I aimed, but couldn't pull the trigger. Come springtime, I'd make a smoky fire and drive the grizzly away. If I was going to shoot it, it wouldn't be while it was sleeping. The snow machine was only 20 yards from the den's entrance. I flipped the safety back against the trigger and put the weapon in the sled. I started to get on, and then returned. I had used blankets as padding. I took one of the smaller ones and returned to the den. I carefully placed the blanket on what I could see of the bear's hide. I had the .45 caliber in my hand, just in case, but I didn't wake the creature. Maybe by sleeping with my smell, it wouldn't want to kill me the second it got up from its winter nap. If I had to kill it because it wanted to dominate this territory, then I would, but I'd give it a chance to move on first. I didn't need to kill it now. Prudence in all things. I wouldn't take more than I needed, and under no circumstances was I going to shoot an animal that was sleeping. Peace with the neighbors. I backed away. The old man would have been livid. Kill it for food and be safe. Claim the territory as yours and defend it with everything you have. This isn't Snow White. The animals aren't coming to do your dishes for you. I could hear every word in his voice. I didn't need to be him, but I needed to learn the lessons that would make this life worth living. As much food as we made, Dad always gave away his jelly. From berries that we picked, black, blue, or red, he made gallons of jelly and canned it in a seemingly never-ending supply of small jars that he pulled from the shed, the one we needed to rebuild, the one I needed to fix. I probably wouldn't, and would opt to tear it down instead and use the wood to shore up the other buildings. That made the most sense to me. I needed less storage space. I wouldn't be making jelly for others, but I would share meat, as much as they wanted beyond what I had for me. That brought me back to the city. They were going to supply food to everyone? What were they going to do? Throw pumpkins on the roadway and mow down moose while they ate? Roadkill in Alaska went to needy families identified on a list maintained in each borough, while feeding wildlife was illegal. How was it going to be done? Show us, don't tell us, I thought in my most demanding voice. It was how I won the best arguments, always in the privacy of my own mind. That's why I was here. I put the snow machine and trailer right in front of the door that had multiple combination locks. We could never guarantee that we'd have a key with us, and we didn't want to leave one to be found. 3 different combinations, each one a birthday or a part of a birthday. I pushed the heavy wood door open to find the place a little dusty, but no worse for wear. It was cold inside, but the last thing we did before we left was to set up the Franklin stove in the middle of the room for the next time. I lit kindling using a survival sparking tool that hung from a hook on the wall, one among many useful items that hung from hooks on the log walls. The kindling required the breath of life, a gentle puff to bring the embers to flame. Into the stove, and with a little encouragement, the fire started. The instant burst of heat was welcome. By the time I finished unloading the sled, the stove was blazing. Water in the pot on top was boiling. I'd add another log after an hour, keep the heat up to drive away the worst of the cold, and in between, I'd have a cup of beef broth to warm myself on the inside. Reorientation. After I warmed up, I went outside to disconnect the battery on the snow machine. No sense in helping it die by bleeding it. The backup of the pull starter had served us well many times. We didn't always have electricity and a battery charger at our command. I shut the door and bolted it from the inside. It helped hold the door tightly against the frame. I didn't feel like I needed to secure myself inside. There was no one out there. Despite popular fiction shows, there weren't aliens, wendigos, or yetis. There were no people in this area, although someone might stumble across the cabin. We'd built shutters that locked from the inside to protect the glass. It kept light from signaling that someone was home, too. They were 4-paned, with standard 12 by 12-inch panels, and we had spare cuts of glass in case any of them broke. Sometimes it happened spontaneously because of the shrinking and expanding wood. The longer it aged, the less it shrunk. None of them needed replacing today. There was a window in each wall, with a single 12 by 12 pane in the door. Standardization made the building process easier and the upkeep manageable. I moved Dad's bed closer to the middle of the room. There were 2 beds, simple army cots. We didn't bother breaking them down. It was such a trial to get the lateral support braces in place. We had a pry bar, but still, it was one of those holdovers from the Marines that I no longer wanted to bother with. Neither did the old man. He wouldn't let anything defeat him twice. He considered it a failure if he used the pry bar to put the cot together. To get it done on a bed that hadn't been stretched out yet, you had to gain a mechanical advantage. Our puny human bodies weren't equipped to win the fight against a new cot. It made us both laugh, and we kept them put together once we had them right. He had blankets on his, and I had a military sleeping bag on mine. It was good when sleeping in the cold, but the cabin was warming up nicely. I used Dad's blankets, even though I knew I'd kick them off. I sipped at my coffee after blowing on it. We had already laid in a huge stock of instant. We'd have coffee for 10 years at the rate we used it, a few days here or there. If I was going to be here for a while, then I'd go through it more quickly. There was still enough for years. I added a little snow from the bucket I'd collected before I bolted the door for the evening. It would melt, and I'd have cool water in the morning. The time showed that it was only 5 in the evening. I was tired from the hard ride out here, but couldn't go to sleep yet. I was in the middle of nowhere. The technological luxury that I brought with me was a Kindle Paperwhite. It lasted for weeks and carried an entire library. We had paperbacks on shelves built against the walls. They helped insulate the place, but it was hard to haul more than a few at a time. I had a small stove from BioLite that had a device on it to charge through a USB port. The heat was turned into electricity. It was an incredible piece of technology. I could boil water on it and charge a Kindle or a cell phone or a GPS or my smartwatch. I had it all with me. Dad would scowl as he pulled out his flip phone and made a show of turning it off and tossing it into his pack. I turned off my phone too, but I appreciated having it when we returned to the city. I'd activate it when we were in range of the towers. I hated surprises. By pulling some news and emails, we'd get a heads up before we loaded the snow machines on the truck. I wouldn't have to worry about that for a few days. I was going to stay right here, get caught up on reading, maybe even cut and split more wood. There was a chainsaw at the cabin with a spare chain and oil for the fuel mix. The log splitter was manual, a maul and an axe. It was hard work, but good for fitness, cardio and strength at the same time. Our bodies were the only thing that would carry us. There was no tool or device that could take the place of being fit. My dad had lasted to 87 years old. If I made it that far, it wouldn't be in a nursing home where I'd be paying local kids to sneak me booze and Oreos so I could run a black market in the home purely for the fun of it. It was enticing from a rebellious perspective. Maybe I had more of a resistance persona than the old man gave me credit for. Our last interaction had been less than stellar from my perspective. He'd used me to get the authorities off our backs. Had he told me his plan, I would have gone along with it, but I would have talked him into using his old 4570 and not my nice stainless steel version. I'd be miffed about that for the rest of my life, but I didn't have anyone to complain to. Had he been happy on that last day? He ate well and had good coffee, Taster's Choice Instant, which was what we preferred because it was a survivalist drink. It was lightweight and provided a solid link to civilization. If we had to survive in Alaska, there would be no coffee besides what we had with us. The cabin had a couple reclining beach chairs. They were lower to the ground than I liked, but once in them, they were comfortable for lengthy reading sessions. I fixed my coffee and settled in to kill time before it was reasonable to go to sleep. The Kindle sat in my lap, forgotten, as I watched the fire. Being alone was different than feeling alone. Being alone was a choice. Come to the cabin, disconnect from society for a while. But I also felt alone. I had no children, no other family. It was just me. I had committed a great deal of my life to my parents once I retired from the Corps. I bounced around a few jobs, but nothing did it for me because they lacked the camaraderie of the brotherhood. I ended up coming back home to help with Mom, and then Dad. It wasn't a choice that I made lightly, but the decision had to be made. It wasn't in me to subcontract their health and well-being to someone else. There was no one else. So I abandoned my second career opportunities and came home to the interior. I was tired of being outside, or in words that locals didn't use, being outside of Alaska. Either you were home or outside. I came home. The inevitable was that I'd be here past my parents. I never guessed that I'd be thrust into a renewed battle for freedom. How did it come to this? Secure the supply lines. That was basic military strategy, courtesy of Napoleon and Alfred Thayer Mahan. A supplied army can win. One without ammunition or food cannot. The local authorities were seeking to control the food supply. They had set up a checkpoint, so they were controlling the flow of people in and out of the city. I expected there would be checkpoints to the south and southeast, the two major roads that provided an exit in those directions. The road north didn't connect with the outside, unless you went through Circle to Chicken and followed a dog track road into the northernmost part of Canada. It would be unpassable this time of year. Take our ability to fight back while whittling away at our will to fight back. Things aren't too bad, Eldon had said. Eat the elephant one bite at a time. I wouldn't give in. I'd give the impression of playing along so they didn't focus on me, but all the while, I would be planning to remove them from power. We'd try the legal way first with someone who is frothing at the mouth angry. He'd be the figurehead. He'd attack the constitutionality of what they'd done. Maybe there were good people left in the local government or the state government, even though the Alaskan Supreme Court were elected positions. The person didn't even have to be a licensed lawyer to win a seat. It harkened back to the original formation days, not that long ago. There weren't that many professionals in the state, so we took who we could get. There wasn't a law school in the state, so Alaska had reciprocal agreements where those who passed the bar in certain states like Washington and California would be licensed to practice in the great state. What kind of infiltration did we have by outsiders who would pollute our government with their outside ideals and failure to intimately understand Alaskan lifestyles, from subsistence to native populations, to the blue-collar workforce working in resource extraction? Everyone had different needs, but we were all in it together. We didn't want to count on people from the outside to save us. There was nothing to save us from unless you were from the outside and determined we were poor and needed to suck off the government teat to survive. They didn't understand. That's how they rationalized taking my moose rifle. What a bunch of knobs. How did they get in power? We had only ourselves to blame. Those who voted based on buying into their sales pitch, and those who didn't vote. Be careful what you ask for. You may get it. Professional politicians were good at one thing: staying in power. I wanted to punch something or someone, but that wasn't the right answer. The courts. We'd beat them in court. Every way I looked at it, that was the only conclusion I could reach. Resorting to violence couldn't be the way. The cabin was drafty, but not as bad as some I'd been in. The old man may not have been the best craftsman, but he was meticulous in the things that were important. The building was solid, with an outhouse to the side. We kept the seat inside the cabin and would carry it out for use. No one liked sitting on a cold seat, especially one that would freeze your skin. We had long socks covering each side. Nothing but the best for our butts. I laughed at that. It was Dad's statement. He didn't take his personal comfort lightly, while also being willing to sleep on the ground. It only caused him grief when he roughed it when he didn't have to. I put my Kindle aside, away from the heat of the stove, and snuggled under the blankets. It wasn't late, but no one cared if I woke up in the middle of the night, least of all me. There were things I could do, like rearrange the cupboards and secure the weapons in the homemade locker. In case someone did break in, I'd be happy if they didn't find everything or have access to anything. I couldn't imagine anyone finding the cabin, but stranger things had happened. Breaking in wasn't beyond pale. I would do it if that grizzly was chasing me. People had good reasons when it came to survival. There was a note on the table in case someone did break in, offering any of the food, but asking the individual not to take more than they needed for immediate survival, and to secure the door when they departed. It wasn't asking too much. Sleep came quickly, despite the challenges I found myself facing. I was in the cabin, hell and gone from anyone I had to deal with. It didn't matter that I was hiding from the world. The return. 2 days later, I was ready to go home. I liked the internet. I liked television. I liked flush toilets. Me and the post-apocalypse would never get along. I preferred my creature comforts. The trailer was empty, which helped me make better time on the way back, but I still had the question of the checkpoint. Would it be there? If not, I could ride the ditch along the road from the trailhead to where I parked my truck. It was a question that wouldn't be answered while I was underway. A touch under 3 hours, and I found myself at the trail where I could make the best time. I followed it past where I had joined it on the way out, and slowed when I reached the highway. I cruised along the ditch until I had a view of where the checkpoint was, or rather, had been. The area was empty. The way station remained, but it looked like it was closed. I pulled over to the side of the road to check my phone for the latest news. There wasn't anything. All reports were vanilla. That could mean something, or it could mean nothing. I shook my head at my worthless analysis. I sped up, slowed to cross a side road, and then sped up along the sled trail that was in the ditch on this stretch. I continued to the side road and raced up to my truck to find that it had a parking boot on it. It was an annoyance, nothing more. The tire was too big, and the boot didn't fit completely over the lug nuts. I had enough tools in the truck to rebuild the engine if I needed. I pulled the spare tire from underneath the truck, jacked up the truck, and removed the offending tire, replacing it with the spare. I threw the booted tire into the sled. I drove the snow machine up the ramp and into the bed. I slid the trailer up the ramp and into the open space between my snow machine and the side wall. I strapped everything down and climbed inside. The truck started despite temperatures that had hovered near 0 Fahrenheit. I let it warm up before turning around and going home. The boot on my truck's tire. There was no reason for that, but it made me wonder about the house. Did they enter it while I was gone? I suspected they might have. Maybe they found what was under the floorboards, but probably not. That would be far beyond the scope of a safety check. But then again, they weren't going to be constrained by the law. Only we were under such restrictions. When the law won't protect you from your government, it's a bad law and a corrupt regime. They fear the people and use the laws to maintain control over them. I was surprised to find my home unmolested. I was thinking the worst of them. My ire and distrust may have been mildly misplaced. In the mailbox was a summons to appear on the misdemeanor charge of owning an illegal weapon, even though I handed it over. My court date was in 15 minutes. I hadn't even removed my snow pants. I didn't have time. I raced for the courthouse and drove more recklessly than I would have liked. I parked illegally, adding to my growing list of crimes despite my compliance. I hurried through the metal detector, happy to have left my pistol in the house where they'd find it if they rolled in while I was here. I was failing at everything. They had me on my heels. If I hadn't removed the boot, I would have missed the court date entirely. Then I would have been a fugitive instead of being able to address the charge. They confiscated my knife and cleared me to pass. I'll pick that up on my way out. Sorry about that. I ran up the stairs and into the courtroom, arriving at the exact second that I was supposed to appear. "Mr. Cory Beringer," the judge droned while looking at a paper before him. "That's me," I said, raising my hand. He didn't look twice at my outfit. This was Fairbanks. There was a loosely enforced dress code. "Check in with the clerk," he ordered. I was supposed to check in early and get sworn in. I hadn't done that, so the clerk hurried through the process. As soon as I was ready, she directed me to a podium with a microphone. "You're charged with the misdemeanor crime of possession of an illegal weapon. How do you plead?" "Your Honor, making weapons illegal without a notice period and seized during a search conducted without probable cause violates the Fourth Amendment. Seizing a firearm that isn't illegally owned, thanks to being grandfathered in, is a violation of the Second Amendment." "How do you plead?" "Not guilty, Your Honor." "Court will record the defendant's plea. You are found not guilty of Fairbanks North Star Borough Ordinance 85.05-1A. You are free to go." I scanned the indifferent crowd. "Thank you," I said softly, and walked out with my head held high. I stopped by security for my knife, but they shrugged. "You shouldn't have tried to bring it in. It's already gone." It wasn't gone. It was in their collection box. All they had to do was open it up and give me my knife. I'd just been found not guilty, which I had never been guilty. More harassment. How much was I willing to take before they broke me? "Have a nice day, gentlemen," I told them and walked out. I hadn't been inside for more than 10 minutes. I hadn't even gotten a ticket on my truck. I didn't press that small bit of good luck, but I didn't have time to unload my ride or the sled with the booted wheel inside that I had parked right in front of the courthouse. I needed to get home. I had stuff to do that didn't involve me getting arrested and dragged back into court. I called Dorothy to tell her I'd be at the homeless kitchen in the morning. She'd already scheduled someone for that shift, but had a gap for the next, and could I come in at that time? I agreed. I didn't care which 2 hours. I decided to visit the gym before my shift. I needed some normalcy. My body decided that routine would serve me better than running back to the cabin with another load. There was 2 months of guaranteed snow on the ground to make the trip while it was still convenient. An ATV was possible to use, but it would be far rougher than a snow machine. Hiking was my least favorite, but the one that Dad liked the best. I don't think he liked the cold, but he never complained. But hiking, 5 days to get there with only what we could carry on our backs. He'd load me down like his pack mule. I wouldn't miss that part of it. Hike for 5 days to get from one place to another. It held no allure for me. Snow machine for 5 hours or walk for 5 days. to include fording more than one freezing cold stream. I sat in the living room and watched the local news to look for what they weren't saying, because what they were saying was vanilla, to say the least. It was mind-boggling. Overnight, I had become a conspiracy theorist. How was I not guilty? I simply pled and was acquitted. That wasn't how the justice system worked. No one presented a case for or against me. I'd have new confidence in the system if there was a sympathetic judge making sure everyone charged under the new laws was acquitted and released. That would show the supreme beings that they weren't all-powerful. Illegal laws wouldn't be enforced. The thought raised my spirits. There was nothing on the television about any of it. All the stories were positive and uplifting. That told me something was wrong. You'd think it was springtime in Hawaii with the news. I went on social media and looked for anything posted by locals, but the feed was greatly constrained. I had to search name by name and then see what they posted. There weren't any reactions on any of them, as in they weren't being shown on anyone's feed. The only way to find the posts was by pulling them directly off the poster's page. I decided that I didn't like social media. I needed someone like Dash to do it for me, but he couldn't be trusted. Not with his aunt as a representative on the assembly. Innocuous accounts of strange happenings. Why is Perdigo's closed? I go there every Monday for a Philly cheesesteak, best in Alaska. No sign, no nothing. Anyone know what happened to old man Perdigo? I'm worried about him, and selfishly, I now want a chicken parm. Another local acquaintance drove trucks for a living. He was a real North Slope trucker and laughed at the show, implying that they always drove on ice. New checkpoint at the way station north of FBX on Steese. Give yourself extra time. I think they were Burro. They took 2 seconds checking my insurance and registration and turned me loose. It could have been worse. They could have been looking for back alimony for my ex. Ha! Like she's ever going to see that. I'd take myself out for dinner, bring my Kindle, and keep reading. I liked military science fiction. I preferred a future where people fought for what they wanted, fought with big stompy robots or plasma rifles and railguns. Our military didn't have any of that. Good thing. I'd served long enough to know that new and powerful weapon systems would find a reason to get used, be expended, and replaced by something even more expensive. It was easy to give grief to the military-industrial complex. Too many had grown fantastically wealthy from war. Too many who never served in the war zone. Riding the backs of those who risked all, while touting how many hadn't died to show progress with advanced weapons. Why have it if you can't show it off? I had been on the beneficial end of weapons that worked properly and sent the enemy running for their holes in the ground. They always had holes because we always had bombs to drop on their heads. Always. No matter how many we sent into a war zone, we were able to find more. How could a retired Marine be anti-war? Nearly every Marine I knew was anti-war. They were up for a good fight, but the people making the decision to employ the Corps were insulated from its effects. They had no skin in the game. Their children weren't serving, and the vast majority of politicians never served. No risk to them except to their power, and that was built into the calculation to go to war. We went and put our boots on the ground to fulfill nebulous missions. I was glad I retired. There was no way I could have kept doing that. I served for the greater good, even if it wasn't greater, although many times it was good. The people on the ground benefited, those we freed from their oppressors, whether terrorist organizations or totalitarian regimes. But we couldn't stay there forever. The second we left, the masters would swoop in and take over, from better to worse at the speed of a small pickup truck with a machine gun mounted in the back. And then, the same people who sent us to war would deny visas to those who wanted to flee their country when we pulled out. We'll help you, but on our terms. That guaranteed that no one would help us in the future. No promise we could make would entice them to our side because they were convinced we'd abandon them. That's why I liked science fiction, because it was better than the harsh reality where I found myself, abandoned to the whims of a ruling elite. We'd failed in our duty as voters to screen those seeking positions that were important for our way of life. We didn't think we were upsetting the apple cart. Too late. I'd been charged with a crime and dragged to court. My weapons seized and destroyed. They put a boot on my truck. They put a checkpoint up. And Eldon had offed himself. I didn't want to think it was the dark picture that I had been painting. I didn't need to feel worse than I already did. Dad had died alone while I was out doing nothing important. I didn't want to go out after I'd earlier convinced myself that dinner in a restaurant would be something I needed. I didn't want to cook either. I wasn't about to pay a delivery driver to pick up something for me. I didn't know what I had against that convenience, but I'd seen people complain about not getting the right order, or their order had been messed up, or it arrived cold. Was that what we'd degenerated into? If we didn't get our conveniences, we'd wail and cry? I grabbed my jacket and stuffed my wallet in the pocket. With my keys in my hand, I strolled out. The initial blast of cold was always the worst. After that, the cold was painful, but not sharply so. I'd heard from the sourdoughs, those who lived here the longest, that it was never too cold, only that you were underdressed. Disappearance. I drove by Perdigo's first to find that it was still closed. Then I went to the VFW, where I would grab a drink and listen to whatever the scuttlebutt was, the rumors and gossip that military personnel thrived on. Waiting on the word. That was a Marine's terminable fate. The VFW was open, but there were only 3 vehicles in the lot. My truck made a 4th. The parking lot carried drifts of ice against the plowed snow. It made for a treacherous walk for the unwary, but everyone who frequented this place lived here and had for a long time. The advice to walk like a penguin was best followed. I stayed off my heels. The effect was the same. I kept from sliding and falling. Inside, I found 5 old men at the bar, locked in deep conversation with the bartender. They quieted with my arrival. "Another round for everyone, on me." I twirled my finger in the air. "And I'll take an Alaskan amber, please." The bartender set up the group with pints of whatever they had on draft. Mine came in a bottle. "Here's to winning the next war." I raised mine in a toast. "We're too old for that garbage," a gruff, grizzled gray hair said. "Here's to winning every war I fought in." He lifted his glass to me and drank. "What you mean by that?" another asked. They looked at me like they didn't want to drink my beer. "They took my moose rifle. I see that as a declaration of war." I'd lost the advantage of gossip, so I opted for a more direct approach. "Dick said they cleaned him out, helped themselves into his house. He hadn't locked his gun cabinet, and now it's empty. They stopped by, but I wouldn't keep anything in my house." He tipped his head back, looking smug. "Anyone know what they want?" I asked. The first old man to speak answered, "Take the guns off the street. The downtown is a violent place. I'd be surprised if we didn't get shot at on the way out of here." I recoiled at the propaganda pitch. "Have you ever been shot at down here?" To be clear, my rifle wasn't out on the street. It was where I could get it to take hunting. It was never used in a crime. I doubt they went door to door in the drug neighborhoods. The sheriff opted to harass law-abiding citizens. How am I supposed to get my moose this year? The old man shrugged. "Streets are already safer. I read that in the paper this morning." I snorted. I wanted to argue, but I knew the words would be wasted. "That is good news. We don't need any more violent crime in this city." "I'll drink to that," the old man said. He looked like he could have served in Korea. That was still under armistice. It was arguable that we won Vietnam. We did win in Iraq, by any measure. Afghanistan, not so much. He looked too old to have fought in Iraq. Then again, were we talking Iraq I or Iraq II or Iraq III? Maybe we didn't win that one either. We won the big one, World War II. The old man wasn't that old. He was living in a fantasy land, buying whatever he was fed by authority figures. The other men nodded to me, close-mouthed. They wouldn't be telling me anything, not without the ringleader's approval, and he was already on the defensive. "I think the weather's breaking," I started. The old man waved his hand. "No one cares what you think. You can drink my beer, but not give me the courtesy of a conversation? Let me guess, you were an Army Spec 4 passed over for promotion and forced out of the service, so you are permanently living in a world where you won the war single-handedly." I took a long drink from the bottle. "I'll bid you good night. I hope you get your mental health looked after." Two of the men at the bar snickered at my jibe. I wasn't kidding. I was less than amused by a fellow veteran who was a miserable human being. I tossed 2 20s on the bar and tipped my head to the bartender. That was the last time I'd go to the VFW. I had no allies there. I drove to a restaurant on Airport, which served all-American food. I went with biscuits and gravy, breakfast for dinner. Dad loved biscuits and gravy. I figured it was a heart attack on a plate, but it was what I wanted. People were eating in relative peace. Families enjoyed not having to cook for themselves, being in a place that might have been warmer than their own home. Maybe Fairbanks was a little more depressed than I thought. Then again, people didn't put on airs, not in a place where the weather or wild animals could and would kill you if you lost focus at the wrong time. I left a $20 tip and went to my truck, where I sat with it running, blasting the heat to the interior. Alone and lonely. I listened to a heavy metal tune that came on the rock station. When it finished, I went to Walmart just to be around people, maybe pick up something I didn't need. The building was big and well lit. There weren't many customers inside, but browsing shoppers made it feel less empty. I rolled up and down the aisles, remembering that I wanted extra spices for the homeless kitchen. If I was going to eat my own cooking, I'd juice it up a little. Not spicy, but tasty, at least in my less-than-considered opinion. I was far from a gourmet, but I did like to eat. A gourmet didn't eat biscuits and gravy for dinner at a low-cost diner. With the side of sausage, of course. It was good, and that's all that mattered. I bought a few microwave meals for when I didn't feel like cooking something decent. It was hard to be in the mood for food preparation when it was just me. There was no one to share cleanup afterward. The loss kept coming back to me. It wasn't something I'd get over in a few days. I had to allow myself some grace and reconciled myself with the fact that it wouldn't be easy moving on. I hadn't seen the judge yet for probate. I needed to take care of that. Get the death certificate, too. I was the executor, and I'd been shirking my duties by not facing the inevitable. I picked up a bag of potato chips, something I almost never ate because they gave me heartburn. I picked up a pack of antacids, too. I went to a staffed register. I loathed self-checkout. I refused to put myself under the watchful eye of someone who would swoop in and do it for you if you demonstrated sufficient incompetence. I avoided that in entirety. I didn't work there, and chose to give my business to those who did, especially since there wasn't an immediate discount for checking yourself out. I took it easy on the drive home. There was no reason to hurry. My growing distrust of my fellow humans created friction, so much so that I expected my house would have been broken into by the so-called authorities every time I returned home. But it hadn't been. I was starting to think my paranoia was imagined, seeing things that weren't there. I could call the VA and get my own mental health appointment. I'd do that in the morning. I'd never seen a therapist before. It was a bit much. I realized that come the morning, after a decent night's sleep, I'd decide not to call. Someone was gaslighting me, along with the rest of the city. I accessed the local paper online and looked for the article claiming that violent crime was down. Less than a week? That wasn't long enough for respectable data. Plus, the ones who controlled the reporting had a vested interest in making sure the real numbers didn't see the light of day. No matter the level of violence, it was inevitable that official reports would show the world to be a safer place. Whether it was or not was up for debate. Official figures, they'd call them. More conspiracy theories infesting my thoughts. I put the groceries away and settled into the recliner with the television playing an innocuous comedy. I dug into our DVD collection and selected Patton, a pick-me-up kind of war movie. It made me feel the right things. Invest lives in the liberation of an entire continent. That was something worth fighting and dying for. They took my moose rifle. They charged me with a crime for it, too. And they put a boot on my truck. Those were facts. The music started, and I disappeared into the movie. I needed that more than going to the cabin. Modern technology is therapy. Even though it wasn't that modern, playing a movie at home had been around for decades, ever since you could rent movies from Blockbuster. It was exactly as I thought. Getting a good night's sleep had been a remedy. There was no way I was calling the doctor's office for an appointment with a mental health professional. Like Dad used to say, bury it and take it to your grave. I had to make an appointment for probate, see the funeral home to find about the death certificate, and get titles and stuff changed over into my name. The old man had a bank account. I had no idea how much money was in there. I didn't care, but then again, there was no reason to abandon it and let the bank have it. I wanted to work out and had 2 hours on shift at the kitchen. It was refreshing having a full schedule. I checked the news to find that the judge who had found me not guilty for illegal weapon possession had died in a car crash. The conspiracy theories rushed back to the forefront of my mind. I flopped into the recliner and sulked. Feeling better came at the price of feeling worse. I instantly wanted to blow off going to the gym, but that's not what we were taught in the Marines. Sweat it out. So I dressed in my workout gear and headed out. If I had to, I'd cook in my sweats. It was the homeless kitchen. There wasn't a dress code, but I'd be clean, and that's what mattered. At the gym, I went for cardio. Lots of time on the treadmill, followed by the stair-stepper. It was good to get the heart pumping from something other than stress. I threw a little iron around afterward to let my muscles know that I hadn't forgotten them. It was a short drive to the kitchen. I kept my hair trimmed, Marine style, and turned up the heat in the truck to help it dry. I had to lean over the steering wheel to catch the extra air from the defrosters. 5 minutes later, I walked into the homeless kitchen. Dorothy was up front, as always. I waved on my way to the back. I found 2 people there who I'd never seen before. They hadn't kept up with the cleaning, but there was enough food ready to restock the line. "Thank God," the man in the chef's apron declared. He tore off the apron, tossed it to me, and ran out. The woman doing the dishes looked like she was on her last nerve. "I brought extra spices." I held up the bag and shook it. She broke down and started to cry. I took a soda from the fridge and brought it to her. I wasn't good around crying women. "I'll clean this up. Why don't you head out?" She nodded, but only moved 5 feet before leaning against the counter and letting the tears roll down her face. At the stove, I expected to see Eldon, but he wouldn't be back. I could sympathize with the sad lady. I was sad, too. I put on the big rubber gloves and stacked the pots and trays to clear up counter space while preparing them under the spray to wash away the worst of the clinging food. I rolled through the dishes and sent them into the dishwasher. A 10-minute commitment cleaned up enough that I could get to cooking. I swapped aprons, surprised to find the woman was still there. "Why do you do it?" She nodded toward the sink. A good humor comeback found its way to the tip of my tongue, but that's not what she wanted to hear. "My dad died last week, my mom last year. I came here so I could do something for others, and also so I wouldn't be completely alone." It seemed like that's what she needed to hear. "My husband walked out on me. Seems the house is in foreclosure. I have a week to move out. I have absolutely nothing to my name." "You don't have a job?" I blurted. It was more insensitive sounding than I wanted, but it didn't bother her.
didn't think I needed one. The kids are out of the house. I not only need to find a job, I need to find a place to live without having any money. I thought working here would take the edge off actually coming here to get something to eat. I was horrible at saying no. Before I could stop myself, I said the words, "You can stay at my house. Nothing untoward, ma'am. I have a room. Plenty of food, too. I can't guarantee it's better than what you get here, but the cook will look the same." "I can cook pretty well if my husband's paunch is anything to go by." "Then why are you washing dishes?" I pointed at the cleaning station. "Because the other guy said he didn't do dishes." "If you're willing to stay an extra shift, here you go." I handed her the cooking apron and put the rubber apron back on. I had gotten quite efficient at clearing the pots, pans, and dishes. I was a machine, but my legs were starting to stiffen from the hard run and climb. I saw a lot of leaning in my near future. The woman perked up quickly. She was comfortable with the food preparation. She went through my spices and used them judiciously. 15 minutes later, I was caught up and took my first break. There were no formal breaks. We worked when there was work to do. It was the way of volunteers. You only got as much work as they were willing to do. Anything was more than nothing, but I wouldn't leave the kitchen a mess. I took a spray bottle to the prep counter and washed it down in between cuttings. I wiped it clean. "What's your name?" "Laura," she called over her shoulder. She glanced back to see me wiping down a second counter. She looked surprised. "It's a partnership here. When there's work to do, everyone dives in until it's done. Can't have people getting overwhelmed." "It's just that, well, I'm not used to getting help in the kitchen." "Get used to it. Running this place alone sucks bad. I've had to do it once, and that was enough. It's always better to get help." "Do you have a car?" "It's on its last leg." "I'll take a look, see what there is to see. If all else fails, you can ride with me." "I don't know what to say." "There's nothing to say. You have a meal to cook, and I have more cleanup to do. I think we're ahead, so maybe I'll try to get Dorothy to let me work the line for a while." "Don't leave me back here by myself," Laura pleaded.
Loose ends. She was more than alone. She was afraid of being alone, and fear was a great motivator. "I don't want you to be afraid. I'll stay back here, but you have to promise me to come with me on things I have to do with my father's estate. I have some boxes to check. I went through that with my grandparents. I'm more than happy to help out. It's one of the rare things I can offer." I waved a serving spoon back and forth and sent droplets of water spraying across the kitchen. "I won't have any of that negative self-talk. You help me get through the day, and I'll help you. We both win enough to make it to tomorrow. It's all anyone can ask." Eldon didn't get to see today. That was his choice. I wished he hadn't made it, but he did. Adults live with the consequences of their adult decisions. Back to cleanup. I took my time so I'd have something to do. The spray and dishwasher made a conversation with the cook impossible. Eldon and I would yell back and forth when he needed a pan or utensil. I'd yell at him not to burn something. I wasn't sure he had a sense of smell. Hold on to the good memories. Dorothy came in to let us know that she'd closed the line. Everything Laura had cooked would be put out tomorrow. We secured what was ready and filled the fridge. The first shift tomorrow would have it easy. "That's you, both of you, if you're up to it," Dorothy asked hopefully. I nodded. "I'll be here." "Me too," Laura promised. We turned everything off. With one last look to confirm the kitchen was secured, we left. In the parking lot, she pointed out her car, a true beater in the sense of beaters. At least 20 years old, with mixed and matched parts. She started it to show me how much blue smoke it spewed. "Turn it off. You're not driving that thing," I said. I winced at the sound of my order. She'd already had one controlling person in her life, and it showed since she was too willing to comply. She immediately turned off the engine. I'm sorry. Let me change that to say that it's probably best if you don't drive this thing. You need an engine rebuild, which I don't think is worth it for a car that old and that bad of shape. You can ride with me if you'd like." She didn't hesitate, again, too ready to do what she was told. Broken people. It's why I found it easy to help out my parents, one challenge at a time, and it became easier when I decided that it wasn't my place to fix broken people. I only had to fix myself, and that was a long-term project. I held the door for her, and she looked out from under her heavy knitted cap. I held the door for the old man coming down the street to make sure he made it inside. It was a little higher to climb in than what he'd been comfortable with in the later years. We drove first to the funeral home, because they'd send me to the right places to get what else I needed. Inside, we found the nice lady who'd helped me the first time around. "I have your urn," she said. It didn't immediately register. "I'm sorry? I was hoping you could tell me where I can get a death certificate." "Your father's ashes," she clarified. It dawned on me that was why I needed to come here in the first place. Of course. I'm still a little out of it. "Yes, please. I'll take the urn with me." "I'm sorry for your loss," she said in a well-practiced, sympathetic voice. I wondered how many times a day she said that same phrase. "Thank you for letting your grandfather know. I haven't notified anyone of his passing. I probably need to call Social Security to get that stopped." I stared at the floor. "There's no immediate rush. The worst thing that happens is they claw back the payment they made. Call them when you can. Call the VA if he was a vet. They both provide a stipend for funeral services. It never hurts to get a little extra." I shrugged one shoulder. $100 here or there made no difference to me. I had all I needed. The argument that everyone else got it wasn't reasoning that I agreed with. Should everyone get it? Maybe. I paid into Social Security for decades. So did my parents. But they drew out all they put in and then some, assuming they earned no interest on those contributions. They couldn't. Congress spent all the money in the fund and was paying it back with debt and new contributions. That was called a Ponzi scheme in corporate finance parlance, but the government didn't have to play by any rules except its own. Congress didn't contribute to Social Security, which showed better than anything what they thought of it as a retirement program. Laura stepped in because I was quagmired in meandering thoughts, the likes of which the old man would have. "Where would he get the death certificate?" she asked softly. "Online, from Juneau. There's a form, and it costs $30 for the first and $25 for others ordered at the same time. Depending on retirement pay, investments, probate, or other connections, you might need a bunch. Usually people order 3 to 5, if that makes it any easier." "We'll find the form. Thank you." "Do you want a notice in the paper?" "Well, we're going to do one. Do you have any pictures of your father we could use?" she asked. I fumbled with my phone until I came up with one of him fishing. He looked mad because I was taking a picture instead of casting. I was supposed to have my line in the water. That was 2 years earlier. In other civilizations, I would have been the old man grousing about the irreverent youth of the day. "That'll do nicely," the assistant said. I handed her my phone so she could text it to herself and submit it to the local paper. Too many people were dying. 3 in the last week. The obituary section was going to need a second page. I needed the intel because I didn't trust the government to tell me. "Have more people been dying recently than normal?" "We're double over last year at this time. They seem to come in waves. I'm sure it'll let up soon." "The judge," I pressed. "A tragedy, to be sure. Closed casket funeral, that one." She winced at the thought. I didn't need to push any harder. "Could you give us a few words about your father's life for the obituary?" "Not right now. I wasn't in the right frame of mind to write Dad's obituary, although I should have thought about it. Maybe he had written his own. He kept a pad of paper by his bed.
I hadn't touched anything of his besides what was under the floorboards. Laura didn't need to know anything about that. She'd have a bed until she got a job and her own place. Until then, I'd be glad of the company. I'll text you something within a day or two. Laura took the urn and thanked the young lady. Thank you, I told them both. In times like these, everyone needed a little help. Someone with a sympathetic ear and an extra pair of hands. I left without a further word, holding the door for Laura to walk out of the funeral home and the door of the truck for her to climb in. I didn't think anything about it, but it seemed to brighten her day. She'd probably been taken for granted for a long time. Shame. She was a nice lady. Once in the truck, I tried to think where else I had to go, but with the death certificate being online, I didn't have to see anyone about that. I'd researched probate online, too. I needed the information before I drove around without a clue what to do next. I guess it's time to go home. I can get online and figure out my next steps. Laura only nodded. She didn't have a bag with her. Do we need to run by your house and get some things? She started crying again. I waited. I wanted to turn on some music to take the edge off, but I didn't dare. That would seem heartless. But damn, I wasn't good around crying women. I just wanted her to stop crying. Her future was looking up. She didn't have to worry about being cast out and not having a job. She had a roof over her head, food, a bathroom, and didn't have a creepy guy looking to take advantage of her. Once the tears stopped, she said, I have nothing. I couldn't stop my quip. I needed the banter. Then you don't have anything weighing you down. Come on, let's go to the store. We'll buy what you need because I guarantee the old man and I have nothing you can use. We do have extra toothbrushes, shampoos, and soap, but it might not be what you use. Beggars can't be choosers, she whispered. Stop it. I told you not to talk about yourself in the negative. You're hardly a beggar. Loyal to a fault to someone who didn't appreciate it. Get you back on your feet. I heard success was the best revenge. How about you start your road to success right now? Why? She asked simply. Because you need help, and I can provide the simple things to get you beyond today. I've always thought that if I had the ability to help, then I had the responsibility. I understand that I can't help everyone, but when you were at your lowest point, with nothing to your name except the clothes on your back, you volunteered at the homeless kitchen. You decided to help others. That's the kind of person I'm happy to help. Buckle up. We're going to Walmart. That'll be twice in a week, which is a record for me. Don't worry about what it costs. I have the old man's money. He would have wanted to help you too. It's a way for him to be kind from beyond the grave. Or from the back seat, she said with a smile. I don't know how I can thank you. There was his urn in the back. I laughed. That was a good one. You can thank me by being successful. You never asked me how old I was, she said. We still hadn't left the parking lot, so I looked at her. I honestly don't care. I was also taught that you never ask a lady how old she is. Maybe that's old-fashioned, but there it is. 55, she offered, and nothing to show for it. Don't you have kids? She nodded. I'm 60 and no kids. Who has done more for the future, you or me? She recoiled and bumped into the truck door. That's a hard way to look at it. I think we're more than procreation machines. Me too, but I want you to be proud of your kids. They'll be something you always have. Let's start rebuilding both our lives, right now, at Walmart. She laughed. Gotta start somewhere. That's as good a place as any. Fred's doesn't have the clothing selection, unless you're okay with it. I like their stuff, she said. Then we'll go to Fred's. It's 3 minutes away at top speed. I put the truck in gear and drove slowly out of the parking lot. I had no intention of driving at top speed. She'd learned quickly that I was serious about important things. and everything else lended itself to being a joke. In reality, even the serious issues could be the butt of a good joke, like Dad providing new clothes and toiletries for Laura from the back seat. That was a good one, worthy of the Beringer name. You don't expect me to go clothes shopping with you. I'll be in the store, but doing my own thing. I don't like shopping for my own clothes. No, I'll take care of it. I'll be quick, she promised. New reality. We made it home, and I introduced her to the guest bedroom. I figured I'd move into Dad's room eventually, but not yet. The guest bedroom wasn't filled with starter plants like it usually would have been by this point. The sun lamps were in there. I took them down since it looked like a place to film pornos and not raise plants because there were no plants. The hallway bathroom is yours completely. I'll move my trash into the master bath. I'm sure it's not trash. Marine term of affection. Make yourself at home. I'm going to sit on the recliner and watch the news. Let me know when you're hungry. We'll make something to eat. I'll take inventory and make something for you. I have to earn my keep. You cook, I'll clean up. I cook, you clean. I didn't make the rules. That was Mom's rule, and she had enforced it. She'd let the dishes stack up until the only things that remained were paper plates and sandwiches. I brought my computer out to find the form to order a death certificate, which was easy once I knew what to look for. Same for a probate lawyer. I found one with a downtown office. I called him, and he said he'd take me as a client. The big question was, did I declare the stuff that Dad had hidden from the authorities, like $750,000 in cash, and the weapons, which had been made retroactively problematic? I didn't agree with the law, so it made it easier to ignore. The lawyer would tell me what options there were, and I'd select the one that exposed the least amount of Dad's possessions and wealth to public scrutiny. The public wasn't the problem. It was the local government. If they got wind of anything, they'd swarm into the house. I couldn't have that. That's why it was important that Laura not know about the floorboards. In the big scheme of life, I didn't know her at all. She could have been a plant if I wanted to go full conspiracy, but I wasn't ready to descend to those depths. She was a person down on her luck, the victim of a husband who lost interest and kicked her aside. That's what I needed to believe. It was better that way. Safer. The news, once again, was unremarkable. Nothing reported could be considered news. It was a celebration of how great the city was doing. From my perspective, the encroachment on personal freedoms should have been the only news. How far was the government pushing the boundaries of the Constitution? I thought they'd gone well beyond legality. They needed a lawsuit, but I wasn't going to fund it. I decided on my long drive back from the cabin. I also decided to maintain a low profile. They had the trump cards. They could grab me and throw me in jail, where I could do nothing about anything. I needed to stay out of the limelight. I couldn't collect information from inside a cell. I needed to find a ham radio operator who could talk with people across the globe. I accessed social media and looked for a local ham radio operator group. I asked to join the biggest one. That left me with nothing else to do for the rest of the day. I added a visit to the probate lawyer to my to-dos for tomorrow, and that was it. It had been a full day. I pushed myself forward, and my legs reminded me that I had worked them harder than usual. I smelled something cooking. The spices were different than what Dad used. I'd eat it, even if it was disgusting, and I'd do the dishes afterward. But it wasn't disgusting. Laura had made a cabbage and sausage mix that looked like a curry, but wasn't. I wouldn't have made anything like it for myself. Looks like I'm doing the dishes from here on out if that's how you cook. I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. She tried to help, but I chased her into the living room. Watch whatever you want. I'll be in here. It only took 15 minutes to clean up. It wasn't as hard as people made it out to be. It wasn't a punishment. It was something that was a part of a person's day, like brushing your teeth or taking a shower. When I joined her in the living room, she was under a blanket on the couch. It was cooler in here than a normal place. I added a log to the wood-burning stove. It didn't take long before I was spent. I'm going to bed. Shut stuff off and maybe throw another log on the fire before you turn in. Come morning, first thing is the homeless kitchen at 10, and then I go to the gym afterward. Fitness is important to me. Gives me the energy to fight all the battles. You are a good man, she said. I nodded. I never knew what to say to compliments. It wasn't the worst of my shortcomings. At the kitchen, Laura did the cooking while I begged Dorothy to put me on the line. After much cajoling, she agreed. Being out front gave me the opportunity to look for the core of my reconnaissance team. Give them something to look for while they were milling about. I joined a few people at a table during a lull in the service. Where do you guys spend your days? I asked, but only received shrugs in response. Do you know who the borough assembly members are? Two of the group nodded. I see them going into City Hall. They don't have time for the likes of us. Or $1. I have $1, even more. You two know the borough assembly members. I'd like to know who they meet with, whether inside or outside the FNSB building or City Hall. Can you keep a list for me? Maybe get a picture if you have a phone. Got me one of them presidential phones. I don't have service anymore, but I can take pictures, one of the two offered. I gave those two $10 each. The other two at the table perked up. I know the borough assembly members, a third said with bright eyes. What are their names? I asked. I didn't abide liars. Then again, the first two could have been lying about knowing them, or they could have been deluded. Many of the homeless have severe mental health issues. Too late. Where do you hang out during the day and into the evening? Bus station and then down across the airport. Airport was the road at the south end of the old downtown. From there, South Cushman was where many of the drug deals were made. Many were in the downtown area, too. That was one of many problems. Not everyone tolerated the extreme cold and perpetual dark. They compensated with drugs or alcohol. Some didn't cope at all. Suicides were higher in the winter. It was a hard life this far north. Many tolerated it without issue, like me. I didn't need to compensate one way or another. I always had something I could do, like writing my memoirs. That was a lifelong effort to get nowhere. I didn't think that I had an interesting life. Been everywhere, done nothing, was what I would tell people who asked. I had a lot of stories, but writing them down was something completely different. Laura and I fell into a routine that was mundane but not boring. A different meal every night, but she started cooking breakfast too. We had to go to the store to get eggs. It wasn't something I usually kept around. I had to work out harder because I was taking in more calories. Laura joined me at the gym because I was her ride, and she didn't want to wait in the truck or the lobby. Even older people who hadn't worked out before could benefit. I laughed more than once at her discomfort, but not at her. Making the effort was worth celebrating. I usually laughed at people's pain. It was the rite of passage. It's just the way things were. A week passed before I could engage with those who were my eyes and ears. I didn't think they'd be reliable, but I had to start somewhere. Where's the other guy? The one with the camera? I asked. They caught him taking a picture. The police showed up and hauled him away, said the second man who knew who the assembly members were. I gave him a 20. I gave the other two men a $10 bill each. Keep your eyes and ears open. Don't take pictures. Just get me names of who they meet with. They're hiding something. It bothered me that the invisible became visible once a camera came out. I went into the back, where Laura was humming while cooking. We need to stop by the jail. There's someone in there I need to see. You know criminals? She asked. I tried to answer tactfully. He wasn't doing anything that's a crime. I expect he ruffled the wrong feathers and has been jailed for that. I don't think he did anything wrong. Them putting him in jail is the real crime. But I want to talk with him, hear his side of the story. Laura pursed her lips. She wasn't comfortable going to the Gray Bar Motel. "I'll go with you." She lifted her chin to show her defiance, not of me, but of her own apprehensions. "I appreciate it." "You're off the line," Dorothy called from the door to the kitchen. "That'll teach you to be in here goofing off while hungry people are waiting." "There wasn't anyone out there when I came back here 15 seconds ago." But I was already changing out of my serving apron to the rubber scullery apron. "You're pulling my leg." "There's one person out there. I wanted to tell you thank you, but if I stuck my head in here and said thanks, you wouldn't listen. I needed to get your attention first." "Can I stay on the serving line then?" "No, there's nobody out here." "Are numbers back down then?" "Same as last week. They're double 3 weeks ago, but coming in bigger waves with greater lulls." "We don't need more people, since that doesn't bode well for the economy." She didn't bother with worrying about what was outside the doors of the kitchen. She concerned herself with what she could affect and how she could keep people fed. We all needed that kind of focus. Still, my eyes and ears around City Hall had been jailed for doing what I asked him to do. What had he seen? That was the question I wanted the answer to. Who was threatened by someone taking their picture? We skipped the gym that afternoon and went to the jailhouse, where we checked in. I didn't know the man's name, but the good people at the desk were happy to get a visitor, especially one of my lofty status. I rarely used my military retiree identification, but this was one of those times. Serving officers respected their fellows. Officers in Fairbanks tended to be veterans. It was a logical career choice for many. The state troopers paid well for those who made it through their training academy. The desk officer showed me pictures of 3 vagrants who had been incarcerated. I hoped my guy wouldn't be in there, but he was. I pointed him out. "That's him." They took us to a room with the ubiquitous plexiglass between the desks. Laura sat behind me instead of beside me. They brought the man I'd contracted with. He looked better, cleaned up and warm. "Sorry about this. I'll bail you out." "No need. I get hot food and a warm bed. Right now, I have a cell to myself. It's not too bad. 3 hots and a cot." "I didn't know you were a vet. You shouldn't be on the street." The 3 hots and a cot was a giveaway. It was military speak when things were mundane or downright bad. It justified being on the bottom rung of a very tall ladder. "It happens. I earned a big chicken dinner. I set myself on the wrong path." Bad conduct discharge, called a big chicken dinner by the initiated. BCD meant he received no veterans benefits. "Who'd you see out there?" "That. Tried to get a picture of that assemblywoman with the smart mouth. She was with the police chief." "Chief of the Fairbanks Police Department." "Not the sheriff?" I was surprised. The chief was hired by the mayor, but to be in the running, they were supposed to have chops when it came to policing. The mayor was compromised from the outside, like most of the assembly. That was good to know. The locals had lost all control, and that's why the power moves had been made to limit our rights. "Let me know if you want bailed out. I'll get you out of here." "By the way, what are you charged with?" He threw his hands up and shrugged. "I guess it doesn't matter. They could make up whatever they wanted. Makes me want to call them names. Let me know if there's anything I can provide that they'll let you have." "Will do, mister. Sorry you had to take time out of your day to come to the jail. This isn't the most scenic of places to visit." I wasn't surprised by the information, but the fact that they jailed him for recording what should be trivial and common politicking seemed extreme. I might even consider it bizarre. "They took my moose rifle," I said once we were back in the truck. "You were robbed?" "I guess that's one way to put it. The sheriff himself showed up, and I gave it to him to show him. I never thought he'd take it. That's downright un-American. I've wished great harm upon him in the form of an invasion of sand fleas into his clothes. I thought Marines were more physical when antagonized. In a previous life, I might have been a little more aggressive. At 60, I'm not in a hurry to get in a fight. I let him take the weapon, but my old man gave him the finger and a carpet bombing of profanity. It was impressive in an odd way. It didn't get my rifle back, and it didn't give the sheriff genital warts. He might have those already, which is how I can sleep at night. She laughed while surrendering to the inevitability of my foibles. Break from the gym today. What do you want to do? I could use a bathrobe, she said. Walmart? Shopping, I droned. Walmart, she said with more determination. Good. She was defending what she wanted. But I'm not going in. I'll stay in the truck and read. How much money do you need? 20? I couldn't believe that would do it. I dug $200 bills out of my wallet. Here. I'll pay you back. You don't have to. I haven't given you anything that has been a sacrifice for me. Did you know that I don't even have a will and there's no next of kin? You know what that means? The entirety of my estate will go to the state, so piranhas like the Borough Assembly will take my family's money and spend it on their pet projects that take our freedoms. Give it all to the homeless kitchen. They're a legal charity. I think I'll do that. The probate lawyer will be able to help me. What do you have to do for your dad's estate? She wondered. Simple. I turn in a list of assets. The probate judge grants me access and authority over the stuff in my dad's name. No one is contesting the will, which leaves everything to me. It's easy. There's a little paperwork, and that's it. There wasn't anything else to discuss about Dad's estate. What about you? Any bites on your resume? None. If I want a paying job, it would have to be in the service industry, server or cook. There are plenty of those jobs around here, some starting at $20 an hour. That's almost $1,000 a week. That's real money, but I don't have a car. She had donated her car to charity. It was best because that car was dangerous. I expected it would fail her at the worst of times, leaving her abandoned on the street. At least the charity would get scrap metal price for it. I hadn't taken her into our garage where Dad had his Prius. I liked my truck, but the old man enjoyed getting 50 miles per gallon. It was weird. A manly man who hunted moose but drove a Prius and bragged about the gas mileage. I didn't need it, but we generally didn't drive it in the winter because it had smaller tires. If we put winter tires on the old man's car, you can drive that. You have a car? I have a truck. Dad had a car. And that was that. The next day, we took it to get tires, and I turned her loose. She understood about plugging the vehicle in and adding a fuel additive to every other tank of gas in the winter. The little things that helped keep a vehicle alive through the harsh Fairbanks weather. Time passed, and the Borough Assembly didn't do anything that skylined them. Besides the initial gun grab, their overt moves were non-existent. The homeless man getting arrested, a judge dying in a car accident. There had to be more. Like a duck on a pond, I couldn't see their feet paddling away. Where was the Borough Assembly going? If it was totalitarianism, they would never get there. We wouldn't allow it. Or would we? Finding allies. Time was running out to make another run to the cabin. Before we took the snow machines to the trailhead, I wanted to see if they had their checkpoint in place. So the day before, we drove north on the Steese. The checkpoint was there with a marked unit and 2 uniformed officers manning it. We pulled in. I wanted first-hand information. Can we ask where you're going? The officers looked indifferent. I'm sorry, officer, but what is this about? We're going up the hill. The best pie in the area is at the Hilltop Restaurant, which is oddly located on top of the hill. I like that place, the second officer replied. Carry on. I'll bring some back for you guys. When are you off shift? And then what do you like? They didn't answer my question. They waved me through. We continued to the Hilltop Restaurant to get pie. Why not? It's what they were known for, and people would be in there who had passed through the checkpoint. Maybe there were others on the road north. I was collecting intel, and I would get a couple extra slices to go. Even though they were following an illegal order, they might become allies. If they took dessert from me but turned their backs on me, I was only out the cost of 2 slices. Maybe I could earn a favor or two. It was worth a shot. Laura only ate a third of her piece, and I had half of mine. They were large slices. I bought 2 more from the rotating display, a chocolate one and a raspberry. We headed down the hill to the checkpoint. They were still there. I rolled in. They signaled for me to move on, but I got out and took them the to-go containers. 1 berry, 1 chocolate. You can fight over who gets what. Enjoy, gentlemen. I shoved them into their hands and walked away before they could decline the offer. They seemed less than amused that I brought them dessert. Some people lived miserable lives and felt compelled to take it out on others, and we served at their pleasure when it was supposed to be the opposite. They were public servants. That was in their job descriptions. They'd forgotten that part, and as soon as I figured out how to remind them of it, that's what I would do. We drove downtown to Perdigo's, which was open. I was full on pie, but wanted to go in. I need to find out what happened to the owner and the restaurant. Do you have to? Laura asked. I do. The government isn't working for us anymore. I need more facts. The feds need to know what's going on here. We're kind of isolated. Fairbanks was 4 time zones from Washington, D.C., and at the end of the road in the middle of nowhere. Few people cared what happened here. We're a lot isolated. It doesn't mean they can do to us what they're doing. It's why they made the gun grab to start, remove people's ability to resist. The Constitution wasn't about hunting or control. It's about protecting people from the government. Our current regime has eschewed the principles upon which we were founded. You're a patriot, she stated as a pronouncement. It wasn't a surprise. Of course. Liberty. I'm all about the liberty. I donated a lot of my freedoms to serve in the military. When I retired, I gained those freedoms back. I don't want to give them up again. I fought for them once, and I will again. I've been trained in strategy. I'll shape the battlefield so it benefits me. That's when we remove the enemy's ability to fight. I hope you don't need me to shoot anyone. I've never handled a gun. If you're not trained, then you don't get a thunderstick. No sense in hurting yourself. I didn't think you had any weapons in the house. She stared at me. That may not have been the complete truth. Keep in mind, the government is the enemy, and they suspect Dad and I might have more guns than what they confiscated. No one needs to know what we have. It's none of their damn business. I said it with enough force that Laura didn't continue prying. She benefited from my largesse, but she wasn't an indentured servant. She had a say, but I had also talked her out of taking a service industry job. I liked the status quo of volunteering, gym, and then home for a great meal. She made me comfortable with my life. I wasn't sure whether that was good or bad. Can you drive a snow machine? I have, occasionally. We have a cabin. It's about 80 miles away, and it takes 5 hours of hard riding to get there. I'm not sure about that, she said. We won't know until we give it a try. If we have to park one of the sleds in between, we can do that and you can ride with me, but that'll slow us down. I feel there will come a day when you'll need to be able to ride at a high level. War is coming, Laura. I feel it. We can avoid it by going to the cabin and waiting until we think everything is blown over. Or we may have to go to the cabin so we're not trapped behind enemy lines. Whoa, you ramble on about this stuff, but it's a big jump to civil war. I'd like to think we're better than that. We aren't going to fight each other. Have you created an enemy in your mind so you can fight your own battles? That's an interesting thought, and I ask myself that same question every day. You're right. A civil war would be ridiculous. But a lot of things are just wrong. Why all the happy news? Let's see what old man Perdigo has to say. The host checked us in and took us to one of the many empty tables. There was only one other couple in there. Can we talk to Mr. Perdigo? What about? The host asked. I hesitated. I figured she'd say if he was here or wasn't. not that she was screening people who asked about him. The restaurant was closed for a few days. I hoped that he's okay and wanted to convey my good tidings and felicitations. Tidings and what? I stared at her. I'll get him, she conceded. I didn't like confrontation. It's probably why I avoided people on most days. You were asking about my health? An old, short Italian man asked. I was. You were closed and we were worried. I also realized that we didn't come here often enough. I'm trying to remedy that. I appreciate your patronage. He leaned close. I wasn't sick. I was in jail, arrested for not giving up a pistol and rifle. That'll teach me to buy them from the sports store. Those people turned me into the authorities. I won't do business with them again. I whispered. Second Amendment, my man. The guns are to protect us from the government. They don't get to take them. We won't be getting them back, but we're not taking this laying down. Be the resistance. I'm paying in cash. You are my kind of man. Order anything you want, even if it's not on the menu. I can make it for you. Veal Parmesan, extra mozzarella, and a full spaghetti with meat sauce on the side. Laura? She leaned back. She was full. I wasn't ordering for today, though. I'd eat a little, but take the rest home. A margarita pizza, please, she told him once she realized what I was doing. He clapped us both on the back and hurried into the kitchen. Laura mouthed the words, I'm not hungry. Neither am I. We'll take it home. We have to support the good guys by giving them our business. And I want to find out why they let him go. Is he one of the good guys? Laura asked. I was taken aback. To me, it was obvious. If they're jailing people for having guns, then he's on the other side from the enemy. But they didn't jail him for that. That's not what I heard. They put him in jail for lying about his weapons, Laura argued. She wasn't being confrontational. She only wanted to understand. I could appreciate that. Not wanting to give up the weapons he's guaranteed is a good incentive to lie. The government doesn't get to take them away. I think they let him go so he could spread the word that the government wasn't to be messed with. Remember when the government of Canada destroyed the businesses of truckers legally protesting governmental overreach? It's exactly that. Remove the ability of the population to resist. They've decided they're going to take legally owned weapons. They take the guns, and then they destroy their livelihoods. It sends a strong message. They have the population convinced there's nothing we can do about it. That's their game. I don't believe in weapons. If I had one, I wouldn't have used it on my husband, even though God knows he deserved it. I took her hand and looked into her eyes. There was pain, a deep hurt imparted on her by the one she loved. Don't ever pull a gun unless you're willing to use it. If you're not going to use one, there's no reason to have one. Then why do you have one? I'm willing to use it to protect the sanctity of my home. If someone breaks in, they don't value their life at all. Also, for bear and moose, we have a cabin way out there. You know what I found when I went there last week? There's a grizzly hibernating about 50 yards from the front door. We're going to have to come to terms with him not being there, or I'm going to have to shoot him, or her. We were there first. We? The old man and me. I guess it's just me now. No one is coming to save me because no one knows where the cabin is. It took us a decade to build it. You'll see if you want to go with me next run out there. I need to stock more food and supplies for canning in case I need to move. She nodded. Old man Perdigo brought the meals himself and placed them before us. They smelled wondrous. I crooked my finger at him so he'd lean close. Why do you think they let you go? They never said. One day, they gave me a fine and turned me loose without an apology or explanation. I figured it was best not to make waves, eh? That's what they want. No waves. How's the restaurant doing? The other couple had finished and left. It was just us, the old man, and the host, who I figured was his daughter or granddaughter. He took in his place by spreading his arms wide. And now, They blacklist me to chase the customers away." "Not us. We're with you. We actually ate pie before coming here and aren't that hungry. Can we get boxes to go, please? And here, this is to cover the meals and a little extra for you." I handed over $200 bills. "You are too kind, Signore." "Be the resistance," I said softly. He tapped a finger to his nose and then took the plates into the kitchen. I hoped he would throw some garlic bread in with the takeout boxes. The smell was calling my name. Garlic and butter on freshly baked bread. He returned with an oversized paper bag filled to the top. Outside, we found a family discussing eating Italian or going to a pizza shop instead. "It's so good," I declared, nodding toward the front door. "We bought meals for the whole week." I raised the bag in a salute. We continued to the truck. The family headed into the restaurant. "It's the little things," I said. "I'm beginning to see." She stared out the front window. I didn't interrupt her thoughts. I'd made my points. I didn't need to belabor them. "I'm going to need to practice on the sled if we're going for a long ride." "We have two. You can ride mine and I'll take Dad's. Practice will be good." Changing gears to focus on what was within our control was a welcome change. So much was out of control right now. We existed at the whim of the local government, with state authorities turning a blind eye toward us. We needed to find out who was who, build the resistance, and then engage. I didn't know what that looked like. I wasn't sure I wanted to be the one named as starting a civil war. We all had legacies, but that wasn't what I wanted mine to be. Feeling. We maintained our routine, but added snow machining to the afternoon, as long as it was light out. We'd ride the river, which was easy, before diving off into the woods for trickier riding. Laura lasted 30 minutes on the first ride, and was all the way up to an hour before her muscles started to fail. The sled threatened to wrest away from her control, so we ended up taking slow rides back to the truck. I feared we'd have to ride together if we wanted to make it to the cabin, which would slow us down and limit the amount of supplies we'd be able to take. I wanted to pre-stage a healthy supply of gasoline and stabilization fluid. Without the fluid, the gas would run as if it had water in it. Couldn't risk a snow machine, or an ATV for that matter, dying. I had resolved myself to driving out there, not hiking. But the snow machines. We'd have to leave the instant it became light enough to ride, and methodically move until Laura couldn't ride anymore. Then we'd bed down under a tree in a tent with plenty of blankets and extreme temperature sleeping bags. All of that took space, but with 2 sleds we'd be able to manage it. With 1 sled, we wouldn't be packed as heavy, although we'd carry our survival gear with us. Getting stranded halfway between by an accident or broken sled would leave 50 miles to cross in the dead of winter. That was a nearly insurmountable task without the right equipment. It was clear to me that we needed both snow machines. Laura was politicking to ride behind me on 1 sled. I thought it was her fear of independence. She thought it was her lack of being in shape enough to drive a sled that far. It could have been both. Regardless, if she was going, then we'd take both sleds with 1 towed sled to carry supplies. Breakfast, volunteer, gym, ride, and prepare. The days went by until the weather broke. Warm enough without new snow, but not so warm to melt anything. The sunny areas would see the snow condensed and packed tightly, a result of withering under a relentless sun vice from warming temperatures. The snow machines would ride quicker on the compressed snow. It was time to go, so we loaded the truck. Laura's apprehension had forced her into herself. Her head hung, and she stared at the floor. "Hey." I lifted her chin until she looked at me. "It's going to be just fine. The sleds are running great. You practiced where it was a harder ride. This will be easier. We'll join the pipeline where it's closest to Murphy Dome and ride it to a trail that crosses it. Then we'll take that for a while. When we dive off, we'll be halfway there. Relax and enjoy the ride. play some music through your earbuds." I had given her mine to take her mind off the ride. I added a phone to my family plan, so she had her own music downloaded. "I know you're afraid. I'll be with you the whole time. I won't ride fast. It'll be an easy day. We'll be tired when we get to the cabin, but you'll be able to relax once there. No sweat." I ended on a positive note. There was a lot to worry about, but nothing in our control. That meant there was nothing to worry about. The snow machines were in top running order. We had tools, gas, and oil if there was a breakdown, a belt repair kit, even a mini torch in case I needed to weld something on a ski strut to hold it in place for a while. My old man was the one who could repair anything, but I could hold my own. I had paid attention when holding the light for him. I drove off without waiting for confirmation that she was going to calm down. The last thing I was going to do was tell her to calm down. That hadn't worked during my brief and ill-advised marriage. I learned that lesson well. We drove casually to Murphy Dome and entered the parking area, where we unloaded the snow machines and the trailer that was nothing more than a sled with a tow bar. We filled it with the supplies we'd loaded into the back seat and hooked everything up. Laura held up Dad's helmet. I had mine, too. "Just a second," I told her. I leaned close and kissed her. I thought it might take her mind off the ride. I wasn't ready for the bear hug she gave me, and when she plastered her lips onto mine. I guess it was the right move, in some sense, but I felt like she would do just about anything to get out of the long ride ahead. I had to step back. "Ready to go?" I asked nonchalantly, like a high school boy trying to be cool. I was older, but it had been a while because I had written off any romantic relationships and wasn't looking. I still didn't think of myself as looking, but it appeared that a relationship had found me. "We need to go so we can get there in the daylight. It makes the ride so much easier. Driving a sled in the dark with snow that I kick up isn't the best. I thought maybe you'll like the cabin once you are there. It's the epitome of peace. Once there, we can talk about us, if you'd like." She nodded. "I'd like that. We can't do that until we get there, so we'd best get going, before we burn too much daylight." "Hey, that's my phrase." We were heading out and hadn't invested more than 10 minutes in calming the anxiety waters. But in doing so, I had fanned the flames of something that was far different. Allies were important. As quickly as they'd come into my life, they'd departed. Maybe Mr. Perdigo would be one for when we returned. His food was in the refrigerator, waiting for our return. Maybe 4 days, if the weather held. I led the way into the woods for the short jaunt to the Trans-Alaska pipeline, where we'd turn north and follow it for 10 miles before heading east across the highway leading to Dead Horse, the same one we'd been on earlier if there had been no checkpoint. Laura kept up, almost too close, but she was paying attention. We broke through quickly to get to the pipeline that had a service road next to it. The service road made for smooth sailing. I sped up to 30, then 40 miles an hour where visibility was good. Laura started to fall back, so I had to slow down, but not too much because I didn't want her accelerating into the back end of my sled. It was easy going, and in 15 minutes I reached the turnoff. I powered down my snow machine and listened for anyone who might be trailing us, but I could only hear one machine. Laura slowed down like a pro and cut the power. "See, that was easy. We'll follow a more constrained trail for a while before we go full-on cross-country." She nodded while sitting on her sled. "I'm listening for anyone who might be following us," I told her. She hadn't taken off her helmet. Her ears were better than mine, so I gestured for her to remove it. Reluctantly, she did. Her eyes were red, and her cheeks were stained from where tears had trailed downward. I once again found myself at a loss. Why was she crying? I didn't want to get lost in a long conversation about our emotions. We needed to cover a lot of territory before we could relax. Sometimes it was better to surrender to the inevitability of a situation instead of rigidly following a plan. I sat next to her on the seat of her snow machine. Everything is going to be okay. It was weak, but I was lost. Everything is better than okay. I didn't think I was lovable. I still don't. Are you taking pity on me?" Her statement and questions confirmed that I still knew absolutely nothing about women. "I thought you were taking pity on me. I think I've already gained 5 pounds. I bumped her. "I thought there was something wrong with me." "Of course. That's what happens when you're gaslit, told something isn't as you perceive until you can't determine what's fact. I'd like to beat the snot out of your husband, but thanks to him, you found your way into my life. I can't be anything but grateful for that. You have a home, and you know it. You can feel it. We get along well. I don't need a servant. I need someone to watch my back, keep me from going off the rails. I'm at war with the local authorities. I need someone to keep me from entering the fray when I'm not ready. You can't take the Marine out of the Marines. It's how I think. There are ways to resolve conflicts. I need to find the right one to handle these scumbags before they ruin all our lives." "Do you think it's that bad?" "It's that bad. We need to get out of here before someone comes. Please don't cry, Laura. I'll do right by you." "That's why I'm crying." "I don't understand. Can we go now, or I might start crying?" I joked. She smiled, thank goodness. We put our helmets on, fired up our sleds, and followed the trail east. I pushed it a little. Laura stayed close, and that made me happier. We'd lost some time, but not as much as the last time I went out, when it had taken me an hour to get to this point because of winding my way through the woods. I kept pushing. An hour in, and then most of 2 before Laura fell way back. I stopped and waited. It took her a while to reach me. She was barely crawling. She stopped, turned her machine off, and nearly collapsed when she stepped off. Laura dropped her helmet and staggered to me. I caught her and guided her to sit on the seat of my ride. "I can't feel my arms," she said. They hung loosely in her lap. "I can't go on." "We're over halfway there." I knew that I sounded like I was pleading, but it couldn't be helped. We were over halfway there. 2 hours of steady riding, and we'd find ourselves in comfort. As it was, we'd be out in the middle of nowhere, spending the night under some tree on the hard ground. It wasn't my first choice. It was my only choice. "We'll camp here." It was still early in the day. We'd be here for 14 hours, maybe more, before we made the final run to the cabin. "No stress. It'll be fine. We'll melt water and have hot chocolate." We reparked the snow machines as a block on either side of the lowest branches of an oversized spruce. I set up the tent under the tree. We tossed every blanket we brought on the ground, and then put in the 2 sleeping bags. "What can I do?" Laura asked. "Relax and get ready for tomorrow." I started kneading her shoulders, and she leaned into my hands. I did that for as long as I could, but it was cold out. I found that stopping halfway there was better. I wouldn't be completely spent. When we arrived tomorrow, I would be fresh enough to cut wood and do many of the things that needed to be done upon arrival. I dug out pieces of deadfall and hacked them into smaller pieces to put in my high-tech stove that also would charge my cell phone, which had been off since we left. I dialed up music saved to my phone and set it to play hits from the 70s and 80s. I couldn't hear anything because it was set to my earbuds. I changed it to the external speaker and let it play. I paused it and listened. "Do you hear anything?" She cocked her head after lifting her stocking cap to expose her ear. "No." "That's what I thought. We're alone out here. 40 more miles and we'll be really alone." "Just how we like it." I hugged her to me, and we stood like that for a while. There was no rush, no expectations. It's what I liked about the cabin. Me taking care of myself, nothing more. And now it wouldn't be lonely. I'd be okay with spending more time in the middle of nowhere. I might not be the guy to lead a rebellion against an aberrant local government. I could find plenty of reasons for not going back, but I had to if I wanted to finish probate and settle Dad's estate. We go back after the weekend. Minnie spent the weekend away. It was normal. I hoped that we wouldn't return to a boot on the truck. Laura wanted to talk about her feelings. I surrendered, although my heart wasn't in it, which I thought was pretty funny. I preferred to make jokes. In the end, I consoled myself with the fact that we had a lot of time. It would take a while to turn the snow into hot water. She needed to get things off her chest and show her relief and appreciation for me. More positive words. I grunted and grumbled my way through it. It made me uncomfortable, which was 90% of my problem with women. Laura laughed. I asked questions to let her speak. It wasn't in my nature to share my feelings. It made my skin crawl. She expected that I wouldn't be forthcoming. That made it easier. My feelings aren't waffly. Either I like you or I don't. Either I want to spend more time with you or I don't. You're in the former category in both regards, and that's about all you'll get from me. Sorry, I can't be something I'm not. She held my gaze. I knew she wanted me to say more, but I had given as much as I could. Emotionally closed off, my ex-wife had said on the way out the door. Whatever that meant. It's okay, she said. I have enough feelings for both of us. You treat me with respect, and I'll say it, you treat me with love. I can't ask for anything more than that. I nodded and then pointed. I think our water is hot. You are incorrigible. She zoomed in for a quick kiss before turning her attention to our drinks. The world was falling apart, and here I was getting distracted by a girlfriend. A world unhinged, and we were letting it fall apart. That's what I wanted to talk about. Laura offered a cup of hot chocolate to me. It was hot, but would cool quickly. I sipped it. They're incrementally removing our freedoms. Laura rolled her eyes. She gestured with one arm, taking in the world outside of our tree. All of this, and you want to talk about the downfall of society? I'm appalled, Mr. Beringer. Well, Miss Laura, that is what I want to talk about. I need to hear myself say it out loud to help me understand. We're in a war. Showing up in Fairbanks with star-crossed eyes and love in my heart will make me vulnerable. I need to understand and shape a variety of responses depending on what happens. I make you vulnerable because you have love in your heart. That makes me oddly happy, while also sad. That was the kind of logic I would never understand. I simply accepted it as it was. I cared about her, as much as I could care about anyone. I'd admit that I liked the promise of intimacy, but I wouldn't fake being something I wasn't. You watch my back, and we'll be stronger together, as long as we're both aware of what's out there and we're watching for the right things. Triggers that are bringing society down. We need to define who's on the enemy's side. There are going to be the main participants, active supporters, and then passive supporters. The passive supporters are the hardest to root out because they look like you and me. They act like you and me. Everyone else stands out. Where do you learn about such things? She held onto my arm and leaned her head on my shoulder. World War II history and, of late, counterterrorism training. There are textbooks on this stuff. How to subvert a population into going along with insane plans for domination. I don't like it. Is it all of America or just our small part of it? What about Fort Wainwright and Alaskan Air Force Base? A quarter of the local population is tied to the Army base right here in Fairbanks, and there's a couple thousand more 40 miles south at the Air Force Base. That's a lot of people going along with the madness when they should be outraged by it and actively fighting it. She answered me as I had answered her when she was talking. I appreciated the reality. She also wasn't going to feign interest in something just because it mattered to me. I kissed the top of her stocking cap. When we get back, I'm going to the two bases, take the pulse of the soldiers and airmen, ask what they're seeing. She leaned away from me. Can I go with you? I've never been on the base.
Sure.
I'm retired. I have a magic ID card that grants me access to open military facilities. We'll go to the food court. That's where we'll learn what's going on, if anything. A base commander can lock down the base for any reason that makes sense to him or her. I haven't heard the bases are locked down, but I'm telling myself horror stories. Laura changed the subject. It's just that we haven't been apart since we met. I don't want to be apart. There we go. Feelings again. I started to laugh, and she pushed me away. She was upset. I shook my head and raised my hands. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at me. I am stoically and unperturbably a man who recoils from the touchy-feely world of today. That is a foible, which you've already guessed. I don't admit my feelings even to myself. I don't want them used against me to influence something I don't want to do. I'll say it now to be done with it. I love you, Laura. But I don't want you to feel obligated in any way. I don't want you to feel like you owe me because I bought you stuff. You're better than that. You can't be bought. I want to earn your trust. I paid for things because I have money, and to avoid the friction of you needing something. You must never feel that it's a quid pro quo. I buy you something, you sleep with me. That's a horrible arrangement, and I won't have it. If we're going to be a team, we're a team, not one person making the decisions and holding the other hostage over a few dollars. In my best Forrest Gump voice, I added, "That's all I have to say about that." I think you've said all that needs to be said, she admitted. How hard was that for you? I sipped my hot chocolate. I said what I was going to say. There was 3 hours of daylight remaining, then 10 of darkness. After that, we could get back on the trail. Fair enough, Laura agreed. What else do we need to do to set ourselves up for the night? I better unhook the batteries on the sleds. Dinner will be dehydrated something or other, whatever's on top when we dig into the bags. Sounds good. She crawled into the tent. I heard her gasp. Oh, that's cold. I finished my hot chocolate, then checked the sleds for tight connections, bolts that had come loose, and finally disconnected the batteries. The BioLite stove had burned down. I cleaned out the inside with a small stick. I put it on the sled where it wouldn't melt anything before it cooled. I entered the tent to find our 2 sleeping bags zipped together and Laura's clothes shoved to one side. It was cold undressing and squeezing into a double sleeping bag, but it was warm inside. We missed dinner, and once it was dark, we never bothered leaving the tent. I was in no hurry to put on my cold clothes. Neither was Laura.
New normal. Morning was pleasant, with a wake-up that I hadn't had in a long, long time. Getting dressed was the downside of the new day, but once up and moving, my skin stopped crawling from the cold that had seeped into my clothes and threatened to freeze my body. Next time, we sleep with the clothes inside the sleeping bag, I said through gritted teeth, shivering from the shock of putting on frozen clothes in below-zero temperatures. Laura joined me in braving the cold to get dressed. We made coffee because I always started the day with a cup of steaming hot java. It was part of the routine that I liked. With a headlamp to show me the way, I reconnected the batteries and started both snow machines to let them run for a warm-up. We had an hour before we'd leave. Laura had the stove running and was elbow-deep in the dehydrated food stock. She held her flashlight in her mouth and settled on a bag of something, measured the right amount of snow, and started it melting. She kept adding snow until she had 2 cups of water. As soon as it started boiling, and after adding many small sticks to the fire pan, which would burn hot and taper off, she dumped the powder in and stirred. Once everything was ready, she held it up with a mittened hand and gave me a spoon. "Smells good." "I spent a long time spicing it just right," she replied. "You did?" "No." I had to laugh. We took turns spooning it out. It was good enough. Salty while being a little bland. It was the way of dehydrated meals. It was enough to give us body fuel to get to the cabin. This was no time to feel weak. "Are you ready to ride?" I asked. "I'll be fine. The world is a far better place today, don't you think?" "For us, for the next few days, yes. We are away from the madness. But when we return, we have to stay focused. Identify the enemy. We talked tough. You can take my guns from my cold, dead hands. But that's not what happened. We let them take them. No one shot the sheriff. They wanted to see how far they could push us. They also have to know that taking 1,000 weapons still leaves probably 50,000 more in the city. Their game is to get us to acquiesce to the point where we do whatever they tell us to." "I'm literally in bed with a conspiracy theorist." "It's not a theory. You are the target of propaganda, the government telling you everything is okay when you know what they're saying isn't the truth. That's gaslighting. Every government does it. Every abusive spouse does it." She frowned. The reminder was painful because she knew it was true better than anyone. "What they're saying doesn't quite match what they're doing. The nice lady at the funeral home said deaths were double. Is that bad?" "It's a single data point. What does double mean? It suggests there might be more to the story. The judge who acquitted me of having an illegal weapon died the next day. I think he acquitted everyone, and they couldn't have that. That's a conspiracy theory because I have 2 data points, both limited, and no other information. But it's also a hypothesis. How do I go about proving or disproving it? That's the scientific method. When people say trust the science, that's not completely right. I trust math, but the scientific method is about asking questions to learn what we don't know. It's almost never definitive. There's always one more question that can be asked to be proven or disproven." "I understand. We'll figure it out when we get back. Until then, we'll ask questions that we don't have answers to." "That's what I'm talking about, partner." "Friend? Lover?" she added. I froze. She laughed again. "I get it. You're a manly man. And while you're already uncomfortable, I'll say it too. I love you, Cory." "I'm so lovable," I replied and nodded toward the tent. "We got to break that down and repack everything." "We could." "I just got warm," I blurted. 2 hours and we'll be at the cabin. We'll fire up the Franklin stove and it'll be toasty before you know it. We can run around naked like 2 crazed teenagers while you listen to me on how to fix our world." She unzipped the sleeping bags and rolled the first one tightly. She finished the second, too, and declared the tent to be empty. It had an internal support structure that folded with the right bends. It came down in one piece and compacted into a small bundle that fit into its own case. I placed it into the trailer, and we jammed in the sleeping bags. I scanned the area with my headlamp to look for anything we might have dropped. Once clear, I turned off my headlamp, and we waited. In the silence, footfalls crunched through the snow. I held my finger to my lips out of habit, although it was dark and Laura couldn't see me. I shushed in a whisper and removed my .45 caliber from inside my jacket. I whispered, "I have my pistol out. Stay behind me." The moon was barely a sliver, but looking indirectly at what you wanted to see helped turn it from far more than a shadow. Something about the rods and cones in your eyeballs. I understood the end result, not the science. Look 15 degrees off from what you wanted to see in the darkness, and you would, as long as it wasn't pitch black. With snow, it was almost never that dark. The snow caught and reflected even starlight, and dark objects that passed over top would be visible, if only from their movement. The source of the footfalls was big. A moose. A cow, I thought, although at this time of year, the bulls had shed their antlers. If there was a calf, then the cow would be orders of magnitude more dangerous. They lashed out with their front hooves and slapped downward. It was like getting hit by a baseball bat swung by Babe Ruth. Once the threat was down, they'd kick again. One never wanted to be on the receiving end of a moose kick, let alone more than one. It's how people got themselves killed. The moose walked across the open area beyond the sleds, sniffed at one of them, and kept walking. There wasn't anything for it to eat in this area. No willow, no exposed grasses. We weren't too high in the mountains, but the locale was populated with mostly spruce trees. The creature would move on to greener pastures. I couldn't hear another animal, which told me it was a lone cow looking for something to eat, roving a vast swath of territory. It would find a place to feed and stay there for a day or three, and then move on. Moose looked lanky and heavy, but were graceful in their own way. They could jump like a gazelle, clearing fences without a problem. They stabbed their hooves straight down into the snow, which was less taxing than dragging them through the snow as humans or cattle would do. The moose was an efficient animal for living in Alaska. There were moose outside of Alaska, of course, but I knew the ones here. I figured they lived where the climate was comparable or maybe warmer, even if they could tolerate our extreme winter temperatures. Moose were good eating, but we'd already gotten 2 on our 2 permits. I wasn't going to take more because that had been regulated for a reason. I'd give the government that one, but not a step more into my business. I waited until the crunching was long gone before turning my headlamp back on. Laura had her hood pulled up where I could see only her nose. Cold? I made it sound like a question, but it wasn't. She tugged at her hood and exposed her face. "It's coldest before the dawn," she said. That was far more than a reply to my jibe. To know what happiness looked like, we had to be sad. To know the wonders of life, we had to meet its horrors. We were still alive because we survived everything thrown at us. That's what made us appreciate life. We kissed and hugged until it was light enough to make a final check of our camp and get going. I had no intention of stopping until we made it to the cabin. This trip had already taken too long. That sounded like my old man. I thought back and realized that I wouldn't change any of it. It was an experience worth remembering. I felt okay. We weren't in a hurry. I needed to remind myself repeatedly that constantly driving myself wasn't what I needed. It's how I had lived my whole life. An overachiever until I was a full-time caregiver. It was cold, but there was no reason to be cold. Layers were working for me, and the promise of shared bodily warmth would keep me going. I hoped it would be enough for Laura. We started slowly, winding our way into the trees and making turns at each of my well-rehearsed spots until we raced into the open, crossed a stream, and then back into more trees. There were plenty of moose tracks around, but I didn't see any. Their massive brown bodies stood out against the snow. Laura kept up, and I was thankful for that. The 2 hours went quickly. By late morning, we rolled up on the cabin. The first thing I did was start a fire in the stove. The snow in various covered pots and drinkware was full of ice. It would melt, and that's when we'd know it was time to relax. Until then, we had wood to chop and the outhouse to prepare. It was a man's outhouse without any amenities. No art on the walls. It wasn't painted. It was plain wood with insulation so the wind wouldn't blow through. It had a place to put a mosquito coil in the summer. There was nothing I could do about the austerity of it. Toilet paper was stocked. I always made sure to bring 2 or 4 rolls on every trip. It wasn't something I ever wanted to run out of. There was austerity, and then there was the point at which life was no longer worth living. It wasn't that extreme, but I didn't want to find out when the hardship was avoidable. Before the cabin warmed up, I took Laura to see the bear's den. It was still inside, curled up. The blanket stuck out from underneath it. "Did you put a blanket over it?" she asked. "Isn't that what you do when someone is sleeping?" I didn't explain further. The bear might see my smell as a friend, or as food. I hoped for the former, but was ready for the latter. Don't bother the bear. It'll wake up while the snow's melting and go in search of food. It needs to find it somewhere other than here. We worked our way back to the cabin. I'll be splitting wood. I'll move the supplies inside. Do I need to restock the stove? Probably not. A half hour will make a world of difference. With those parting words, we both turned to doing cabin chores. We unloaded the trailer, piling the stuff inside. Laura shooed me away. I prepped the snow machines and split some of the wood I had cut last time. I didn't want to make too much noise with the chainsaw because the bear was sleeping. No need being that, neighbor. I worked the axe and maul like a pro. I'd get a workout, but for the first time in a long while, I knew where I could get tired, sore muscles massaged. Peace to anger. The days passed quickly, possibly even too quickly. I talked out many of the issues that concerned me about what I called the new war. I didn't want it to devolve into a shooting war, but had to be ready. When the time came to leave, I knew that I didn't want to return to the harsh reality of a world where we would be nothing more than indentured servants, working at the whims of our betters. They were supposed to be working for us. That was our constitutional guarantee. They didn't seem to care about that. And no one outside Fairbanks seemed to care either. I hadn't found a ham radio operator who came across as bold enough to transmit hard questions because others could listen in on a radio broadcast. He'd be found out, and the authorities would show up if they felt threatened. And they would be if someone was trying to sound the alarm. There had to be patriots out there. Laura and I held hands and looked at the cabin's closed door. Everything was off and pickled for the next time. Pots of water were covered to make it easy for next time. She looked at me. It's been forever since I felt that free and happy. I nodded. It had been a glorious 3 days, but we needed to get home. I had to meet with a lawyer. I had forms to fill out. I had allies to rally and enemies to identify. I couldn't do any of that out here. It would be far too easy to disappear from it all and act like newlyweds. There was a certain allure to living only for myself. We have to go, but we'll be back. I know. We'll pick up where we left off when we get home. I think we have leftover Italian that should reheat quite nicely, even the garlic bread. Right through my stomach, straight to my heart. I put my gloved hands over my chest. Let's see if we can make it all the way in one day. 5 hours of riding until we're at the truck. I can make it. I want a shower. If that works for motivation, I'm for it. Let's get out of here. I needed the 5 hours lost in my own thoughts. Too much to think about. I knew that I needed alone time as well as shared time. It wasn't a knock on Laura. I hadn't realized how much I needed her companionship. It was a thing that had been missing from my life. Now I needed the time to think. Even though we had Italian food at home, I wanted to visit Perdigo's to check in on him. And the military bases. They would be sheltered from the locals. They'd be vocal about it if those going after our freedoms encroached on theirs. Or would they? Military gave up their rights without question. The soldiers might not notice when the locals did. They were used to following orders while not speaking out. They couldn't have private weapons on base without having them registered. Some bases forced their members to keep privately owned firearms in the base armory. Talk about Mother May I. The junior soldiers might not have been the best of judges. I needed to find out what had recently changed. If the base commander was in the mayor's or assembly's pocket, then it would be difficult to find allies on the base without looking like I was encouraging and fomenting treason. That would be a great way to get myself court-martialed and tossed in the brig. As a retired officer, I could still fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the military's judicial system that was outside the Constitution. All they'd have to do is activate me and send me to trial. As a commissioned officer, I fell under both civil and military rules. harsh laws that were meant to maintain control. Tolerating dissent was an easy-to-say concept, but hard for humans to enforce. When people thought they were right, they would fight tooth and nail in defending their position, even to extreme irrationality. Conceding power was how many perceived tolerating dissent. Dissent must be squashed. It cannot be allowed to take root from where a poisoned tree will grow. Those with power never wished to give it up. The Founding Fathers knew that only too well. How much disagreement was inconsequential, and how much before emotions kicked in and action was taken to remove the dissenting voices. That's where we found ourselves. The enemy was conducting probing attacks to see how weak we were. Had anyone fought back? Not that I knew of or had seen. People were taking it. Frogs were slowly boiling. I wasn't ready to get boiled. It was getting warm, and I was ready to jump out. The trip passed in a blur. Laura kept up, and we powered ahead. I didn't stop, not once, and Laura never indicated that she needed to stop either. We made it to the truck in the early afternoon with plenty of daylight remaining. The truck was like we'd left it, without a boot, but it was in a common parking area, unlike the last time. We loaded the sleds and trailer as quickly as possible and drove home. Laura went inside while I put the sleds in the garage. I plugged in my truck, and with one last look, I went inside. Once again, I was pleased to find that no one had been inside my house, which made me think that things weren't as bad as I thought. But that was me gaslighting myself. Not only had my moose rifle been taken and destroyed, I had been charged for illegally owning it. Others had been arrested for exercising their rights. At least one business was getting strangled. Old man Perdigo. We'd go see him tonight. I found Laura in the shower. She hadn't bothered closing the bathroom door. "You okay in there?" I asked. "Join me?" she replied. I was nasty. Sponge baths weren't my thing. I had a little too much hair on my body to get clean without running water. As enticing as that would be, I'll catch one after you when I can bogart the water. I hope you don't mind me ogling your naked body. Not at all, if you don't mind me doing the same to you. We have a chess set here, I said. We'd played chess at the cabin. It was the only game we had out there. Laura had never played before, so there was a bit of a learning curve. No more than one game a day, she countered. I couldn't blame her. The beatdowns had been complete. I didn't toy with her, letting her keep going when she had no hope. I wasn't very good, however, so I expected she'd catch up soon. She climbed out, looking different than the ragamuffin that had emerged from many layers of clothing. I entered the shower to find it far too hot. "Do you not have any nerves in your skin?" I cried out. I eased back and started to scrub myself clean. 5 days was a little too long to go without a shower. That was the drawback of the cabin. There was a stream nearby, but that only flowed in the summer, and the water was always violently cold. It worked in a pinch, and on occasion trout would appear. I toweled off and joined Laura in the kitchen. We had eaten a light breakfast before we left the cabin. It wasn't dinner time, but Laura had reheated the Italian food. The kitchen smelled of garlic and tomato sauce. We ate together, something that we'd done before, but it was different back then, refueling for the future. This felt like bonding over the sustenance of life, multiple levels of nourishment. "You're still thinking about the assembly, aren't you?" Laura asked. How could I not? The next open meeting starts in a little under 2 hours. How long was I in the shower? I wondered, because Laura had done all the things while I was goofing off and warming my body. She hadn't ogled me at all, which I found mildly disappointing. Keep an eye on the assembly, not wasting food, all the things that were important to me. We better get ready then. Let's see what the bad guys are saying in public. I stared at the garlic bread in my hand. What are you thinking? I think that what gets reported from the meeting won't be what they actually say. I want to see that for myself, because how else would we know we're being lied to?"
"Or that we're not being lied to," Laura offered.
"Touché. The truth will not be obfuscated." We clinked our glasses of water as a toast to the truth. A quick cleanup and a short browse of the internet looking for what wasn't being reported. I remained skeptical, thinking I was being vigilant. Laura provided the balance. She didn't think they were the enemy, or that we were at war. How I hoped she was right. I wanted to be wrong, but feared that I wasn't. We would find out quickly. It would be many steps, a string of pearls leading to a fateful conclusion, if I was correct. I dressed in a flannel shirt and heavy trousers, but not flannel-lined. It wasn't that cold, and I expected the Assembly's chambers would be too warm. We drove downtown, eyes on the businesses that we passed, to see what was newly closed. Nothing stood out, except the big gun store that even had its own shooting range. There was a huge, closed sign across the front. "KFDX Radio reports. New attitudes for the new spring. Have you planted your seeds and started for the upcoming growing season? Get those growing under a sun lamp with controlled humidity and warmth. While you're at it, plant a few extra for your neighbors. This year we'll see the greatest local harvest ever. Greenhouses are offering a buy 4, get 1 free sale. Take advantage and let your industry reach farther than your own gardens." We didn't stop by to see if more information was posted in smaller print. It was enough to know that no one would be buying more weapons. I expected every other firearm dealer in the city had been closed, and anything they had for sale had been seized. There was no room for more weapons, even if they were legally acquired, according to the powers that be. We need to drive by a couple other dealers and see if they're closed too. But tomorrow. For today, we'll see what the Assembly is up to. We made sure we weren't carrying anything to set off the metal detector and be frisked before attending the meeting. We tolerated it without a word. This was their turf. I didn't like it, but I didn't have to. I was collecting information, evidence even, and we were undercover for what that was worth. My last time here, the old man had given them the finger. Maybe they'd forgotten? Laura and I walked in. We took seats against the wall, but we stood out. There were official guests like the mayor and my buddy the sheriff. The police chief was also there, sitting next to the sheriff. That told me why the Fairbanks police officers were nowhere to be found during the gun confiscations. The police wouldn't have enforced that ordinance. They wouldn't have wanted to get shot. But then again, no one shot the authorities as they went from house to house. The Assembly members entered and called the meeting to order. I had no testimony and had no idea of the agenda. Laura brought it up on her phone to show me. "Are we boring you?" a voice nearly shouted. I felt eyes on me and looked up to see the Assembly staring at me. I stood. "I'm sorry, ma'am." I held my hat in my hand. "I was looking at tonight's agenda. It is okay to keep myself informed, isn't it?" She gestured for me to sit down and continued. I pushed Laura's phone into her hand while I glared at the Assemblywoman, the same person who had a homeless man thrown in jail for taking her picture with the chief of police. I tried to build a personal profile of her in my mind. Why would someone go through that? Power, as she just demonstrated. She not only didn't like people not paying attention to her, she wouldn't tolerate it. For the Assembly, she ran the show. No one gave her any grief. She kept glancing up at me when they paused between agenda items. Laura and I left. In the hallway outside, I had to bend over and breathe. She had all the power and wasn't using it for good. We better go before she sends someone to give us a message. We hurried out of the building, but we only made it as far as the parking lot before a squad car showed up. They blocked my truck. Laura squeezed my hand to let me know she was with me. She stayed by my side. I put my keys in my pocket. How far were they going to push me? 2 officers exited their vehicle. "Hold up, sir. We need to talk with you." "About what?" I asked. "What are you doing down here?" "Attending the Assembly meeting.
but you already know that. There wasn't anything that interested us, so we left as soon as we could. I hadn't seen the right agenda. My mistake. I'm fixing that mistake by going home. I can go home, can't I? Let me see some ID. He shined his light in my eyes. It wasn't time to resist. Not yet. I removed my driver's license and handed it to him. How long have you been with the FPD? We ask the questions, he snapped. I looked at the other officer. He was uncomfortable. That's enough. They're clean. Let's go. The second officer chided his partner. The driver cast a dagger-filled glance at him. I asked what you were doing down here. He stared at me, trying to look intimidating. And I answered, attending the assembly meeting. Did you smoke too much pot in high school, and it affected your short-term memory? He moved close, bumping me with his chest protector. Police brutality, I said into his face. I relaxed my hands. I was not going to let this man harass me. If he tried to hit me, he was going to suffer. He was a bully, not a decent police officer. I figured he was new. I'd like to talk with your partner, please. Tom has nothing to say about this. He has nothing to say about the harassment of a private citizen who's not doing anything? Do you understand the limitations of probable cause? You're going to make me rich. I'll sue, I'll win, and they'll cut your pay yet again. Your name will figure prominently. Damn, that's a high badge number you got there. The partner pushed the driver out of the way. The second officer deftly grabbed my ID and gave it back to me. Be on your way, sir. Let me advise you not to come to another assembly meeting. I understand. I hadn't intended on returning. Smoke poured from the bully's ears, but he was no longer angry with me. It was unreasonable, but he was a blunt tool, not a precise instrument. I appreciate your clarification that the assembly meetings are no longer open to the public. It's best to think that way. Officer Tom Farmer. That was the name on his uniform. He was as close to an ally as I was going to find among the police. I unlocked my truck and we climbed in. The cruiser had us blocked in, so we had to wait. I let the truck run while I watched the two officers have a heated argument. They returned to their vehicle. The driver spun the wheels, which wasn't hard on the ice. He fishtailed his way to face the exit and raced out of the parking lot. I drove slowly. Well, that was exciting, I deadpanned. Why were they such jerks? Laura wondered. Only the driver. The other one was trying to warn us. He saved us, or we were headed to the Gray Bar Motel. We were going to be arrested because we angered the assemblywoman. Correct that. I angered her. I tried to remind myself that we're collecting information, not acting. But these people are making me so angry that I get confrontational. You have to admit that my verbal arrows landed with devastating efficiency. Is that how you saw it? She asked with a snort. She covered her mouth. Sorry, you didn't bring them to their knees, but you showed them you weren't going to worship on the altar of their badges. Refuse to worship at the altar of governmental authority. I like it. Let's check Perdigo's. We drove straight there, but they were closed. They had greatly reduced hours, being open only Friday through Sunday according to the sign on the door. We'd catch them at the end of the week. I wasn't hungry. We'd just eaten. I was annoyed. I'd lost my cool, and they now had me highlighted. We'll go to the base tomorrow and see what's up. Otherwise, we're going to have to lay low. These people have our number and are going to make things hard on us. We'll show we have nothing to hide. Because we don't, Laura said. America, sweetheart. Innocent until proven guilty. I don't have to prove I have nothing to hide. They have to prove that I'm hiding something before they even get to look. And as we just saw, you don't have to do anything wrong to be considered a criminal. They aren't playing by the rules. You know what that means? You don't have to play by the rules either. Bullseye. It brings me back to the biggest question of all. What are we going to do about it? I don't have that answer. Ham radio. We need to tell the feds. I need to send a note to both Alaskan senators. That's the ticket. I have VPN, a virtual connection that should keep prying eyes from my note, but there's nothing to keep the senators from sharing it with the Assembly, so we're going to have to make sure they can't identify us from our love note. We have to do something. The police can't come after us like that. It isn't right. Laura stared out the windshield. Proof, rather than words. She'd seen for herself exactly what I was complaining about. She'd seen the ugly face of domination and submission, the destruction of people's will to do anything except comply. That's what I've been trying to say. No one should have that kind of power, and they're exercising it with impunity. At home, I was in a foul mood. Angry with the Assembly, angry with myself, angry with the lackeys marching to the Assemblywoman's drumbeat. I felt sorry for Dash that woman was his aunt. I'd talk with him the next time I saw him. What made her tick? The military. The next day, we did our shift at the homeless kitchen, but found that 2 others were already there, cooking and cleaning. Dorothy pulled us aside. "We need to be able to count on you when you're scheduled," she said with pleading eyes. "They're coming after us," I stated. Dorothy deflated. "I see that enough from the people we serve. Can you get some professional help? Therapists nowadays are fantastic." She looked around. "I go to one myself." "What? No. The Assembly and their lackeys are taking control over the city. They took my moose rifle, destroyed it, claimed victory, and now anyone who speaks out against them, or is even perceived as speaking out against them, is harassed by the police. You can't leave town without hitting a roadblock and explaining where you're going and why. Is that the Fairbanks you've come to know?" She looked at my eyes to check if I was on drugs or drinking. I continued. "You know, I'm not just a volunteer. I'm a donor. I wouldn't do any of that if I was off the rails. I'm in complete control of my faculties." Dorothy looked down to find Laura and I holding hands. I was skeptical too, but saw it with my own eyes. Multiple occasions of the authorities in places where they'd never been before. "They're in control, and no one can deny that," Laura added. "Of course they're in control. We voted them in. We can vote them out," Dorothy said. "What are you seeing on television? There's no crime in Fairbanks. Hallelujah! It has become a tropical paradise," I said with a sigh and as much sarcasm as I could muster. I was ready to leave. I didn't need the confrontation. I didn't need the agitation. But I did need the ally. Dorothy was someone who mattered. We're being subjected to nonstop propaganda. I don't know what they have on the television or radio studio personnel, but only good news is being broadcast. I know things aren't going great here. I expect a full broadside of bad news, so we concede to whatever totalitarian measures they want to implement. I wasn't going to share what I'd heard from the funeral home. I didn't need to share the names of anyone who gave me information. I couldn't trust anyone except Laura, and she was easy to trust because she was always by my side. But was that trust? I was angry with myself for a moment. "Give it time," I counseled myself. "She'll earn your trust. She's a good person, and good people deserve the benefit of the doubt." She nodded. "Maybe the news is overly positive nowadays. We're losing our usual customers and gaining a different clientele, people who don't look to be so down on their luck." "Believe your eyes, Dorothy. There is something bad going on. Fairbanks is becoming what it should not be. We don't need to be under the government's thumb." "I'll keep my eyes open. We have today covered, but can you come in tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes, I'll come in tomorrow." I turned to Laura. "I'll be here too." I hadn't wanted to speak for her. Independence. It was what's on the menu. No one past the age of majority needed someone else making decisions for them. Even the homeless who came in to eat at the kitchen had free will. I realized that I didn't care what decisions they'd made or what series of events put them on the street. We would feed them. Laura could have been among that group. She was one day from living in her wreck of a car. Tomorrow it is, and any days after that you can help us. I'm sorry for coming down hard on you. You've already done more for us than most anyone else." I slipped her $300 as a donation. It was a new week. "Cost of groceries is going up. I don't know why," Dorothy added out of the blue. I was certain it wasn't to get more money from me, but to let me know that $300 wouldn't feed people for as long as it used to. I didn't give her more because I didn't have too much more with me. I'd have to dig into Dad's cash. I hoped I was honoring him with what I was using it for. "Be the resistance," I told Dorothy. "Pay in cash." She smiled and slid the money into a special safe. Sometimes people donated for their meals. It was never much, but it added up. Laura and I left. We had extra time. "Let's go to Alaskan first." It was 30 minutes south, past North Pole, Alaska, which I always found hilarious. I had to drive south to get to North Pole. Not the North Pole. That was in the middle of the Arctic. I had spent time working on the north slope of Alaska, which was about 500 miles from the pole. That was close enough. The conditions were brutally painful. I remained amazed at how humanity could operate in that environment, but they adapted and continued to improve how well they could work. Resource extraction was the biggest revenue producer for the state, oil and gold primarily. I was finished with that life. Even being in shape wasn't good enough to fight off the rigors of the extreme cold, the persistent winds, and the perpetual darkness. "Off we go," Laura said. She patted my hand, showing her support. "You heard her, right?" The signs of a declining economy with the increase in prices, plus more people seeking aid who never did before. That's what I heard. Yep. Sometimes we didn't see what was there because we weren't looking for it. Now that Laura had gotten a face full of how the new leadership conducted business, she saw it everywhere she turned. Things are changing, and none of it for the better. We need to find where that reporter hangs out. He was the first one to interview the sheriff after their big gun grab. He tried to get at the truth, and the sheriff shut him out. I suspect he's writing obits and not conducting any on-street interviews. Laura accessed her phone and pulled up the KTVS homepage. She wanted pictures of the reporter to show me. She didn't know which interview I was referencing because she hadn't been in my life at that time. We reached a stoplight. "This guy?" she asked, based on my vague references. "That's him. Got it in one." I drove on when the light turned green. "He's been transferred to Valdez for the fishing report," it says. "There's no fishing right now." He'd been put on ice. I didn't want to go to Valdez. Going through a checkpoint on the way out of town would highlight us in a way I suspected would guarantee a night visit by authorities to my house. If I was there, at least I'd see what they were looking for, and, consequently, I'd see what they found. Maybe I could appeal to their better sense and keep them out of my home. We need to find every business that's closed and talk with the owners or former owners to see why. "Allies?" Laura ventured. "This is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. I need the Assembly to not think of me as an enemy." "How do we do that?" "I expect we play along. When the inevitable weapon turn-in happens, I'll take them a gun. The old man had a Sky CPX 380. I'm not sure how good it is. I think he bought it used for $50. I'll tell them I found it. We need to contact Officer Farmer and talk to him alone. He knows a lot that he won't say in front of his new partner." "Sounds like a full day," Laura said. "Maybe even a full week." We'd have to do it all without anyone knowing. What kind of tendrils did the authorities have into private communication? They weren't all-knowing. I expected they counted on informants rather than hackers, but we'd take care when online. We need to start using the VPN every time we browse the internet or read the news on the computer. I don't trust them, Laura. Fear is a good motivator. As long as you have a healthy dose of what they're capable of, you won't expose yourself. Well, to anyone but me, that is. Are you reading my military strategy books? They did a test where they gave drugs to soldiers to remove their fear. They died quickly because they had no respect for incoming fire. You can win in war by taking calculated risks, but you can't win if you are only unafraid. Then you'll take unreasonable risks. It's odd that you know stuff like that. 20 years of a career that was 24/7, you learn things that you'll never forget. Sitting around and talking about our feelings, that wasn't ever a part of it. The ones who did that weren't our best Marines. They tended to spend their careers in the rear with the Gatorade. They might be better. I cut her off. No feelings talk. I'm focused on not scaring the airmen when we get to Alaskan. You and your manly manliness. You have feelings, strong ones. I've been a patriot my whole life. I can't allow these toadies to do what they're doing. That would turn my back on everything I hold dear. My old man would disown me if I didn't work within my abilities to right these wrongs, especially since they're up close and personal. You don't have to answer to your father anymore, Laura said, barely above a whisper. I know I don't, but I do because I want to be as good a man as he was. I don't think it's asking too much of myself to aspire to such an ideal, and I'm going to bring a bunch of people along with me. Laura leaned toward me and squeezed my leg. I'm happy to come with you, no matter where you go. I had to work on what I defined as a bunch of people. Right now, Laura and I were sure things, and there were a few potentials. That wouldn't work when it came to allies in a fight against a greater enemy. I needed an army, but I needed to recruit them in the dark recesses where malcontents gathered. I also had to think of command and control. How did a general exercise control over his army without using standard communications because the enemy was listening? We were behind the lines and operating as a guerrilla group. That's how I had to adjust my thinking. I wasn't quite there yet. I had to keep many thoughts to myself. I didn't need to sound like a psycho to the soldiers and airmen. Collect the intel, I reminded myself. I wasn't surprised that there wasn't a checkpoint between Fairbanks and North Pole, because the second we passed North Pole, it appeared. Traffic bottlenecked down to one lane and then off the shoulder, as if rolling through a DUI checkpoint. An officer looked in my truck. He seemed satisfied that the back seat and bed were empty. He took a picture of my license plate and waved me on. This time, I restrained myself from giving him any lip. He was going about his business with clinical efficiency and without emotion. He might not have even known why he was doing what he was doing. We continued to Alaskan to find the entrance closed to anyone but uniformed personnel stationed at the base. I'm sorry, we were hoping to catch something to eat at the food court, I told the SP, the security police officer at the gate. Not today, Colonel. We're closed for an exercise. The end date is undetermined. You'll want to call base ops to see if we're open before you drive down here next time. That's good advice. Thanks. Happy exercising. He saluted, and I returned it, even though I was inside a vehicle and not wearing a cover or cap of any sort. It was what they expected, even though it was outside Marine Corps regulations. I looped around and left the entrance gate. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Then I should talk about my feelings, I joked. She laughed. I found that I liked her laugh. It kept things light when I felt the world closing in around me. Almost. I'm guessing that we're going to find Wainwright closed, too. They seemed to not care that you were a colonel. Can't you pull rank or something? Fort Wainwright was co-located with Fairbanks, occupying the entirety of the eastern section of the city. I shook my head. Once I retired, I rated the salute and certain privileges, but giving orders on someone else's base wasn't one of them. I have no authority here. But they're Air Force and you're a Marine. I don't understand. That's my girl. In such a short time, I have trained you to the epitome of military branch awareness. Alas, my lass, being a Marine here has no advantage besides stoking my ego that I am and will always be one of the few and the proud. We made the trip to Wainwright in short order and turned off the Steese Highway toward the main gate. They were letting people through, even retirees like myself. I didn't stop and ask why. I accepted it for what it was. Looks like we'll be buying lunch for a few soldiers. It's a way to their heart, and will hopefully open their minds and loosen their tongues. You know what you're doing. I don't understand these people at all. I don't think we should have a military. I think we can solve our issues with the fact that we have big missiles with nuclear weapons on top. Weapons are only good if you use them. Ground troops seize and hold territory. Everything else is noise. Nukes weren't the answer. No one in their right mind would launch them if the other side hadn't launched them first. A threat is no good unless you were willing to use them, which I hoped we weren't, not as a first strike option. We continued to the complex that housed the post exchange, the barber shop, food court, specialty shops, and commissary. We parked and strolled in. There was a line at the sandwich shop. I headed to the counter and threw $200 bills on the counter. "These are all on me," I told the clerk. I put on a smile and walked down the line, shaking hands and asking what they did. Some pointed to their branch emblem, which meant nothing to me. I hadn't worked with the Army enough to know what those emblems meant. The soldiers were happy to explain. 6-inch subs became footlongs with the soldier's benefactor. I didn't care. I wanted them to tell me what was going on. "Pretty busy today. What's up?" "Everyone is restricted. We had 3 DUIs in one night, and the commander flipped out, like Max freakout, so we're stuck on post. Soldiers who live off post have home-to-work limitations. They don't get to go anywhere out in town. We've been told the MPs are out there looking for people violating the restriction. It would be an instant 30 days in the brig, according to the post commander." Harsh. Over 3 DUIs? Do you know the people who got them? I wondered. They gave me the answer I expected, since I was doubtful anyone had gotten charged with driving under the influence. It was too convenient. "It was the airheads," one soldier said. "Nah, motor pool. They should get their licenses taken away," another suggested. "Stryker Brigade. Those guys are wild when they're on their best behavior." No one knew. Rumors and misdirection to keep the soldiers guessing and compliant. A sour-looking sergeant stood away from the others, but he was lined up to get a sandwich. I eased close to him. "What's the end game?" He furrowed his brow and thought, but came up with nothing. "The what?" "What will it take to get privileges restored?" He shrugged. "Don't know. Thank you for buying the boys lunch. Lots of people will tell you thanks for your service, but how many buy you a sandwich or a bagel or an ounce of gold?" "You're giving out gold?" the sergeant asked. "Not today. Sandwiches this go-round." I clapped him on the shoulder. I went to the counter and ordered a couple cookies. We took a seat, and the soldiers, surprisingly, filled in around us. I thought they might drift away. I had already come to the conclusion that the mayor had something on the post commander that made him a witting accomplice. I feared that I would find no allies among the senior ranks. Laura and I finished our cookies. "Stay frosty," I told the group. They waved and mumbled a collective thanks. Laura took my hand, and we strolled out. I stopped outside the front door. "Did you want to go into the exchange? It's like an everything-in-one store. Groceries are next door." "Is there anything we need?" she asked. "You get better and better with each new day." I beamed at her. "No, there's not a damn thing we need except allies, and I'm not seeing a great number of those. I can't buy Sammys for everyone on base. There has to be a different way. I need a few of the senior NCOs, bend their ears and get them to look out for oddities, like violations of the UCMJ. I couldn't help myself to the NCO club. I didn't want to go to the officers' club. They'd want me to join and pay dues. Some things weren't worth it. Other things were. My fellow officers. Off to the O Club. "What's that?" Laura asked. I explained it to her. Air Force officers referred to their officers' club membership as career insurance. In the Marines, it wasn't as important. I didn't know its status in the Army. As long as they kept to themselves, it would have to do. I didn't need any more enemies. If the military was arrayed against the local population, we wouldn't have a chance. Laura and I would disappear to the cabin and not look back. We'd live out the rest of our lives off the grid. I wasn't sure how long we had left. 10 years? 20? She was what I was missing. As a backup plan, going away didn't sound bad. I wasn't raised to only take care of myself, but I also wasn't raised to fight a battle I had no chance of winning. We can't have the military come in on the assembly side. If they stay neutral, we have a chance. There has to be a hell of a lot more of us than them. There has to be. I started sounding like a fanatic, even to me. Let's go home and make love. Oh, really? Laura said. Or not. You give up easily. I'm not in high school anymore. How about a hot bath? Or both? I didn't answer. I was lost in thoughts of ill-defined battle lines. Some of the enemies were clear, others not so much. Some of our friends were clear, others not so much. It was easy in the Marines. We were blue on the map, the enemy was red. Life was more straightforward. I needed to change my mindset. We were fighting from an inferior position. We were isolated. That was the key. We needed to be less isolated. But first, I wanted to see if there was anything happening at the officers' club. We drove around and finally stopped to ask. There's no officers' club on Wainwright, the young lieutenant replied. We don't do that kind of stuff. It tends to condone drinking and driving. A relic of the past, of people my age. I served in the Air Force, and we always had them. It was usually a good place to get a burger, I lied. That's the bowling alley. You get a great burger there. He waved and walked away. I watched him go. I remember a time when you called anyone who was older than you, sir. The youth of today serving in the military, they all looked like little kids to me. The generational change was hard to accept. So, Laura began. Starting a sentence with that word usually led to something dramatic. I looked at her. Are we going to the bowling alley? I shook my head. I need to send those emails to our senators. They may be in Washington, D.C., but they're only a short note away. One of them is from Fairbanks. They need to know what's happening on the home front. We need to get the word out. Bring scrutiny from outside. That'll force the locals to lay low. These assembly members are big fish in a little pond. In the big pond, they're nobodies. Is making love still on the table? Laura asked. I'm sorry? You're not canceling on me, are you? I loosened my jaw. I'd been clenching it. I'll give it a rest. I need to think, take in what we heard, and turn it into something we can use. No, dear, I'm not canceling on you. It's been far too long. I need to make up for lost time. While keeping the people safe, even if they don't know you're protecting them, she clarified. Sounds about right, I agreed. Once again, when we returned home, I was happy that no one had come by. It suggested the enemy's limitation was in manpower. They had to be everywhere at all times, ready to react to any perceived slights identified by the assembly or the mayor or someone else in charge. They didn't have the troops to bully everyone they wanted. I needed to disperse assets so the bad guys couldn't seize them all in one visit, especially weapons. Where to hide them? That was the question. You said your old home was in foreclosure? Thanks for bringing up that painful subject. What if I bought it? I said. I can't go back in there. You can rent a place. No. I'm not kicking you out of my bed. I need a place to hide some extra stuff. They have my name, but they don't have yours. You're the big unknown. Get a little place, and we'll figure out how to hide stuff in there. In a war, resupply is king. If you run out of ammo, you run out of the ability to make war. If you have food, fuel, and ammo, you'll be able to continue prosecuting the attack. I don't like the thought of a shooting war in Fairbanks. If we can get the leadership to abdicate, then we don't have to fight them. Maybe that's a course of action, too. How do we put the fear of God into them? Propaganda, Laura said. We find their address and send them notes, plaster love notes on their windows, harass them. After what they did to us for doing nothing, It's the least we can do to make them feel unwelcome. I liked it. Laura was giving me options that I hadn't considered. First order of business, complain to our public servants. Passive versus active. With the emails to our congressional representatives sent, that left us with the question of what next. We can wait and hope that our 2 senators will ask the hard questions of the local government and help us out, Laura offered. I think we need to assume that they'll do nothing. They have their own power to consolidate. Have you ever heard of politicians getting in bed with the enemy? Of course. She wanted to be hopeful. She wanted it to be over, but it wasn't going to end. The attack on our liberties was gaining momentum. It wouldn't stop or slow down without outside force. I could see nothing more than a landslide heading our way. To stop it, we needed to create a landslide of our own. Where will their next move be? We have to find Officer Farmer. Also, I want to put air tags on each of the assembly members' vehicles, and that includes the mayor and the sheriff. That's probably illegal, Laura stated. There's no probably about it. It's the next step in fighting the war, active measures to secure our freedoms. By knowing where the assembly goes? Yes, we need to know where their homes are if we're going to strike fear into their souls. Active engagement, even if it was only a psyop, psychological operation, would show the leadership that dominating the population came with consequences. Would they dial back their campaign against us or not? They were bullies. When challenged, bullies tended to back down. They needed to feel what we felt. Severe consequences would be civil war. We would fight them. What forces could they muster, and how hard would they fight? I needed more information before that option was viable. Until then, maybe they could be pressured while we built profiles on each person. They'd be targeting packages, but I'd keep that to myself. Laura didn't need to hear such things. I grimaced my way through the thought before returning to the moment. I wish I could do something about your pain, Laura said. She wasn't implying anything. She was thinking out loud, putting her empathy on display. You make it tolerable, and that's what matters. We need to go out again. Get a pay-as-you-go credit card so you can buy supplies from Amazon. Supplies like air tags. We might be able to get some from the phone stores. We need a dozen, maybe more. Just say when you're ready to go. Laura hadn't purchased a bathrobe. She opted for wearing one of my lined flannel shirts. Seeing her dressed like that made me feel funny all over. I became a puddle of my former self. She kept walking back and forth in front of me. What are you doing? I'm trying to distract you, she replied simply. I wasn't sure I wanted to be distracted. I was making progress with my plan, but it had only partially formulated. I needed more time to think. Laura laughed at me. You're funny. She strolled away. I'll get dressed, Mr. Grumpy. I froze and stared. That's what I did. I blurted, You make me feel funny. She raised her eyebrows as if looking for more information. I didn't have anything else. She returned to sit in my lap. Her face was serious. I'm so used to being ignored and told to get out of his sight that I'm not used to being appreciated. I can see the sparkle in your eyes when you look at me. I can't get enough of that. It's been so long. I pulled her close and buried my face in her chest. I wasn't sure where the next hour went, but somehow the small table next to the recliner got knocked over. I went to the old man's bedroom while Laura was in the shower for the second time that day. I popped a floor panel and took out $10,000. That was our insurrection money. We'd get a few prepaid credit cards to buy what we needed when we couldn't use cash. Mail order still worked. Corrupting the post office was orders of magnitude more difficult than replacing the officers in the FPD. They were one pay cut away from losing their entire force. Had the city treated them better, that wouldn't be the case. The Alaska State Troopers were the cream of the crop. I needed to find one of them and have a conversation when they weren't on duty. Same with the farmer. Where did he hang out? Maybe he had an email. FPD emails were first initial and last name bunched together at fairbanks.us. I hopped online through the VPN and sent an email to tfarmer@fairbanks.us. There is a lot going on that I think are both unconstitutional and downright illegal. The citizens of this city are on the receiving end of the wrong kind of enforcement. You seem like a straight-up officer of the law. Maybe I'm wrong. This isn't subterfuge or a rallying cry for rebellion. I only want to understand what is going on. I have the ear of federal authorities. I want a straight story when I talk with them further, even if it is to allay their concerns. I'll be in the Mexican restaurant at the bar, 4 p.m. tomorrow. You'll recognize me, I think. There was only one Mexican place in town with a bar. I'd make it tomorrow in case he was still on the midnight shift and didn't check email until he came in, if that was his correct email. This was a higher risk engagement because I was sure all emails were monitored. They couldn't come and get me without thinking there would be repercussions. I wanted the overlords to believe they could manipulate me. In the interim, we'd buy air tags and put them on our targets' cars. That would be a whole different challenge. Snow camo and walking along the riverbank. The Chino was frozen solid, so there was no danger of falling in or getting wet. The only challenge was to not be seen. There were subcommittee meetings starting in the early afternoon. I could visit the parking lot as soon as it got dark. I wouldn't even have to stay up late. Here, when we need to buy stuff, you don't need to have me pay for everything. I think there's $5,000 there. Her hand shook while she held the money. I've never held this much money before. Here. I put the $5,000 I have for myself into her other hand. Now that you've held $10,000, $5 won't seem like so much. I took my $50, $100 bills and stuffed them into my pocket. You're a strange man. Strangely delightful, you mean? Of course I mean that. She put the money into her pocket. When she arrived at the homeless kitchen on that fateful day, she'd had a few things in her pocket, but no purse or anything else. She'd been little more than a slave her entire adult life. It didn't surprise me that she saw freedoms differently. To her, the entire world had just opened up, while to me, it had closed down almost completely. We rolled to the first phone store where they had air tags, but only 4 individual tags and no 4-packs. We bought all 4 for cash, declining to give them any identifying information to complete the purchase. The clerk wasn't invested in getting the information. She was good with the quick sale. The second phone store had 6. We bought all of them. The third store didn't have any. 10 would have to work. We'd start building a profile on each of the enemy leaders. I would have to remember which cars I put the tags on, and once we started to surveil the houses, we'd match who the cars belonged to. And then we could implement the PSYOP plan to get into their heads and under their skin. They had to have security systems, cameras, and even dogs. I could defeat those, one by one. Dogs could be bought with snacks. No one let a truly violent dog run free inside their home. I wouldn't go inside, not unless I had to. I was still on my heels and playing defense. I found the idea of switching to offense and causing the bad people grief to be gratifying. They were bad, bordering on evil, and criminals. Make no mistake about that. To Laura, they were little more than an annoyance. When you have nothing to lose, even your freedom becomes trivial. When freedom is everything, you protect all you have. Make no compromise because one encroachment was the first step toward a place you didn't want to go. The camel's nose could never get under the tent. I was getting agitated for no reason. My soapbox talks with myself tended to do that. I pulled up the satellite image of downtown Fairbanks. With the river frozen, I wasn't constrained to one side of the street. Less than 100 yards away, a church stood tall with the parking lot on the far side, away from the JHAC where the assembly meetings were held. I could get there undetected, but if they discovered me, I'd have to run like a freak to get across the river and into my truck. That meant Tanglefoot. I'd have to set traps to foil someone who might be following. Dad had left fishing line in the garage. Some was made for ocean rigs using heavy-duty 60-pound test line. It would make for good traps to trip the unwary. Planning for failure made it more likely to be successful, all while hoping that the evening went without a hitch. There was much to do. Fishing line, snow camouflage, which I had, and a way to scrape the snow behind me to clear the trail I would leave. Planning was the key to success. I excused myself and retired to the garage, where Laura followed. "Am I going with you?" she asked pointedly. "To wait in the truck. Keep it running and ready to roll. When I come back, we'll need to leave quickly. If I'm running, we'll need to leave even quicker than that." "Is this your best idea?" she asked. "It is the best idea I have at the moment. We need the information if we're going to take the fight to the enemy." "I don't like it," Laura countered. "You're taking a great risk." "That I am. But I've trained for stuff like this. I've done things like this where people were shooting at me. It's not as high risk as it seems. The worst thing that happens is they chase me, but I have a plan to get away." "We're going to end up in jail." "I don't want to go to jail." Laura crossed her arms and stamped her foot. I continued with what I was doing. "The decision's been made." "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means that I'm tired of being on the receiving end of their bile. I'm going after them, but not now, when the time is right. But to go after them, I have to do it intelligently. Bullies fold when people fight back. When they're separated from their enforcers, they'll turn into fetid puddles of goo. That means I need to know where they live and their routines." "Fetid goo? Cory, I'm serious." I stopped and faced her. "I am too. This is a war, and right now I seem to be the only one fighting it. I will continue to fight it alone if I have to. Maybe you should stay home." Laura deflated. She pinched her eyes closed and threw her head back. I was afraid she was going to start crying again. I'd been less than kind. That didn't change what needed to be done. I finished collecting the fishing line and fashioned a piece of white plastic sheeting that would drag behind me. The final part of the plan was the winter camouflage, which I had in my closet, white that blended in with the snow. I would have bumped past Laura, but she blocked the way, unintentionally. She hadn't come far into the garage. I wrapped one arm around her and pulled her tightly to me. She hadn't cried until that moment. I wanted to let go, but thought better of it. I had time. I held on to her while she sobbed. "Get it out. Nothing is going to change except maybe your understanding of why I have to do this. In for a penny, in for a pound. I come with baggage. It's the cost of admission. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. The things that are happening are just the start. The worst is yet to come. I don't want to be right, but I know that I am. I've seen the face of evil in places I deployed to with the Marines. Some of these people have the same look. The sheriff, that assemblywoman, the mayor. They're corrupting those around them." "Do you really have to do this?" "We've already said what we had to say. The conversation is over. It's time for action." She nodded. "I had to try. I'll go with you. I'll be in the truck, ready to go the second you show up after completing your mission. I wish you the best of luck. I just found you and don't want to lose you or your baggage, for that matter. I hope you don't want to lose me or my baggage. I don't. We're in this together. We're not master criminals. All it would take is for the assembly to stop doing what they're doing, stop using the sheriff and police to harass the population. Life here can return to normal. I'd really like my moose rifle back, but I know that's not going to happen." "You'll get by without it. You have other weapons, a lot of other weapons, don't you?" "Not that you know," I said. "Beside what you've seen at the cabin, you haven't seen anything else. We're only tagging their cars and building profiles. We're not killing them. I don't want to murder people. I like to think we're better than that, and even if we are diametrically opposed in our understanding of freedom and liberty, we still can't devolve into a shooting war." "I believe you." She relaxed. "I'm in for the full pound. I'm not used to airing my opinion. You've created a monster, Mr. Beringer." "I've opened the cage door. That's all, Miss Laura." "I'm sorry, but I have to insist. I really need to use the bathroom." I nodded toward the door behind her. She giggled and moved out of the way. I dropped the armload of equipment and supplies on the table on my way past. Lights shone through the front window as a car turned around in front of our house. I stopped to watch. It parked and someone got out. "We have company, Miss Laura. Take this back out in the garage, will you?" I gestured toward the pile of gear on the dining room table. The .45 was still out, and I had to hide it. I hurried into the master bedroom and tucked it under a floorboard. Then I put the thin metal we used as a pry bar into the kitchen's junk drawer. I made it to the front door by the second knock. "Hold on," I shouted, and took my time opening it. FPD stood there. 2 officers with high badge numbers, different ones from before. "Health and safety check," the first one said.
An engagement. "Do you have a warrant?" I asked. "Health and safety falls under Fairbanks North Star Borough Ordinance 85.05-1A, which is prima facie illegal." "You a lawyer?" the first officer asked. "No, but I watch cop shows on television." It was time to regroup and get back out of the spotlight. "I'm sorry. There's no reason to be snotty. Come on in so you can make sure we're not cooking meth or living haphazardly with extension cords feeding unsafe heaters." I stepped aside. They stomped through the door, not bothering to wipe their boots. I expected better. These guys wore the FPD uniform, but they most assuredly were not the FPD. "Hey, hon, make up some coffee and hot chocolate for our guests," I called to the kitchen. The police headed for the back and dug through the closets and checked under the beds. They opened the drawers to find very little in the way of clothes for any of us. I'd already donated the old man's clothing after checking the pockets for excess change. He always had cash hidden away. I only found $600. He had lost his touch in his old age. He never spent much money, and that's why he left his mercenary cash under the floor. I guessed he didn't think he could spend it in good conscience. I shared it around for causes I thought he would support, especially the one where we were standing up to the government. Thoughts of Dad consoled me regarding the 2 officers rooting around in our house. New hires from outside, unleashed upon the population to keep them in line. I was playing nice and not getting myself tossed in jail. Laura brought out 4 cups, 2 with coffee and 2 with hot chocolate. She looked concerned. I shook my head ever so slightly and kissed her. The officers bustled past, and one went into the garage. The other checked the living room before opening every cabinet in the kitchen. They met back up in the living room, disappointed at not finding anything. The first one turned on me. "Where are you hiding your weapons?" "The sheriff took my moose rifle. I have no other weapons. I don't need one. I have you boys to protect me." I pointed to the pistols on their hips. "Don't get smart," the first one replied. These 2 weren't on the team because of their ability to win the hearts and minds of the local population. "You've taken all my weapons. If some drug-dealing thug breaks in, how long will it take you to respond?" They stared at me. "Exactly. 1 shot from my moose rifle, and the intruder will be running for his life. I don't need to shoot him. I only need him to believe that I'll shoot him, or that you guys will be here quickly enough to shoot him on my behalf. That's how you keep crime from spiraling, at least the kind of crime we have in this city." "What do you know about crime in this city? It's gone down since the new safety measures have been implemented to protect you." "I've lived here on and off for my whole life. How long have you been here?" The 2 looked at each other once more and stepped toward the front door. "Do you want your coffee?" I called after them. They opened the door and kept walking without acknowledging my question. Into their car and off they went. They hadn't bothered closing the door. "You think I can afford to heat the whole outdoors? Where were you raised? A farm?" I said in my best dad voice. Laura chewed on the inside of her cheek. Her dissatisfaction was growing. She wasn't given the opportunity to relax in the place she called home. "That was exciting," I said, watching their patrol car roll down the street. "What do you think triggered that?" Laura asked. "Lesson learned. Don't send supposedly anonymous messages to the FPD. I'm still going to the restaurant tomorrow. Both of us will. You'll take a booth and order for us, and I'll hang at the bar. Maybe he'll show, but probably not. We'll be out the cost of a meal we're going to eat anyway." "Maybe it's a coincidence," Laura suggested. "I have to quote John Adams. Government is instituted for the common good, for the protection, safety, prosperity, and happiness of the people, and not for the profit, honor, or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men." "They said they were here for our safety." Laura relaxed while we stood and watched out the window. I don't know why we looked. Maybe because that's where the enemy came from, through the front door. "I'll vacuum." She removed the vacuum cleaner from the hallway closet and casually ran it over everywhere the officers had walked to clean up the bits of snow they left behind. Safety wasn't their concern. It was their excuse. Me and my rifle were no danger to anyone, unless someone illegally entered my house. Then I'd have to unleash on them, and Alaska had adopted the castle doctrine. I took the pry bar to the bedroom and removed my .45 while Laura was in another part of the house. I put the floorboard back before she made it to the master bedroom. I kept it stored in the chest holster. It made it more convenient for putting it on when I had it out. Laura turned off the vacuum. "Where'd you hide that?" "Where they wouldn't find it." I returned the pry bar to the junk drawer. "You're keeping a secret." "If they grab you to get to me, how long do you think it'll be before they break you?" "Never. I won't tell them anything." She pouted at the thought that I didn't trust her. "Doesn't matter how strong you are. The right answer is 3 days. They'll break you in 3 days. If a Marine gets captured, all codes and passwords and plans must be obsolete within 3 days. It's the military standard. You can't give up what you don't know. You know I'm hiding a pistol somewhere. Good enough. If you can hold out, you'll be a superstar. But if you can't, you must not feel bad about yourself. They can and will break you. They'll break me too, eventually." I didn't think they would. My hatred of them would stoke the fires of my obstinance. I'd defy them solely out of spite. Laura wrestled with her emotions until she came to a depressing conclusion. "I hate this reality." "You don't hate me, because I'm a ray of perpetual sunshine," I replied. She laughed. "There is that. I hate not being able to enjoy basking in your light. Do you like beaches?" "The mouthy kind?" I shot back. "What?" "Not mean women. You mean like sand and sun?" "I'd play in the surf and mill about for a while. As long as I'm under an umbrella with my Kindle, I'd be fine. Do you like the beach? We could go on a vacation, but not until this is over. I want to go on a vacation. It's been a long winter." "Winter sucks the life out of you up here." Laura was right about that. It was hard and led to alcohol and drug abuse, domestic abuse, and tossed the unsuspecting into deep pits of depression. Dark, endless cold didn't make for a healthy environment. "Next year, we'll plan a month away, maybe 2 or 3. We have nothing tying us down here." "Let's go right now," Laura pleaded. "Can't, and you know why. I have the responsibility to act on behalf of a whole community. I never rejected my oath of office when I was commissioned. All enemies, foreign or domestic. That's my charge. I take it seriously, even if others don't." Laura wanted to enjoy life. She'd been trapped for a long, long time. She wanted experiences to refill her well. "Think about how you'll feel when this is all over. If we win and can return to a level of freedom we accept, then you'll be proud to have been a part of making it happen. Be proud of your choices and your actions. Think about the future, and remember this brief period of time. We didn't enable the bad guys to win. They only encroached so far, and then we shut them down. If we can get them to draw their limited resources, like the police, tightly around them, then we'll be able to operate freely in setting them up for a final fall. Have you seen any national news lately? I'll check it through the VPN. Although, I'm not confident the VPN is shielding us from prying eyes, Laura said. I didn't think she was wrong. Limit your searches to the news. I removed a device from my office drawer and scanned the living room. It found my Wi-Fi, 2 phones, a Kindle, an iPad, a streaming device for the television, and my watch, but nothing else was broadcasting a signal. I went from room to room while Laura checked the national news. She found glowing praise for the reforms of President J. Wesley Willoughby. Most news sites deemed those who challenged the rapidly delivered avalanche of new laws as malcontents and dissidents. 2 of the bigger sites refused to come up, even when manually typing the links. Neither Central News Programs, CNP, or Fair News were online. "Hun?" Laura called to get my attention. She showed me the tabs and screens. KTVS reports. Nationwide reforms start at the top. President Willoughby's sweeping calls for change are being received to the greatest praise for their innovative approach in bringing our country out of its decade-long malaise. Volunteerism is at an all-time high as people flock to join the Willow train on the tracks to prosperity. Houston, we have a problem, I sighed. It's not just us, then. There's nowhere we can run and hide besides the cabin, and that is rising in popularity as an option. My frown threatened to permanently wrinkle my face. I'm not going to ask if we have to go out, because I know we do. I'm not going to fight you on this. There's only one group we need to fight. You got that right. Can you get our stuff from the garage? I'll get my winter camo. Nothing like wearing all white in the winter. It was an old military uniform that I'd traded for during one of my liaison assignments. The Germans had a speckled green reversible uniform with white on the other side. With a white stocking cap and white mittens, I'd blend in while crossing the river and coming up behind the executive parking in the lot that wrapped around the building. I'd tag the first 10 and hope that gave me most of them. Before we left the house, I activated the air tags and labeled them number 1, number 2, and so on. I'd have to remember which one I placed on which vehicle. It wouldn't be too difficult. I'd write them down soon after while the memories were fresh. I wanted the evening to go according to my plan, with no one the wiser. At one time, I fancied myself a consultant and bought a pack of magnets to stick my business cards to. I cut squares from the ones I had in my room where I had an office desk. I attached the air tags and put a piece of black duct tape over the tag to protect it from water and the elements. It would also help it to not stand out. I worried about that which was not in my control. That threat was bigger than the locals. The national news organizations were in on it. The loss of an independent press took away our ability to provide oversight on the government. That's what the First Amendment was all about, a free press as the government's watchdog. If we lost that, this was going to get ugly and be nationwide. Let the line be drawn here. I pumped my fist. Laura wasn't sure about me. I was trying to have what little fun there was to have. This situation grated on my soul. Police searching my house on a whim. How many times would they conduct such safety checks on the same place? Anything more than one was harassment, but they weren't burdened by those limitations. They'd come as often as they wanted to make their point. No one was safe from the government. It was growing painfully obvious. The mayor's announcement is supposed to be tonight, Laura said. The food distribution plan. She'll do that at the assembly meeting. We'll have them all and a lot more in attendance. The parking lot will be full, which isn't a good thing. Too many people will be around. I briefly contemplated calling off tonight's infiltration, but with each move forward on their plan, they'd be harder and harder to reach. Do it now so I could do something different and more refined later. Information was important in decision-making. I didn't want to shoot in the dark. Patton had said a good plan executed violently now was better than a perfect plan later. Let's take Dad's car. No one has seen it. It stays in the garage. It won't be on their radar. I tossed Laura the keys. You can drive. I told you it was your car. I parked my truck on the side of the driveway to keep the way clear for the Prius. I did it out of habit, even though the Prius had become a garage queen over the last 6 months. Infiltration. The trip was uneventful. Laura was fine as a driver. I had given her Dad's car before seeing her drive, but it made no difference. If she needed it or me to drive her, then that's what I'd do. She hadn't startled the police. She had carried herself with dignity and grace, like an old pro in the spy game. I'm proud of you, I told her. She nodded and smiled, but kept her eyes on the road. The radio played rock music at a low volume. I needed my ears to be clear when we arrived. It wouldn't do to pummel them with loud music before moving into the silence that I needed to crawl across the river's ice and maneuver within the bushes on both banks. KXDF reports. Tonight's assembly meeting is going to announce a special event right here, right now. Citizens of the Golden Heart, bring us your tired, your sick, your hungry, and your forlorn. A new hope is coming to pick you up and carry you to a place of shelter and love. We arrived at the church and parked in the shadow of the main building. I kissed Laura, longer than I should have. Take your foot off the brake and turn on the lights. You can keep it running, but turn down the inside lights too. Don't stand out. Laura looked for the right switches. I left her to figure it out. I stepped outside and hugged the church's white plank walls while I moved slowly along. Fast movements drew the eye, while slow movements did not. I worked my way to the roadway. Once I had the right cover identified, I waited until I was sure no vehicles were coming. I shuffled across the road like I was a wind-blown garbage bag, highlighted under the misty glow from yellowing streetlights. I reached the far side and stepped over a low wrought iron fence. I faced it to let myself down the short wall, taking care not to twist an ankle on the rocks below. I ducked down, entering the brush to disappear. It was only 10 feet to the river ice, with random paths where people had worked their way through the rocks and scrub. I tied fishing line across the open stretches, from branch to branch, and then moved on until I had covered the ones that someone chasing me would use. I put my mittens back on, tied the drag to my boots, and pushed myself onto the ice, sliding out on my hands and knees. The streetlights toward downtown left a shadow behind me. I lowered to my stomach. I pulled myself forward using my hands and pushed with my toes to maintain the lowest profile possible. The white drag wiped my track as I moved forward. I looked around and there was little movement along the shoreline. Ravens frequented this area looking for meals left in open trash cans. The populace stayed inside their homes or their vehicles rather than brave the elements for no reason. I moved as quickly as I could without highlighting myself. I wasn't in a hurry, but was exposed in the middle of the river. I worked my way to the far side, where tree roots had arranged themselves into rosettes, locked one to the other like wagon wheels. I stopped and waited before climbing over a root. If there was going to be a reaction, I'd hear it or see it in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I worked my way upriver until I was abeam the JHAC. I needed to get to the other side of it, where the VIPs would park closest to the building. The center stood out, but there was a small stand of short trees between it and the river. I'd have cover on the approach to the parked vehicles, but then I'd be in the open lot, or on the side where anyone could see me from inside the building. I looked for some place to tie the fishing line to trip up a pursuer, but with the tree roots tangling the final approach to the river, it gave me a different idea. I tied line across the tops except in one place.
If I couldn't cross at the one route, then I'd have to cut the line as I went. But that wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to run away. I wanted to leave where no one saw I'd been there. I took the drag with me, but didn't use it for the short trip across the snow to the parking area. I'd use it on the way out, if needed. Many people had cut from the parking lot to the shoreline with the short, steep bank. The snow was peppered with tracks. I was better off leaving no prints or a trail that anyone could follow. Foot by foot, I crossed the last open space to reach the vehicles. Again, I stopped and waited, listening for someone reacting. My heart hammered inside my chest. It had been a long time since I did anything like this. It was more than invigorating. It was exhausting. I shouldn't have been surprised that the plan worked. Despite Laura's misgivings, it was a good plan. The authorities were distracted, celebrating their own magnificence. It was easy to stick the air tags under the vehicles. I went about it as quickly as possible, crawling from one vehicle to the next and attaching them inside the engine compartment wherever I could reach, or under the rear of the vehicle on a gas tank or rear differential on the four-wheel drive vehicles. A footfall crunched the snow. I stopped and slid my legs out of the way so a person approaching the vehicle wouldn't see me. I watched under the vehicle. They were coming my way, straight toward me. I got my hands underneath me, prepared to pop up and run off, but the person stopped. Keys jingled. The door unlocked on an SUV, and they climbed in. I skipped putting an AirTag on it and rolled out of the way to get halfway under the vehicle to the side of theirs. I curled up and tried to be as small as possible. I froze, hoping I looked like a mound of unplowed snow. The SUV backed out of the spot and slowly drove away. I relaxed, but only for a moment. A close call which galvanized me to action. Get this done and get out. One AirTag after another until they were all gone. So many august community leaders in one place, and I only had AirTags for half of them. Did I tag the correct half? We'd see. I crawled slowly, even slower than before, out of the parking lot. A strange anomaly in the far north was the use of pebbles and light gravel on the snow, where it became embedded to allow for traction. Otherwise, the road surfaces would get buffed smooth to be as slick as ice on a rink. Crawling over those small rocks was playing hell on my knees. I was happy to reach the small open yard, where I stood and walked slowly, placing my feet in the deepest footprints. Leave no trace. I reached the small tree line and walked casually to the conglomeration of tree roots, climbing over the one that wasn't tied with fishing line. But there was line across it. I cut it with my knife, wondering how I missed the one passage that was clear. I stepped onto the ice. Once there, I dropped onto my stomach and began the laborious process of crossing. The drag pulled behind me to brush my trail and make my passage less obvious. Halfway across, a gunshot rang out. My first instinct was to eat the ice, bury my face to avoid getting shot. Brightness lit the sky. I rolled slightly to the side to see the fireworks being launched from the bridge 100 yards away. With casual eyes raised skyward, no one would see me. I stood, loosed the drag from my feet, and walked casually to the far side. I took out my pocket knife to cut the fishing line trips on the trail I used to get up the bank. When no vehicles were coming, I pulled myself up the short wall and climbed over the fence. On the roadway, I jogged across. I moved to the wall of the church and hugged up against it. I slid sideways until I was in the back. The Prius sat there, completely dark. As I stepped from the shadows and walked toward the car, the lights came on and it started. I jogged across the darkness and climbed in. I undid my jacket and flipped it around to put the green side out. The material was colder than I anticipated, but I wouldn't look like someone who had just used all white clothing as camouflage in the snowscape. "I can't tell you how happy I am to see you," Laura took my arm and gripped it. "Take us home, sweetie." I like the sound of that. "Debrief, please. I think that's the word you would use." "It is indeed." "Unremarkable, wholly. I put all 10 on vehicles in the lot. Were they the right ones? We'll see. They might not even be assembly members. Wouldn't that be the cat's meow?" I dug into the air tags on the app and relabeled them with the vehicle type if I could remember. It was dark, so colors weren't obvious. "I'm allergic to cats," Laura said. "I'm just finding out about this now," I quipped. I rested my hand on her leg. I put my phone away. I didn't have much energy remaining. I'd do more once we returned home. She drove smoothly, without spinning the tires on the ice or sliding on corners. Front-wheel drive vehicles did well on the snowy streets. The Prius had a low center of gravity, too, which helped with stability. It was a good vehicle. I thought it was underpowered, but that didn't matter. Power and size were important when we wanted to haul something like snow machines, ATVs, water, or firewood. Into the garage, and the door closed behind us. I didn't relax until we were inside and I had my gear off. I stood there in my underwear, unsure of what to do. "Check the air tags?" Laura suggested. "Right." I pulled up the Find My app to learn that all 10 had departed the parking lot and were scattered around the area. "What do you think the fireworks were for?" "The mayor's announcement. It was a cause for celebration, I guess." "How do you know that?" I wondered. "I was listening to the assembly meeting. Although they'd closed them to the public, they opened this one because of the mayor's announcement. Everything had been carefully choreographed. Like you said, once you start looking with a skeptical view, you find that it's all about manipulation. Nothing that's public is spontaneous, I'm seeing." "That's what I see, too." I felt a pang, and it struck me. "I'm hungry." "I'll whip something up," Laura promised. That was her code for a gourmet meal that would be to die for. If it had been just me, I would have microwaved something and been fine with it. There would have been far fewer dishes, but I knew that my body was getting the better deal. I joined her in the kitchen and watched her cook. She was a pro and had already learned where everything was. She went straight to the dishes she needed, the foods, the spices, and anything else, with a practiced ease. She had said the mayor's presentation had been well choreographed. "What was the crux of the announcement?" I asked. Laura may have already told me, but I wasn't listening or didn't hear. My brain was mush from the second I returned to the car. I was only now regaining my wits. "Foodstuff dispersal sites as a program to employ people as well as feed the hungry." "It sounds nice." "It sounds downright communist to me. Do you know the universal result of communism?" Laura shook her head. "It makes everyone equal. Equally poor, that is. Where are they going to get this food? Did they address that? Are they going to Robin Hood it?" "Robin Hood? Steal from the rich, you mean?" It dawned on her what they were doing. "What you're saying is the government doesn't create any jobs, they don't create any wealth, and they don't grow any food. Everything government has was taken from the people. You are seeing it here. We pay taxes to fund the police, who then take our weapons and harass us, so we don't argue when they take our food, too. For those with too much, there's a mandatory share program to ensure those with too little don't go hungry. It's not that I don't have any sympathy for those who are down on their luck, but charities are already taking care of those to get them through until they can get back on their feet. Once on the government teat, they'll never let us off. We'll be beholden to them forever. Remember the part where they're supposed to be working for us? That seems to have gone by the wayside." "What's your next move, Mr. Beringer?" Laura asked while she served a fine dish of hamburger surprise with stir-fried vegetables. "Build portfolios on the enemy leadership. That's our next move. We hunker down and watch." I knew Laura would be good with avoiding confrontation. We'd get back into the routine. Homeless kitchen, gym, home. We could act like newlyweds and enjoy our small slice of life. With the bad deal the world was handing us, It would be nice to embrace a little bit of joy. Sedentary malaise. Collecting information and building profiles on the members of the assembly was easier than I expected. These were people who lived in a small community, 30,000 in the city, 100,000 when the surrounding towns were included. These people didn't hide behind office addresses because they generally couldn't afford them. They had borough addresses for assembly business, but the attempts to hide their local addresses were unsophisticated, especially since I had the addresses thanks to the air tags. All I had to do was reverse search the addresses to find the owners. The good news for me was that I had the mayor and police chief, but only half the assembly members. I needed the head of the assembly. I thought she was the kingpin of the local authoritarian leadership. All it took was one look from her, and the police descended on me like I was public enemy number one. "I need you to join the social media group for the NCO wives," I said. It sounded like an order. "If you would, please. Watch and listen. Call me a retired Marine Master Sergeant. That'll work. I'll give you a list of duty stations that we've been to, if they need that to let you in." "NCO wives. You say that like I'm supposed to know what it means." "Non-commissioned officers. They're the backbone of the military. Career types who moved up through the ranks. The junior troops move the mountains. The NCOs show them how and make sure they do the work. The officers tell them which mountains." Laura nodded. "That makes sense. I'll create a profile and see where it takes me. Tell them it's a pseudonym since your husband still consults and isn't supposed to be findable on social media." "Is that true?" Laura asked. I was instantly confused. "None of it's true. I tend to stay off social media because I don't like it. People with no authority acting like they have all the power, condemning their neighbors instead of lifting them up. Little people with big mouths." "I'm on social media," Laura stated with a hint of defiance in her voice. "I'd say most of the people are there for the right reasons. Wholesome, sharing pictures of their pets and grandkids, maybe even discussing the news of the day. But the world's most toxic people are on there using megaphones, and they drown out everyone else. They revel in projecting their misery onto others. The social media companies make their money by you clicking ads based on what you like in your feed, so they serve you posts that get the greatest amount of engagement. And then they advertise stuff that aligns with what you click on. You're a product of capitalism." Laura nodded. I think she checked out after my first sentence. She never took her eyes off the screen, which was something the social media giants preyed on. Addicted to the screen. However, she proved me wrong by finishing what she was doing and answering. "I click on very little, and generally only see posts from the few people I'm friends with. I'm not making any money for the social media companies. They'll starve if they're counting on data or money from me. I've applied to join the NCO Wives group." "Thank you. I'll be online, thinking I'm hiding behind the VPN while checking out the national news and maybe some pirate stations that are trying to share the truth. I have a feeling that what we're seeing is happening to far more than just us." Laura put her phone down. "How many friends do you have?" It wasn't the kind of question anyone expects. It was hard to answer for someone like me. Too many people had let me down. When I thought hard, there were a few people I could call, but there wasn't anyone I felt obligated to talk with. "You, until I drive you away." She held my gaze. "Same. I wasn't allowed to have friends. I learned that I could do without them. I will not try to drive you away, but I'm not good at friend stuff." I couldn't have said it better. "Don't be afraid to share your thoughts with me. I won't belittle you or begrudge you your feelings. I may not share mine, but you know not to take that personally." Her eyes sparkled. "Stop it. You're going to make me cry." "I doubt that." She kissed me on the head, and I pulled her close. She was warm, much warmer than me, and that went for more things than just the temperature of her skin. It had been so easy with her. No expectations. Two people trying to survive, each in their own way. I was fighting against tyranny. She was fighting against a life of despair. We deserved each other. Go on now. I've got more work I need to do. I smacked her on the behind as she stepped away. Be careful what you start, she warned, and brushed her finger at me. I need to see how this all fits together. I can't believe society would come completely unhinged in a matter of months. Her playful look turned serious. It took decades for my world to fall apart, and barely a month for it to be reborn. Don't be surprised at how things can change when the right catalyst is applied. The right catalyst. It wasn't the election of J. Wesley Willoughby. That was the natural consequence of the divisiveness of the campaign, abject hatred of our fellow man because they supported the other person, and it was now unleashed on the losers that had been on the wrong side of history, or so they told us. The fallacy of an all-or-nothing campaign for office. Which civil liberties would next fall in the name of restoring democracy? How could they ensure forever cementing one-party rule? I was afraid for us, and frustrated by how little it appeared that I could do. An hour with the news, and then we'll head to the homeless kitchen, I said. Laura nodded and returned to the kitchen, where I heard the crock pot slide out of the lower cupboard. Instantly, my day brightened. It took so little. We'll need to stop by the grocery store. We are woefully undersupplied with the right vegetables, Laura called from the other room. I wasn't going to question the cook. Of course, I called back. We'll stop by after the kitchen. No gym today? If you want, we can go. I think I'm getting enough cardio. Last night took all I had. Then you need to rest, Laura stated matter-of-factly. I searched through the news and was treated to a variety of innocuous headlines. Record yields of winter wheat. Contributions soar. Cattle ranchers complain that their herds are too large. Government steps in to help them realize the optimal number of heads per acre of pasture. Record snowfall in California. The drought is past, and vegetable harvest and citrus are expected to be at an all-time high. Crime is down. How this major city did it. Dow Jones sets new record thanks to Willoughby reforms. Wall Street cheers the Fed. I read each of the articles, and they sounded more like advertisements. Glowing stories of magnificent achievements. Was I missing what was really going on? Every drawback or challenge had a remedy in place. That's what the articles said. How much could be believed? I couldn't find anything documenting shortages. There were no other food distribution centers like what they were foisting on us here. Wait. Searching for food distribution in Fairbanks offered an article from the New York Gazette. Pilot program finds its first legs. The food shortages in Fairbanks, Alaska, are being managed with never-before-seen chutzpah. Mayor Mary McIntyre, with the assistance of the Fairbanks North Star Borough, has created a multifaceted food distribution system, putting donor supplies into the hands of the neediest, which is estimated at half the city's population. Rampant poverty in Alaska leads to serious crime, which has also been reduced by nearly 50%. It's still early, but initial data is extremely promising. Maybe this is a model for other cities? Look for delegations of like-minded public servants coming to the far north to see how you did it and how they can achieve the same remarkable results in their own cities. They couldn't have been talking about the same city I lived in. 50% poverty rate? That wasn't true. I checked the comments on the article. I'm from Fairbanks, and these reforms are saving lives, hundreds, if not thousands. Others commented on how brave and wonderful the first commenter was. Or as Dad used to say, those people were as useful as a self-licking ice cream cone. No one from here would make that claim, I muttered. I searched the name in the city records and came up with nothing. Some people posted under fake names, and then some posts were fake in their entirety, like the Special Forces Recon Rangers who'd been everywhere and done everything, except they hadn't. They could never say what unit they were with or the details of any operation because it was secret. They usually got the nomenclature wrong on their gear. scammers and scumbags. The toxic 10% sucking the life from everyone else. I wasn't special forces. I didn't have anyone to impress through lies, which wasn't the right way to endear yourself to another human being. "Laura," I said softly. She magically appeared as if she'd been waiting for me to ask her a question. "Do you think we have 50% poverty here?" "Not even close. You could take a census at the homeless kitchen if you wanted. Those are the desperate people. Although the numbers are up, they're not up to 50%. That reminded me. We have to do our shift pretty soon. Whenever you're ready to leave, I'll be there." She held a small piece of paper. "I have a list." A grocery list, and it was in her hand as opposed to on the counter, which was inevitably where my lists ended up and not with me at the store. I checked more news sites. Finding a pirate site for rebellion news wasn't easy. It took creative search terms, but 2 sites appeared. They had simple interfaces, and the news was included in images that were shown slightly askew to foil immature AI systems. Those articles looked more like what I believed was true based on what I'd seen with my own eyes. "Believe your eyes, sheeple. You are submitting to the overlords. You are the architects of your own demise. The only food shortages are the ones created by the government taking a share of the crops. Don't be a moron. Look and you will see. This isn't a conspiracy, it's foundational truth. Our founding fathers recognized it over 250 years ago. We recognize that it is time again to restore our freedoms from those who would take them from us. Let us be reminded of the words that started this great nation of ours. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I wasn't the only one. It was nice to find others who believed as I did. The site asked for a donation and an email address so they could continue fighting the good fight. I almost clicked on it, but it could have been a phishing site established by the government to ferret out dissidents who would fight the new power. I copied the link to a notepad. A second site reported local news from the ground in Seattle. They talked general crime and empty shelves. It was the only place I saw anything about empty shelves. The usual news stations, the legacy media, reported about the excesses that a prospering society had available to share. Laura tapped me on the shoulder and then tapped her watch. "Sorry." I figured that I was dressed well enough, so I put on my boots and coat. I was ready to go in less than a minute. Laura had to catch up. "We'll take the truck," I called over my shoulder. No one needed to see the Prius around town after last night's effort. I walked out and saw that she wasn't right behind me. I returned to hold the door for her. She nodded on her way out, giving me a kiss before stepping outside. "I know. Stop goofing off. We can't afford to heat the whole outdoors." I wasn't going to say that. I may have thought it, but I had the decency not to say it. "Why the kiss?" "Easy way to say thank you. I was running behind. You didn't have to come back and hold the door." "I didn't have to. I wanted to." Did she serve at my pleasure? The power could be intoxicating as well as nauseating. No one should have that kind of power over others, and that was what we were fighting for. "I care about you and want to treat you right. You treat me well, too. It's mutual respect and affection, not control." "I didn't think it was about control," Laura shot back. "If I ever feel that way, I'll let you know." "Why are you so touchy?" "Never mind. I know. It's because you don't want to talk about your feelings." "Damn straight, woman." "Darn crooked, man." I put the truck in drive, but didn't take my foot off the brake. "What?" It seemed the right reply. It might not have been. I'm going to have to think about it. We had a good laugh. No sense being miserable all the time. I stayed off social media to avoid that. Reality was hard enough. We headed down the road and passed a police car going the other way. I pulled into the next driveway and turned around. Call Dorothy. Tell her we're going to be a little late. Laura didn't hesitate. She tapped away at her phone. The police pulled up to the neighbor's house. I drove past and parked in my driveway, right in front of the door behind which the Prius sat. The police had been to the house yesterday. They'd seen the car, but did they record it? Maybe I shouldn't call them police, because they didn't act like any law enforcement professionals I knew. The FPD was better than these guys. They were new hires, enforcers versus law enforcement pros. They were one step above criminals themselves. I wondered what would have happened if I had left cash sitting out. I had zero confidence that they wouldn't help themselves to it. Thugs and criminals masquerading as decent police officers. I hoped Farmer would show up tonight. Having an ally on the inside would be invaluable. Come on, Officer Farmer. Be the guy I know you to be, I pleaded. Laura was on hold with the kitchen. When Dorothy returned, she told her we were on our way, but temporarily occupied by the police. We'd be in as soon as we were finished. From what I could hear, Dorothy accepted that explanation with grace. It was the truth, which was important, albeit stretched slightly. We were back to playing defense. We returned inside the house. I put two $100 bills on the small table by the door where I kept my truck keys for an easy pickup when leaving, and a drop-off when I returned. We turned on the television and sat down. The police entered the neighbor's house and were in there for a while. When they walked out, they carried armloads of weapons. Damn, Bill. I didn't know you were stocked like that. They tossed the weapons in the trunk. My neighbor waited outside. They went back in. When they returned, Bill locked the door behind them. Then they put the handcuffs on him and pushed him into the back seat of their cruiser. Damn! They turned around and drove off. We'll leave the television on. It was a standard personal security practice when in a hotel. No one walking by needed to know that no one was in the room. A loud television suggested the opposite. Anyone could see the television from the front window. That would chase away those looking for an easy score. But Bill, the neighbor, he got himself hauled away. I wonder what his crime was, Laura said. Daring to cross the mayor and sheriff. That should have been me. He must have stood up to them. I'm glad it wasn't. Then you wouldn't be able to stand up to them like you're doing now. Like we'll be doing at some point in the future, my dear. We're only grains of sand in their underwear at present, laying low so they don't haul us off before we're ready. Bill could have been an ally, Laura said. I'd already thought of that. It was a lost opportunity. Bill and his arsenal were gone. If they let him out, we'll take him a good meal and talk with him. We still may have an ally. I might have another weapon around here so he isn't unarmed. You are incorrigible, Mr. Beringer. I'm fighting to win, Miss Laura. I'm fighting for all of us. I know. I'll call Dorothy and tell her we're on our way. Finding traction. KXDF reports. Borough crews have been working around the clock to restore power to customers along Chena Hot Springs Road. A fallen tree was the culprit. Crews expertly cut it away and repaired the line in record time. Your electrical authority is here to serve you. Those in the serving line brightened when we arrived because they knew they'd soon be transitioning to hot food. Laura hurried into the kitchen and fired up the stovetop. She found a mishmash of ingredients and started sorting. I turned to the stack of cooking pots and pans left over from the previous day. The workers were volunteers. I wouldn't begrudge someone not finishing all the work. I put on my rubber apron and the big black gloves. Woohoo! Bring the heat, baby! I shouted at the dishwashing machine. I hit the button to start it, and it roared to life with a squeal and clunk. We better get old Bertha serviced. She needs a good once-over." Laura cast a look my way, shaking her head at me. "Why Bertha? It looks more like a transformer named Ludwig." "So let it be said, so let it be written, so let it be done." "Hey," a voice called from the kitchen door. "Are you two having too much fun in here? Are we going to have to separate you?" "Can't be done, Doe. We're not to be separated. We're a package deal. Don't tell me you have a rule against having a good time while working." Dorothy worked her way to me and crooked a finger. I turned my head and gave her the full attention of one ear. "There are authorities from the borough asking us to deliver our extra food and any donations above $100 a day. You're a federally recognized charity. They can't shake you down." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I can't make waves. Can you identify what might be extra, beyond what we can use in the next 7 days?" She looked desperate. "Laura and I will take care of it," I told her. "Go out front and keep them occupied." It was too late. They were in the doorway looking at us. I motioned for them to join us. "Dorothy tells me you are looking at anything in excess of what we need. We'll help you. Come on over to the freezer." I waved magnanimously. I tipped my chin to Dorothy. She looked relieved to be able to retreat out front and away from the men looming over her. They didn't loom over me, so they were less confrontational. I hated them, but wouldn't let them know that. We dug into the walk-in freezer. They reached in, but I stopped them. "We have an established need for the next 7 days. Anything beyond that needs to get distributed. Thank you guys for helping us out." I tried to look sincere. It made me sick to my stomach. "Anytime. We're here to help." "Mrs. L., can you identify what you need? We'll remove the rest, clear out the shelves." Laura knew I was talking with her. She had to know that I didn't want to give them her name. She hurried to us, wiped her hands on her apron, and pointed at a corner of the freezer. She drew a circle in the air at one shelf. "All that is extra. I have to get back to the stove." "That's all we need. Thanks." I stepped into the freezer and handed the boxes to the men, loading them down. There were 2 left when they could carry no more. I had to carry them. Made me want an air tag so I could keep track of who else they were shaking down. At least I would have gotten a track. The direct approach held merit since I was being so helpful. "This is for the distribution sites. A laudable program, gentlemen. Laudable to the highest degree and upright. Yes, indeed. Serving our fellow man is the most upright thing we can do. Who else is donating food to the cause?" I was spewing nonsense. Maybe they thought I was a nutcase, or that I was jovial because I loved life. If that was the case, they'd be correct. I was going home with the chef. It didn't get any better than that. "A few of the restaurants have been forthcoming, but everyone is giving something. The distribution centers are going to make a big splash. We have national news coming in to cover the grand opening. The mayor and assembly will be there on the distribution line, handing out foodstuffs. It's going to be great for Fairbanks to get such positive press, don't you think?" This guy was a fount of knowledge. He was either a do-gooder or downright evil. He might have thought he was doing right by the citizens. I wanted to grab him by the collar and shake him. "You just took food from the homeless kitchen. Even homeless people don't steal food from us." I put the last 2 boxes in the back of their SUV. It was about half full before, but was now packed to the roof. They'd been successful getting donations from whoever they visited. Like we had done, people accommodated them so they'd go away. I waved as they drove off. They waved back. The question on my mind was, how long would it be before they showed up for the next shakedown? How much cash had they taken from Dorothy? I hurried inside because I was without my coat. Dorothy nodded to me, furtively but positively. "They didn't get any cash," she whispered. "Good on you, Dorothy. Don't grouse about it. We'll deal, and eventually we'll have to tell them no. I'm not looking forward to that day because I fear what they'll do. They'll take what they want instead of being satisfied with what we give. Writing is on the wall, Cory." Dorothy shuffled her feet while staring with unfocused eyes at the people eating. "How did we get here?" "Slowly, but inevitably. I'm working to fix it, but it's going to take some time. Can I count on you as an ally? Straightforward. I wanted there to be no doubts. But there were still doubts. I'm not going to hurt anyone if it's going to take that. You look like a man who isn't afraid of violence. Retired Marine. Violence isn't my first choice, but when that decision is made, I will do everything I can to plant my enemies in the ground. I understand. You can count on me for what you need that doesn't involve planting people in the ground. It won't be much, but I can feed people, and I can dress a wound. You're in. Be the resistance, Dorothy. Pay in cash, she replied, almost mechanically. She was still staring. Too many people need us. Maybe not after they distribute the food. It might work. Dorothy turned to me, waving expansively at the dining area. How are these people going to cook anything for themselves? I hugged her. They aren't. There's a minor glitch in the mayor's plan. I hope these good folks don't start disappearing. It was an ominous thought, but it was also easy to think the worst of the people in charge. Anyone painting the mayor's landmark program in a bad light would have to be dealt with, if I judged the mayor correctly. I returned to the back to find the first hot dish ready. I brought it out to the line before I raced to the scullery to get the dirty dishes under control. I no longer felt like verbally jousting with Laura. She didn't either. A dark cloud had descended over the homeless kitchen, where the people with enough to eat were impacting our ability to feed those who didn't. Laura and I kept to our own thoughts as we worked in silence. But she wasn't completely in silence. She had my earbuds in. They were noise-canceling and protected her ears from the loud bangs and clangs in the kitchen, as well as the jet engine rumble of the water spray within the dishwasher. I caught up with the dishes an hour into our shift and could finally take a short break. I went outside, but the air was heavy with pollution. I returned to find Laura also taking a break. She leaned against a counter with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. I sidled up next to her and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. She leaned into me. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, I quoted. It was an age where bad people did good things and good people did bad. It was the time of strife and circuses, the time of hunger and excess. It was the age of madness. That doesn't sound like Dickens. The Dickens, you say? I blurted. She chuckled softly. We take the good with the bad. There's enough food to get us to next week, isn't there? I might have to throw an extra 100 or two Dorothy's way, but right before she spends it, otherwise the ugly people could get their hands on it. We might want to cook a day ahead, too. I'm not sure they take prepared food. But then again, whatever is easiest on them. I think we need to visit the food distribution when they have their grand opening, so we can see how it's going to work. Then we can guess when the next shakedown will be. It's horrible, Laura said. At some point, the mayor and the assembly are going to run out of other people's money. Then they'll shake even harder and blame everyone but themselves. Laura spread out the next batch of food on the prep counter and went through it to get it ready to add to the pans. A chicken stir-fry of sorts with noodles. They looked like spaghetti noodles as opposed to soba-style noodles, but with a spice or two, Laura would make it taste great. I picked up a stack of returned plates to place them in the tray to run through the dishwasher. Silverware, too. Cups and glasses, made from the finest melamine. Relatively unbreakable, but they had aged over the years. I didn't see them getting replaced anytime soon. Every day was becoming a struggle. With the influx of people with needs, there wasn't going to be any excess cash to spend on replacement dishes and silverware. We'd make do. The homeless kitchen had been around for a while. We wouldn't be able to manage another trip to the cabin this year. Weather predictions showed a warming trend. Falling through ice into a stream wasn't my idea of a good time. It was getting to be the in-between period, where there wasn't enough snow to use the snow machines, and there was too much snow to use the ATVs. We wouldn't be able to return until the end of April or even May. If we had to go before then because the authorities were after us, we'd make it, but it would be an effort that meant winching the ATVs across the many barriers that would stand in our way. Our relief arrived right at noon, and I was happy to see someone I knew. "Dash, you're back." "I had a break at school, so here I am." We shook hands. The young man had a positive energy about him. "I'm the cook." "Of course you are. You wouldn't be denied. Are you any good?" "Not yet," he declared. "I get paid to practice on the unsuspecting." "You are getting paid?" I asked. "Euphemistically. Karma points. Bonus riz. You know, charisma." "Man, you're old. You need to learn modern English." "They were a band from the 80s, I replied. "I'm good, thank you. No mental gymnastics for me, vaulting over the mouse turds of old words with a new spin. I remember when bad meant good. Do you do that?" "She's such a bad girl," he said in a soft voice. "Yeah, that's good." I couldn't continue the conversation. He was a teenager. I wasn't, and I had no desire to return to being one. "Dishes are caught up, and I think Laura cooked ahead for you." "Look at that, an easy shift." We shook hands like old friends. I was happy to see him. The youth of today were the future, and I had a high opinion of the young man. Laura tossed her apron in the wash on her way out. I rinsed mine off and hung it on a rack by the dishwasher above the floor drain. "Dash, about your aunt. Is she doing okay?" "Fine. She's busy. No time for my mom." I nodded. "Sorry to hear that. Keep your head up, and thanks for coming in." We excused ourselves and called it a day. I pointed at Dorothy on our way out. "See you tomorrow?" she asked hopefully. "You will," I called over my shoulder. Straight to the grocery store, where Laura whipped out her list. "You're doing that to rub it in my face, aren't you?" "What?" Laura wondered. "Don't tell me you're a list forgetter." Making the list and going to the store are completely separate and distinct events. The two usually have no intersection. "Forgetter," Laura taunted. There was plenty forgettable when we arrived and entered the store. The produce section was nearly completely empty, both shelves and refrigerators. The spritzers over the produce had been turned off. "Did you not get your shipment?" I asked, hoping it was as simple as that. It happened occasionally. I had gone to Taco Bell and received a 6-pack of tacos without lettuce because the truck hadn't arrived from Anchorage. Being at the end of the supply chain had distinct disadvantages. She looked around. "No, the store manager donated a percentage to the city." "Was it 100%? I quipped, knowing that it was no joke. "When they started loading carts, the shoppers sensed a rush, and you don't even have to guess what happened after that." Panic buying was a thing in a place like Fairbanks. "How'd they do on the toilet paper?" There was no sense in lamenting it further. Food redistribution at its finest. Much more of this, and we'd find ourselves in line to get supplied. "We have plenty. Paper goods are fully stocked." The lady smiled, but weakly. It hadn't been a good day for her. They shook us down at the homeless kitchen. Play their game just until it's time to stand up to them. "I've got kids," the woman started saying. "That's not what I'm asking. Do what's right for you and your family. Know that this isn't going to be permanent, and stay hopeful." "It's hard." She hung her head. "Keep the faith, brave lady. You're not alone." It was time for us to keep going. It looked like canned or frozen vegetables would have to suffice. Scarcity had not reached all facets of the supply chain. We found the freezers had not been cleaned out, but they were depleted. We were able to get everything on Laura's list. Laura reached for an extra bag of corn. "You never know." I stopped her. "Only what we need. I don't want to contribute to a run on groceries. We have plenty of food at home." I stroked the side of her face. She looked at the bag, nodded, and pulled her hand back. "I'm afraid," she said. "I am too. There are plenty of people out there who don't have enough to eat. They'll come to the homeless kitchen, and we won't be able to feed them. Us, a government-sanctioned charity. But the local government will have all the control. Food distributed by an iron fist. And now I'm angry, too. We'll unleash the anger later. Until then, we watch and we wait. The more they do stuff like this, the easier it will be to oppose them. The army is building. People who don't know they've joined the militia to right the wrongs of an illegitimate government. Laura looked around. There weren't too many people in the store. Word must have gotten out not to bother. The government was voted in during a legal election, Laura countered. After which they took unilateral and tacitly illegal actions. You cannot arrest someone for legally owning a weapon. You cannot enter a house without probable cause. Being elected doesn't mean you no longer have to comply with the guiding legal doctrine of the nation. They've made it nearly impossible to challenge them. The judge who acquitted me is dead. Was he murdered? You have every reason to be afraid. She shivered. Let's go home. I hugged her and kissed her head. As soon as I see if they have any foofy creamers. Sometimes I like my coffee all kinds of creamy. Ooh, we could use some milk and maybe sour cream. We perused the store, moving casually to instill calm in the other shoppers. Sometimes leading a rebellion looked exactly like not shaking one's fist at the sky. Let them build a house of cards. It wouldn't take much to bring it down when the time was right, as long as they didn't establish a critical mass. Then there would be no stopping them. Compliant people gave them their power. Bullies. It was hard sporting an expression of indifference when evidence of the government's encroachment was in our face and impossible to deny. It was also impossible to rationalize. Was it all about power and control? Did they think they were doing right by the locals? I couldn't believe that. I wanted to consider them evil and the enemy and be done with my reasoning. There were too many people involved for it to be a few bad apples. They were definitely spoiling the barrel, but it was more than a few. How could they? I was missing something. There was nothing to do besides what I was already doing. Read the news to see what they weren't saying, and get outside to see for myself. I was able to buy 2 quarts of Irish cream. We were able to get everything we wanted except for cabbage. We'd make do without that. A group of employees came from the back and started replacing price signs. Milk was going up 50%. Same for eggs. I wondered if the new price would be in effect by the time we reached the register. Produce is going to get real spendy, I whispered. Laura nodded. She hadn't been looking at prices because I asked her not to. I hadn't looked at food prices in more than 30 years. Did that make me privileged? I worked hard to not worry about prices. It was the benefit of financial stability. We left, but there was a cloud hanging over the employees. I worried that we would never see full shelves again, not until the redistribution tax stopped. When we checked out, I surprised the cashier by offering cash. Be the resistance, pay in cash, I told her. She smiled and nodded. Be the resistance, she replied softly. I like it. We went home, but Laura didn't start the crock pot. She'd do that the next day. Tonight, we were going out for Mexican food. I looked forward to it. Tacos brought happiness. Nachos weren't bad either. We killed time until we had to leave. Laura led the parade into the restaurant. There was a muted clientele. Half the tables were filled, and no one waited to get in, which was a deviation from the norm. We were shown to our booth. We ordered drinks. I stuck with water. Laura ordered sangria. I showed her what I wanted from the menu before I moved to the bar. I was the only one sitting on a bar stool, which made me feel exposed. I figured the restaurant would be busy and I could hide in the crowd. Not so much. I ordered a beer, Modelo, which sounded Mexican but wasn't. I sipped it at the bar by myself while Laura watched from the booth. She was on her phone. I wondered if she was working the NCO Wives group. I wrote on a few napkins, info I wanted to pass on if Farmer showed up. I lost myself in a basketball game they were showing on a television over the bar. Hey, a man said as he took the seat next to me, but opposite the entrance where my body blocked the direct view. "Officer Farmer," I replied by way of greeting. I sorted the napkins and slid one toward him. "Are you wired?" He nodded almost imperceptibly. "I want to thank you for your service. I read in the papers how crime is going down. That's good. I appreciate your help the other night. I wasn't doing anything. I don't want to be considered on the wrong side of the law. Can I buy you dinner? I'm here with my better half, but I'm more than happy to pick up the check for you and yours. We're not supposed to accept gifts from the populace. No free coffee. That sucks, but they don't want us compromised. I get it. I was in the military. No gifts. Stay above board. Can I shake your hand?" I slid over a different napkin. "Crime hasn't gone down, has it? Only the reporting." He smiled at the napkin and nodded again. We shook hands. I drained my beer. "You have a great evening, Officer Farmer. I'm glad the FPD has officers like you." I pulled another napkin. "Meet in private. Ivory Jack's parking lot. Always free parking. Tomorrow, same time." He removed a pen from the inside of his jacket and wrote 2:45 p.m. on it. I crumpled all of the napkins and shoved them into my pocket. I left the empty mug on the bar and dropped a $5 tip next to it. Without looking back, I strolled to the table where Laura intently watched me. "Tomorrow," I whispered as I leaned over the table to give her a kiss. He was wired. I think we've called off the hounds with our counter-propaganda. All things being equal, they should leave us alone.